Welcome, everybody, back to Vault Tour 2024 Rochester. I am Josh with Ghost Galaxy, and I'm joined by Jupiter, one of our community members.
Hi, how you guys doing?
How you doing today, Jupiter?
I'm excited for some KeyForge. I've been looking forward for this for like a month. I've been bugging Josh like every day. Have Harlan, he's got a babysitter. I'm free to go. We're going to party. Maybe you get a cameo of Harlan at some point. Like,
yeah.
You might run in, but...
Excellent. Maybe. I can attest to that. Jupiter has been real excited to do this, and we're real excited to have him. Just as with the Rochester stream, we're going to try to rotate in some other community members. I have a tournament to run, so I am probably going to hop out of here after I transition you to the table so that Jupiter can get the commentary in, and Jupiter will take care of you the rest of the way. Might be back throughout the day. Who knows? But I'm going to prioritize that tournament, and so thankfully we have Jupiter here to take care of you. So Jupiter, let me go over to that table then.
All right. And so this game has already got going. How's the volume levels? Hopefully well. I know they had it set yesterday and stuff like that. I see a couple of you guys out there talking. Make sure you give us a shout out in the chat too. Helps with the stream numbers and stuff like that. Helps the Ghost Galaxy team see that we have a passion for this game, which I do, and I know a lot of you guys also out there do as well. We have friends from all over the world that are probably checking this out, so that's awesome. So in this game right now, hard to see with this setup. We just got in, so next round I'll try to do a little bit better, but it looks like we have to recenter the table a little bit. But I know that the two decks that are playing, we have a Worlds Collide deck playing against a Grim Reminder Beanstalk deck. So the game was started a couple minutes ago, and it's going to get moving for a minute. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with these. In the future rounds also, I'll have deck lists and stuff. But we got the tournament going instead early. So we have Baguette Fatgen Craft on the bottom here. That is the Grim Reminders deck. I guess I could probably try to bring up the deck list. And then the Envoy who Scullingly Reforms Caves, which is a double, I believe he has a double Golden Spiral kind of Saurian suite that will be interesting going into this Beanstalk build that is Brobnar that we're seeing. And then I know that there's also a Spooky in the Untamed house, so we'll see how it goes and stuff. So I'm going to see if I can make this easier for me to see because I'm blind. Let's see. Oh, there we go. That is much easier. That's better for me right there. All right, so now I can actually see myself. This will be a little bit easier. All right, so it looks like he just played a decent Saurian turn where he was able to get it looks like a Ludo out and a couple other Saurians and stuff of value. And then we see on these, he's into his Brobnar turn, so his Iron Obelisk is going to start to find value as well. Doesn't look like he's found his Beanstalk yet, which is interesting, and we'll see how that turns out. Is it an MM deck? Okay, sorry. Maybe. I haven't got a chance to look it up. I'm pretty sure this was the double spiral deck I looked at, but maybe not. I am watching you guys on the chat, so I do see you in somewhat near time, but if you see something that you can help me out with, that'd be great. Again, this is kind of getting in a quick mode. This is round one. Everybody's XO right now. The tournament looks pretty good size Archon tournament. The Alliance tournament is significantly smaller, but they are playing, I think, 4 rounds to a winner. So there is still a decent amount of Alliance players today. And the rest of the room is pretty much Archon. And it looks like a pretty good number. I'll get you an official number later, but I'd say like we're in the 50-ish range for the Archon tournament. Lots of familiar faces that I've seen around, so a lot of the teams are represented, a lot of people from all over the place conglomerating here, so it's kind of cool. It was nice to see a lot of faces and put Discord names to faces. So, all right. So, hopefully I don't mess anything up while I'm clicking on things here. All right. So this table is definitely off-centered. We're going to have to fix that next round and make it so we can see cards a little bit better. Looks like we have a camera that is pretty good at moving, so that's kind of interesting. but we definitely have to center. Again, we were getting the tournament started, so this time around we don't have as much of a. We didn't get a proper look at this, but everything looks like they're discussing. It looks like it's still zero keys. Toys on the side is an avid Lego builder. He goes to all the Lego conventions and builds. So his amber keys and stuff are all actually made out of Lego pieces. So it might be a little bit confusing, but they're pretty well marked. Like easy to tell if you know the colors and schemes of the KeyForge stuff. So he just had a nice little amber spike there off of. Starting to clear some of the board space. I do not know what his Ethan jar was played on, so I wasn't here to see that. At some point, we'll probably see a discard that will let us know what that card was. So that'll be nice.
I got a forged key. I have 4 cards. I draw 2 to get up to 6. Check. Pass. All right. So I will.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the overlays are the overlays. Like it's kind of nice to know that we get to see something, right? Like they didn't have anybody scheduled for this, so it was nice that Millennium Games has a really sweet setup here and was able to accommodate. And there's only 2 people from Ghost Galaxy here today, so like for the trip. So not including Marcus as the judge, but like that's a lot of work for them to get all this moving in place. So they've done a wonderful job. Everything is going very smoothly for the most part, but there are priorities and levels to it, and so this is a bonus that we got people out here to do some commentary and stuff like that. As the day goes, I will be pulling other people in here to co-commentate with. Right now is round 1, so everybody's playing except for me, and so it's a good time.
Keys cost me 7.
All right.
Just like last time.
Looks like we're getting our first key forged here.
All right.
Be a yellow key for Brian, whose toys on the side.
Okay. Let's go.
Shadow Man looks like he's not quite gained enough traction yet. So
Because I like it. Techno Fiend. Dark.
here comes some dis.
Essence Scale.
These are the
Dark minions are ready.
fiends that, like, when they get destroyed, will get some value off of stealing.
Comes into play ready.
Bonesaw comes in ready because of the death of the no other fiend.
Fight trade. Okay. Steal 1.
So he's getting 2 steals off of those 2 using the essence scale to maximize that stealing threat and get an extra body to reap with off of the Bonesaw. So that's where he's getting some value. Or actually, maybe he fought the Bonesaw. No, he didn't, because if he did, it would have damage.
All right. So I'm going to play Brobnar. Brobnar. Here's the
I'm gonna see if maybe I can get headphones for the table, so that way I can hear what they're talking about. That'd be useful too.
Heavyweight Moric. Headhunt. Make it do. Yes, I do. Blunderboard into Citizen Tricks. You lose 2. Come and play ready.
So got some blunder boring with the beanstalk coming in, and all the giants come in ready.
Alright. You take 3, right? Damage. Yep. Keys cost 7.
And with that blunder board, there's going to be a loss of amber.
Cost me 7. Yeah. Heavyweight Moric into Citizen Octavia. Or Cornerstone Octavia. Yep. There's 5.
So transferring amber over.
Sure.
Value. I can't see what that is with the glare. Let's see what's going on this side of the table. Maybe we can get a view. The glare's bad. We'll have to fix that as well. Hard to see it. I don't know what cards those are. I don't think I can beat the glare. Gotta just change the lighting a little bit. So we'll work on it for the next round, I promise. Yeah, Beanstalk was not the jar call. I'm guessing he probably jarred the spooky I know he has a spooky in here in the Untamed suite, so maybe he went after a key cheat to make sure that he doesn't get popped on the key cheat front. But I also don't know if he actually thought about the beanstalk and the value of the beanstalk. It's still a lot of the players here, I feel, are locals that don't play play the Grim Reminder set as much as some of us have. So the biggest thing in these tournaments, I think, when you come to them, is to have a good base knowledge of all the different sets that you're going to be playing against. And for the competitives, there we go. We got a little bit of a look now with this Brobner on the end and it is is that a headhunter? Yeah, a headhunter. That's a good value. So I'm going to play around with this remote to get us some peaks here.
Seems pretty good. It is pretty good. You know what else is pretty good? Dudes. Dudes are good. Dropping dudes. Alternatively, drawing more cards. Yeah.
There's a waste knot getting some value off the draw. So he's going to draw 3 cards off the waste knot. And 4 cards because of the draw pip, and then he gets an amber for it as well. Looks like they're discussing sequencing. So proper sequence here would be he would draw the card for the waste knot, then he would target the creature and probably trying to shortcut and say, I'm going to draw 4 cards, and he was just explaining to him how it was happening, which is proper in a competitive format. It's kind of odd.
But that's gone though, right? Yeah, it's gone. I'm going to play the common cold.
So,
1 more amber. Healing 1, 2.
so it looks like each of them have a key made forged. I can't tell with the glare on the left side there, but I think that key is flipped. I'm pretty sure it's flipped. Looks like the yellow key. So they're both at 1 key. We're starting to see a Kangaphant, so now anything that reaps will die instantly from the reaping. Or is it a forged key? I guess we'll never know. It's like a Tootsie Pop. Everything's Beanstalk is in play now. It's kind of dangerous. I don't know if. Not sure. Like, I didn't really pay. I took a quick thumb through the deck, so I know that there's some. Like, there was some number of giants, but I don't recall seeing anything too crazy on the giant front, like a rock hurler or something like that. So it'll be interesting to see where that goes. But very cool combo to have a Beanstalk and an Iron Obelisk, to where you could basically get damage on Brobnar and pump the key costs to make it harder to make keys, like just in a spur of a moment. Like the Beanstalk means that you always have at least one extra key, one amber needed extra for a key, as long as they have a creature and you have a creature and it's not evasive, of course. If it's elusive, then it wouldn't work, but very neat combo. Plan 10 is just hanging out. It's already done whatever it was doing this game. Another very fun card. The Witch Queen in Kangaphant, the Bandola deck has haunted many people, it seems, already. Is that an airlock? It might be. Hard to see. It is an airlock. You are correct. I thought it was a plan 10 for a second.
Sure. Archive a card from my discard. The card I will archive is this fancy waste knot. Alright. And then I will play.
Yeah, I'll be able to put my list up for next round. It'll be much better, I promise. But we wanted to get the first round game in for you guys, so you knew that we're here, that we're starting off. Again, if you're out there, say hi in chat so that people can you guys can help out the stream numbers so that they can see that we actually care about streaming.
So then, Plague Wind?
Yesterday we had Mortivus in here after a couple rounds, and he did a wonderful job last night. I was at home with Harlan still, but it's never easy. So now he's threatening the Xerox combo is what they're calling it, XIRX, however you want to say it. I'll call it Xerox for the day. It could produce quite a spike in amber, if not taken care of. That proliferator is still around too for archiving, so that's insane. Okay, there we go. We're getting a good value positron bolt there. 3, 2, 1, and killed two crucial creatures. So that was a great response. Buy toys on the side. We're seeing him try to bring up some value there. Looks like he's up to 5 amber.
Let's discard Bone Saw. Let's draw this card. Let's end my turn. Ready up. I'm going to draw.
Couldn't quite get himself to check. It's always a sad feeling to hit 5 and not quite get there.
Ravnar. First, I will use Beanstalk.
All right, so we're in. It looks like we're into a Brobnar turn, and we have the Beanstalk going to look for stuff. He's bringing out the Morik. I don't remember. I think that's the one that does 2 and 2, right? If you scrap it, yeah, 2 and 2, and it's an 8 power body with 2 splash attack. So he has the option to scrap it or play it. And if he plays it, it comes in untapped anyway. So it's like an 8 power shot. I think that's the value, is to actually play it and then use the splash attack for value. All right, now we have the down to size, which makes one of his creatures a 1/0, and there you go. So now the splash value will kill that if he attacks to the wing to get rid of the Doc Bookton for where the value card control is going. Okay, he's actually going to. I guess he's just saving damage on the Morik. It's interesting. So splash damage applied to each creature, but he gets to keep both right now. So let's see what else is in hand. Oh, there's the Berserker Slam. Okay, so he's going to continue to clean. Oh, there he goes. He's cleaning him out. So there was a plan. Definitely was a plan. Good plan. Lost two ambers. Pulled down, cleared the board, adding more giants to the board. Very well played. Good value turn there. Got his amber count up. Looking like he's at, looks like 9 amber. We'll fix the glare in between rounds here. Going to try to bring people in the future too for interviews and stuff afterwards to give you guys less dead time while you wait for the next round. We'll do our best to keep you entertained. It's going to be a somewhat long day, maybe not overly long, but. It will be a top cut to 8 once the rounds play out. Once I get official numbers, I'll let you know more about how long we'll be here today. But the spirit in the room is really high, and everybody that is actually playing KeyForge today feels like they are very happy to be playing KeyForge. It's such a great community. If you're new to the game, I highly suggest that you check it out. Make sure you hit those discords. Start to learn how to play on TCO and stuff. The game has tremendous value. Plenty of people in the chats that can guide you where you need to go for getting started with this lovely game. All right, there's an Onar Skullface being played, readied because of the Beanstalk, and a Headhunter. Now he's just bringing them all back. Like, this is going to be a Brobnar. This is where the Beanstalk is going to start to do some real damage, because all these Brobnar creatures are going to be able to get some damage put on them to make him tax his keys so that he's not going to be able to he's going to have to pay more to get to his keys, and then he also has a board state where he can actually fight into his creatures and get value. And the Galapagos dinosaur that he has out right there is 12 power, but it only does 4 at a time. So that's almost perfect for the Brobnar to spike the amber counts on the Iron Obelisk. And that seems to be the game plan right now. It's like get value, get some tax to where you're off key, and then you should be reaping out with the rest to get, put pressure on the amber pool. 2 keys to 1. This is a pretty good board state for the Brobnar player. Pushing forward, so we'll see what happens. So many damage tokens. And here comes Onar. Gonna reap again. Oh. Okie dokie. Not sure what. Oh, because the owner has salt on it, I believe, right? That's why.
I gained 1 from the reaping. I don't know if I put 1 on there from the stealing. I only saw 1. Yeah, so I got 1 more. I'm sorry, I was going kind of fast. My apologies. And then I play that because I lost that 1. And you've lost 2 total, right? Yep. Reap the nightmare and gain an amber. 3 keys cost +1, 3 keys screen for play for your next turn.
So it looks like they're talking something out.
Ready up.
So Bonesaw readied.
Which is the rest of my deck. All right, so I will play.
So I think this might be the turn where he can close out the game in Brobnar if he goes back Brobnar. Yeah, he's gonna just put a bunch of amber pressure on, make him have an answer. Pushes to 7, plays a riot, so he's gonna get to ready up and fight some people, which is gonna get him some more value there. Solid.
Gaining me 1 more ember, bringing me 8. And then I will use Thunderboard to take out record. Thunderboard, pretty good idea, goes into the discard. I'll use Beanstalk.
Brings it back. So getting the double loss value there. He's taking amber all day. And he still gets to put damage back on it to get that Iron Obelisk in line. Pretty sweet. And he reaps for 3 more. That should be a mass amount of amber that is going to close out this game, I think. But we'll see what tricks Toys on the Side has. Bro's best friend. I'll make sure I'll let Shadow know that you said what's up in chat to him. I'm not gonna lie. I'm always happy when I see Brobnar do well. So I'm a Brobnar mark. Let's see if he finds an answer. Game over. So there you go. That's the first round. Shadow Man takes it down with a very convincing Beanstalk list. Let's see if I can figure out how to work this stuff. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? I don't know. Stream goes crazy. It's my fault. I'll tell you that right now. How did I bring this up? Oh, because I have it right here, right? I think this is it. Let's see the transition. No, I don't want that. This is table. I want to go to commentator, right? I think. There we go. Hey, I did it. All right, I'll figure this out. Like I said, it will be a lot smoother as the tournament goes on. I hope that you guys are having fun. We have a long day of KeyForge, a lot of things to talk about. Again, we'll have random people in and out all day. to just discuss KeyForge and enjoy KeyForge. So moving forward, we will do better to get going and stuff. Sorry for a little bit of a late start, but we had to make sure we get everybody situated and playing, so that way we could have a better day all around. So the players here are the number one look. So if you have questions out there, let us know, and we'll do what we can do. The audio comment through intermission audio is way louder than stream audio. Okay, I can see if we can balance that out somehow. I'll look into it. I'm not playing today, not tonight, and thank you for tuning in from Poland, one of my favorite people in the community. But I have Harlan here with me, and he's being babysat, so I can actually stream for you guys. But if Harlan was with me, there's no way I could play, because I would be my head wouldn't be in the right space. Like even now, I'm like, oh my God, what is he doing? I got to go check in on him every once in a while. The person he's with is very capable, but it's my baby. But either way, so we will be back. I'm going to work some of these issues. I'm going to see if we can fix the glare and the centering of the stuff. But we will be back, and I promise that I will try to make the we will be back segments a little bit shorter. We can do Q&As, talk and chat, just keep the stream moving so it's more exciting for you guys. I'll do my best for that. But right now, I'm going to use this as a kind of a time to kind of get some technical stuff fixed and sorted, and then we'll be back, and we will continue to KeyForge. So please stay tuned, and make sure that you let everybody that shows up in chat to know that we will be back for you guys. And make sure if you're out there listening and ghosting on us, like that you say something in chat, help the stream numbers. Again, this is something that we can show GG that, hey, we like streams and we want to see more streams, and then might rise, like take up the priority a little bit on this. So with that said, we'll be back, and I will see you soon. Thank you. right, guys. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I was trying to get everything set and situated, but we have a game here going on with Hodak and Chimera. So everything should run smoothly from here on out. Hopefully you guys can hear me and we're moving. But the game is basically a Worlds Collide Dis Logos Saurian deck where the Data Forge and the Obsidian Forge are the hotkeys, and then like for the Chimera Hammer deck on the bottom with Chimera is looking to play towards a Witch Queen Chota Hazri combo out. So with 2 Winds of Death and some interesting Mars, but no key abduction. So at least there's a little bit of reprieve in that. With all that said, it's a very interesting group going on here. Hodak is banned in most formats. Most definitely. So what we see here is we've seen there's been 1 Winds of Death since they started already, where they pushed out a good amount of creatures into his archive here for Chimera, and then we saw a purging of at least 1 Infernus that I saw that came out with the Grim. He was using the Grim Reaper to do that. My note locked up on me. Gotta remember to turn off my timeout. What is going on here? Oh, this is fiance's. Alright, so it's been a slow build up, but I think this game is gonna end with the burst. It would be my thought process here.
I will 4 to 6. So I have 7, so I will have 1 remaining.
So this is round 2. We are going into here, and there's some very interesting decks in the field that I've seen. A little bit I got to walk around. We see the Christmassy Saurian sweater sleeves here for Chimera. They had the sweater for sale here for a bit, but they sold out like almost instantly. So many of them sold so quickly. It was crazy. I was going to try to get one, but I think they all disappeared before I even had a chance. So it's very, very in demand. It's nice to see. The people here have a very high energy going on right now too for KeyForge. It's actually impressive. Again, I think our head count is around 50-ish for Archon, about 10-ish for Alliance, but we'll see what happens. I'll get you an official count this next break when we're not fixing things and I remember to do that. I'm old, so I forget things. That's just what happens. All right, let's center this a little bit better. They have a really nice setup here for streaming, so it's kind of nice. Millennium Games is where we were playing in Rochester, New York. Probably the biggest gaming store I've ever seen. It's actually fantastic here. Much thanks to them for sponsoring this and putting it up. So the archives came up, so now there's a big fat hand with a lot of Geistoid to play, and the Geistoid that he's repping with 2 BR Geists to boo in here somewhere. Junk Restoration, Veil of Ectoplasm, 2 Winds of Death, Haunted House, the Echo Fly, Tangler, and Grim Reaper. Very interesting, especially with the BR Geist combo with the Grim Reaper. It's pretty sweet because he can basically take creatures from his opponent and then exile the creature that he takes with it and like get another creature off the board or into exile. So very cool version of creature control in that combo there. So it's going well. Good morning, new peoples that are popping in. So I see 1-star Andrew Peeps. I see Jared. Hello. Hello. Good morning, Mr. Caruso. And hope you are enjoying the stream. Yeah, the cool estimate is I think is about 61 people they had yesterday for sealed. So that's pretty it's a good up from a thing. And I know there's a lot of people in the area that couldn't make it due to like weddings and different things that are going on, funerals, etc. But so the number could have been much higher from the people that I've talked to in the area that could have made this vault tour. We didn't get anybody from Kingston up in Canada, which is an easy trip for them. I don't think we saw many Quebec people drive down. I think there's only 1 or 2 that I saw. Might be more. I could be wrong, but I know the people that I'm used to seeing, I haven't seen too many of. I saw the Toronto people show up in numbers. Hey, Easy, how you doing? Greetings to my Italian friends. Thank you for tuning in. I've had Polish and Italian on the stream already. That's awesome. Shout out where you're from if you're out there being quiet and lurking on us. Every chat talk is good for us. It helps with the numbers. It shows Ghost Galaxy that you appreciate these streams, and the streams are fantastic, right? That's what we want. All right, so here we go. We're going into a big logos turn. All right, the Titan is down. See if he's going to use this to get some kind of draw value moving into place with the Titan Guardian. We see the daughter being flanked, so he can protect the daughter. It's good. So I'm trying to get some value here. Keys are at a premium right now. Hard to get a key off, but I have to think that this Untamed turn is coming. Right now, I think, yeah, his Untamed is loaded right now. There's the Chota, the Witches, all of the Untamed is ready. The question is, does he have enough cards to get it online with the Haunted effects and stuff? Might have to take a turn to pile in some Mars, but other than that, like, oh, nope, we're going. Here we go. About to see some Witch Queen shenanigans here, I believe, as the Witch Queen is about to make her way. For you people who aren't familiar with the Witch Queen, the Witch Queen is a 4-power creature that each other friendly witch creature enters play ready. While the Witch Queen is in the center of your battle line, each other friendly witch creature gains skirmish, elusive, poison, and destroyed return creature to its owner's hand. So what you're going to see happen here is you're going to see a sequences of where the Witch of the Eye is going to come in and start to do things with the Haunting Witch, and they're going to start to make a ton of amber, and then the Chotas are going to start to pop into value, and then the pips on the cards are going to come into value too, where he's going to be able to use it to shoot things dead and stuff. Like right now they're center line, so it's not perfect, but. Okay, so the Witch, we're playing the Porcupine just to get it out of the way, putting a dot on the daughter to get rid of the daughter, so he's dealing with future draw power. And he turns off the Titan Guardian, so that's nice. Starting to count, so he can know how many times he's done these witchings and stuff. So now the question is, how is he going to get rid of the Witch of the Eye to be able to bounce the Chota? Is there a way for him to do that? We got the Warfelines, but I don't believe that they're going to be an issue. All right, so he just bounced the Haunting Witch? Did he shoot the Haunting Witch? Like how did he? I don't know. Actually, I'm not really sure how what happened there, but. Oh, giving them hazardous lets your creatures die when they fight. Okay. Oh, all right, because the way of the Porcupine is what you're saying. So yeah, the creature gains hazardous 3. So now all his witches can fight into that Porcupine and die, and he can reset them to be used for more Amber and Chota. And Chota comes into play ready, makes a key. So he just has to get to critical mass now with his Amber count, and he wins. Like this is a game over combo right here. Oh, that is sneaky. That is super cool. I hadn't even thought about the way of the Porcupine and why he played it there, but now I get it. That is nuts. So that's going to be game over as he makes a key for 7, and then he has enough to just fight the Chota into the hazardous, kill the Chota, and then do the key again. So good game. Wow, what an explosive finish there. I invited Chimera to come in and talk if he wanted to, and if they feel like they want to come in. So we might get a guest and we might not get a guest. We'll see what happens. But what an explosive finish that was right there. Man, that's some power, right? That was pretty cool. So this is, again, some of the issues, not issues, but like some of the things that are happening in Grim Reminders that are just absolutely dangerous, right? Like, and they're doing pretty nasty things. So that is a very cool thing. And it's his named deck. Is that not the best thing ever? This is not Alliance. That is an Archon deck. That is Chimera Hammer, Kymira Hammer, named after the player Chimera who's playing it. So very cool to see it go off. Man, that deck has so many cool things going on with it. With the BR Geist Grim Reaper synergy, like the Mars is so unappealing. Like it doesn't really do a lot, but it does enough, right? With the having the Rebel with the Phalanx Disintegrator and the Memerix to kind of just cause havoc. The Technician, the Shinkray Technician. So there's value with the Jammer packs and stuff to just kind of buy your time and stuff. But you're really playing for that Winds of Death to get into that Untamed and just end the game with that Untamed. So that is absolutely crazy. Will we see Witch Queen again? Very high chance that in the higher rounds you might see a Witch Queen. Bandola is in the house. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Bandola, but very strong deck. Good morning, Caffeine. Good morning, Huang. I don't know if I said that wrong. If I didn't, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to say hello to you guys as you talk in the stream. Peter, good morning, Peter. You know what? I'm not going to lie. Like I kind of messed that up because I didn't hit the transition button. I'm still trying to get used to the way they have their OBS set up. And I was commentating the first half of that game. And then I realized that, wait a second, I'm not seeing any traffic. So that was on me. But going forward, I think we're all set because I was scrambling to fix the nameplates and stuff. But I think all the technical stuff now is out of the way. So we should be fine. But we may or may not see Chimera. We can do a small interview with him. I'm going to go check on him and see what he thinks. But if not, I will see you for round 3. And we'll be back as soon as we can be, which should be, I'll come back and give you an update either way. So give me a couple minutes and I'll be right back. Promise. Packed house, so I'm going to let the players here talk to you guys for a bit, but you'll hear me asking questions and stuff out the side. So how did you guys feel about the game? Ended the way you guys thought it might?
It was going to go one of two ways. It was going to be a very quick game that I was going to win, or it was going to be a very grindy game that he was going to win. And all of his disruption and efficiency wasn't where it needed to be, and mine was. So it was the very fast victory for me. So that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah. I was trying to mulligan for either a bunch of stuff. I needed either the Infurnaces, the memory chip, or my daughter, just something to start going, and I didn't see them in either of my opening hands, and I didn't get to like halfway down.
Yeah,
so
it happens. So one thing we have to I have to highlight this. I was talking about it a little bit on stream, but Chimera, they gave you a gift, man.
They did.
Nasty.
They did.
Witch Queen, the BR Geist Grim Reaper combo, like all kinds of silliness.
Yeah. So when I first got these decks, I had to go through some, testing because we first get your package, from GG. There's no TCO for this stuff yet, so you gotta just play on your kitchen table. So just playing my games against each other, and this deck couldn't keep up with the Echo Charge deck. So I kind of just put it off to the side. I was like, I know it's good, but it can't win in like the two key kind of format. Once the Ecto Charge got nerfed, I kind of brought this one back out, looked at it, and I was like, I think I could forge 2 keys in a turn. And it wasn't until I figured out, you could put Way of the Porcupine on the enemy creature. You could forge 3 keys in one turn. I was like, that's something. So I didn't even think about it
like I was like, what is he doing? Like with the why is he getting porcupine? And then it was Andrew, who is a common another streamer, 1-star peeps, 5-star people.
Yeah.
He was like, he's like, oh, I've heard about this, and then all of a sudden he came to light. Like we're like, oh, now he's just gonna run him into death and like.
It's basically impromptu Kangafant. It's not as good because you're not reaping, you're fighting to get them back to hand. But
just as effective, it looked like.
Right, yeah. So without key costs, you can just make 18 amber and forge 3 keys. So yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty silly.
It is silly. You got to have the right pieces, but yeah, it can come together.
All right, so I've given you guys time to ask questions if you had any questions. I don't see anything. So with that said, we are going to go ahead and take a break until next round. Wish you both the best of luck. This is the first loss for you, so you're still alive, and you're 2-0.
He's got a good deck. I think he's going to keep going.
It's gotta get the deck to work. One time.
Yeah, so Count Crispy, I guess, has a deck like yours as well, is what's being said. So
right, yeah.
So, but that's not a sleeper no more. The world knows about it now.
Right, yeah.
All right, guys. So we'll see you guys soon as we are going to take a break, and we'll see you later. Hey guys, quick update real quick on the tournament. Since you guys I know are hanging out and listening, I figured I would give you a heads up that we're getting ready to take an hour-long lunch break here. So we won't be back for a bit, probably around 2 o'clock, 2:05, maybe 2:10 or so. We'll be having that. So hopefully this came up. Like you guys can hear me out there. I hope. We're trying. Oh yeah, there we go. I'm live. All right, cool. Sorry, just making sure I'm checking my phone here. It wasn't looking like it was going down, but like so we're gonna go on for about an hour for lunch break. I do have the numbers for the event so far. And the numbers are, we had 61 bodies for sealed. And today for Alliance, we had 10 bodies. They are playing out until there's only one left. So like the 2-0, the person that ends 2-0 or 2-1 or X1 will be the winner of that event. So there's no actually top cut for that because there's only 10 bodies. And then we had 55 players for Archon, which is pretty good with the amount of people I know that couldn't make it from the area that were here. So I'm pretty hopeful for those numbers. Seemed like a pretty good amount of stuff. So about an hour from now, I should be back live with the next round. We are going to look to try to get at least one Alliance game in today. It will be like one of those like later round Alliance games when there's only like 2 rounds left or so, whatever. And then we'll definitely get the finals game in for you tomorrow. So no guarantees on that, but we're going to try our best. And then the next round, I'm going to have Arlie in here commentating with me. So stay tuned. About an hour or so, we'll be back. I'll try to give you as much heads up as I can, but we'll see what happens. Thanks again, and I will see you guys on the flip side. earlier that there was only 2 people from GG working here. Well, I'm kind of dumb, and I didn't really recognize who this gentleman was. I bet you guys on the stream know who he is. But if you don't, this is CTP, owner.
Hey,
of
guys.
I thought we'd bring him on and let him talk a little bit about the event and how he feels about the numbers and stuff. He's the one that gave me the numbers, by the way. That's how I learned that I'm dumb.
Well, we're just totally super excited to be here. We're here in Rochester. We have about 71 players that registered, and it's just super fun. I think everybody's having a good time, don't you think?
I think I've said on the stream already, the energy here is really good. The people are excited to play, and the event's going crazy. And remember, 2 workers here, right? Josh and CTP.
Yeah, we get to check people in and hear about their decks, and I think it's been really, really fun so far. This is the second Vault Tour. And we're going to put up after the tour, just like we did with Roseville, we'll put up like a full report with pictures and video and all that stuff. And hopefully people that were here will enjoy that and come check it out and see what kind of decks and houses and win ratios and stuff that we get. So, but it's really great.
Yeah, so I just wanted him to pop in because he's real busy. We're getting ready to kick things off again soon, but I wanted him to at least just pop in and say hi, since I told you there's 2. And lo and behold, it's the owner of the company that
we love it. We love it. We love it. So if you're here in Rochester, come down and say hi, or even we're close, we're here working and love to chat with you. I think we're just running through the main events of today. I think we're going to be running round 4.
Yeah, we'll be running around 4
very shortly.
We're going to try to do 1 alliance before the final alliance because they have an elimination process just to get some alliance on the stream and see some of the cool decks. There's a lot of really cool things happening here. So other than that, I guess we'll be back in about 10 minutes. We should be kicking off the next round. I'll have everything updated and ready to go. We'll have Arlie. He's not Arlie, obviously. We'll have Arlie in here to do some commentary with me.
I'm not Arlie.
No, you're not
No,
Arlie.
I'm not Arlie. Not yet.
If you had asked me about 10 minutes ago, I might have thought you were Arlie.
No worries. What's actually fun is that when I'm here, so I'm really excited because tonight we did a drawing for everybody here, and I'm going to take 6 players out for dinner tonight. I'm sure you guys have lots of questions, and I think that would be a great format for me to sit with 6 players and have dinner and have an awesome chat about KeyForge.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So hopefully they'll come out of that dinner and be able to answer a lot of questions for you guys.
And they announced this yesterday, and I didn't even think about the fact that you were here. I thought it was gonna be like one of those when you go to Worlds or this or that. But
well, we're a pretty small team. We can't, there's some other people that have birthdays or whatever, so we gotta pitch in where we can.
Yeah. So
So anyway, if you guys are out there and you want to go to the next Vault Tour, we have the next one coming up here in a few weeks. I'd love to see you there.
Yeah, awesome. So we'll see you guys real soon. Thanks for taking the time, Mr. Peterson.
No problem.
See you soon.
All right, appreciate it all.
All right, guys, we're back, and I have with me here Arlie. Say hello.
Hello, I'm Arlie of the Weekend Key Warriors, and I'm really happy to be here.
Yeah, so we're going to be here. We're about to bring you a X1 match between Red Blade and Quick Draw. So stay tuned, and we're going to get you guys right to the table now. I believe that they've already started. Had a little bit of a hiatus, but or a little bit of a hiccup in the start of this round with lunch break, but we are moving and cruising. So what we have here is we have a matchup of Grim Reminders versus Woe. So what do you think of these decks?
Well, Hjorvard, is that the...
Yeah, we'll go with Hjorvard.
Hjorvard, all right. This is a Grim Reminders deck with a lot of speed, and it looks like it really wants to get the future is past into play, and then just immediately start getting value.
Yeah, Hjorvard looks like it's going to be a pretty handful. With the future is past, and then you see like a lot of values in the Untamed Suite and the Star Alliance. The Near Future Lens, the double Near Future Lens, sees Forge buying time until he can set up what he wants to do. So it'll be very interesting to see like when those come online and how much of an impact they have in the game. But Near Future Lens is pretty busted for the most part, in my opinion. Card is definitely on the short list, I think, with Winds of Death, which are both in this deck for some reason, right? But with that said, also, we have another deck called Ace M. Chrysroid, the Cosine, and that deck is a more fair deck, we'll say, because it's not playing Winds of Death and Near Future Lenses, but he is doing some interesting types of synergy here with the Blorb Hive, right? So, like, why not play a Blorb deck at a Vault Tour, right? So I'm excited to see how this is going to pan out with the Blorb. I know Dave Cordero is probably excited to see a Blorb deck, but the Spartasaur is what really I think is going to be the engine, and if he gets it online early, might be the game shifter for this deck. How do you feel about that?
It has a lot of token generation. 14.5 is pretty good, and it looks like a lot of it is actually on play, so you don't have to really wait a whole long to get the Blorbs out.
Yeah, we already have a Floxamal saying, wait, a Blorb Hive deck? Yep, it's a Blorb Hive deck. Fantastic. We only bring you quality content here, folks, at this Vault Tour. But let's see how this is panning out. So we already see a Leon play, and then is that a Revenant? Like, which Revenant is that? Starlines. I missed the Revenant? I did miss a Revenant, didn't I? Is that a Revenant? It looks like a Revenant.
Maybe need glasses.
I'm old. I can't see anything. It takes me a minute to read. Oh yeah, there is. It's a revived Zaora, which I don't even know what that is. So we're gonna pop it up so I can read you the card. It says revived Zaora. It is if your opponent has more forged keys than you, forge a key at current cost. If you do, purge revived Zaorna. Destroyed. If you are haunted, archive Zahora, revived Zahora. So this is a key cheat on the board early that, like, if he kills after he's haunted, he gets to put into his archive. So that's kind of an interesting key cheat. Like, I didn't even know that existed till just now. So that is actually quite interesting. And that is Quick Draw piloting that for all you Quick Draw fans out there. So this is a go home game. The loser of this game it will be X2, and they'll be moving on to the final Amber rounds. So that's a little bit of extra pressure always when you see that. So this glare has gotten worse on this on the table, it seems.
Yeah, I cannot make out that card on the right.
Yeah, the sun is probably shifted through the window, and so now it's like in a bad spot. But it is definitely Saurian. It looks like a 6-power Saurian card there. Could be the Aquilos. There's a couple of choices. So he's got a pretty fat Saurian house actually with the Senator Brachus, Spartasaur. So like looking to like pile up this amber for like extra amber for key flips. So could be interesting.
There is a Legionary trainer, but it doesn't look like it's going to do too much with the Blorbs.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the stream, DataForge. Good to see you here. I think everybody else I've already said hi to that's here, so that's good. If you're out there lurking, make sure you say some words. Get the count up here for them so they can see that you guys appreciate the streams. They're doing their best. And if you guys missed it during the break, I brought in the other Ghost Galaxy employee that wasn't Arlie, even though it said it was Arlie, that I didn't recognize because I'm silly, old, and dumb. But it so happens that Josh and the other Ghost Galaxy employee that I told you that was here is CTP. So he did a quick 5-minute hello and like recap of how the event is going and stuff like that real quick just to say hello. And so you could see his face all the way in Rochester, New York, because he probably didn't have better things to do, right? But good sign that the owner would travel out for a Vault Tour, right? That's awesome. Kind of funny, but awesome.
Well, to be fair, last year I met him at Gen Con when I demoed for Ghost Galaxy at the KeyForge table, and I didn't recognize him either, and he even handed me water.
That's how down to earth he is. He's actually the most chill, cool guy ever. And we see our first key got forged here. The Saurians are making keys, so we'll see what happens here. Oh, my son turned my volume up, so now you guys can hear me talking to myself. Oh, Lanisu, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, Orbital Tangent. These are actually X1 players. Yep, we said the next person is going to go home, sadly. A little bit on the line here, showing you guys the fun stuff. So it looks like that glary, glossy Saurian is still doing work, making amber. That's Spartasaur, though. I think if that thing stays on the board, I think Quick Draw has a tough route to a victory because I think he kind of has to get his creatures moving, right? What is his out? He does have an Amber Storm, but he's not paying it off with like anything too crazy. Winds of Death is there. I'm probably missing a combo in here somewhere that I'm not catching, but it just seems like a high quality deck. Like he's looking to play a tempo-y, like, control-y game. But I think the early Spartosaurus is doing some work and hurting his board state, because a lot of his power is based on the creatures that he gets on the board and gets some value off the creatures, right? With the Lees and the Garcias and the stuff like that. Rhea. Pentacorder doesn't do much, but he does have the KeyForge still in his pocket, I believe. So there is a chance to kind of stall and flip the game around.
I'm not seeing too much that can deal with that Spartosaur other than the Winds of Death.
Yeah. It's going to be a tricky out here. We see his hand. His hand looks like it's pretty thing. You see the Witch of the Eyes in there. I saw that. There was another double pip, so what is that going to be? I don't know. It's not the Revive, so maybe it's the Shower, the Invigorating Shower that we see that's in there with the Witch. The Invigorating Shower is actually kind of interesting too, with the Winds of Death flip, right?
Yeah, it's not an always play. Because sometimes you need to get to your key cards, and putting an entire house back into your deck just slows that down.
Right, yeah. So he just played the Center Chief Garcia to stop a second key from being forged right now. But he does give the Spartosaur a target, which is might not be where he wants to be. But then again, at the same time, like the Red Blade might not want to keep going into Saurian, right? Because eventually it's going to run out. So it looks like he went Mars. So we see the Brain Dart coming into play, which is a good play, because now Garcia has to fight to get taxed, and that's not going to happen. Like, not going to survive. Oh, here comes the Blorb. More Blorb.
Now this is very, very dangerous with the Blorb Hive out now, because anytime you could just destroy Blorb, you can trigger the Spartosaur.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Kind of fun deck, right? Like, this is a fun list. Yeah, the Rogue Ops was a little bit off. Not the best. That Spartosaur is going to do some work. Who would have thought Blorb Spartosaur at the Vault Tour? This is an interesting combo.
I like that deck.
It's interesting.
Now he has a Resonator out to make the keys costing 8 so far.
We're all anticipating what will happen next. I still have a Mimicry. Is there anything Mimicry worthy that would be super useful to quick draw?
Currently, I'm aware of the Ides to kill the Spartosaur.
That would be...
A Regrettable Meteor, but I'm sure he knows about that and won't let that hit the discard.
Yeah, but then he's chaining himself, so that's a catch-22.
Yeah, there are a lot of good cards that you could mimicry. Abyssal Sight, Illusions, Catch and Release.
Still crazy, like if you need an Amber out, Abyssal Sight, pull, but that's if he thought that he needed to pull something out of hand. But I think right now you're right. I think it's the Beware the Eyes or the Failing. Well, the Failing Strike's not even big enough. It has to be something like Regrettable Meteor or Beware the Eyes. But I don't think they've been played yet. Hard to tell. Too much reflection on the right side. You can't fix that. Sorry. The window for the door is actually quite far away from the table, but it's just the magnification of the angle the sun is coming in. Very common in this area with the hilly areas. Trying to see what
There's the Skeletal Murmook. It's increasing the key cost.
Yeah. So again, he's just buying time. I think this is kind of what his deck wants to do, is buy time. Can you guys not hear the commentary? Okay, cool. Man, don't be doing that to me, J. Phil.
Just use a Blorb Hive to kill a creature to make 2 Blorbs.
And now we're starting to see the chain.
And destroy Quick Draw's board.
Yeah. Blorbin ain't easy. Meme it.
Blorb's got a Blorb.
Blorb's got a Blorb.
Yeah. No. We can ask if you want to. Yep.
Blorb is a dino's best friend.
Yeah. No, I've done a lot of.
In this case, the Spartosaur doing work. I always liked Spartosaur.
Me too. I have a couple of fun Spartosaur decks.
Yeah. I know a lot of people like the what's the one that helps you cycle all your dinosaurs? The Rex or Cincinnati? Not, is it Cincinnati's? No.
No, that's the Saurus Rex.
No. That's the one that like pulls. That's Tudors.
Oh,
When I'm thinking about like readies all your creatures and stuff. I think it's Cincinnati's Rex.
yeah, that's the Saurus Rex.
Yeah, Cincinnati's Rex. A lot of people were high on that one because of the Golden Spiral combo, but I always thought Spinosaurus had more potential. I like Spinosaurus a lot. Gains you Amber, lets you fight, does board clear. Lots of good value. And who would have thought in a set with Blorbs? Pretty interesting. Oh, there's a capture. Like the dinosaurs are doing the Dino deck is doing a better job at disrupting than Quick Draw's deck at this point. But I still think that there's something I'm missing that's gonna do something very nasty. I know that there's a key cheat out of it, right? Like with the revised Zahora. But I believe when we read that, it said that when you make a key, it goes away, though, right?
Yes, it purges.
Yeah, it purges, so that's only one key to catch up. So he's a little bit behind right here. He needs to find a way to start to kind of put some pressure and catch back up, because if not, that key cheat won't be relevant. Pierre Geist is actually kind of interesting. Like, what would be the targets there? Would it be maybe the Brachus? Like, definitely don't want the Brachus to hit on the other side right now. There's too much Amber. That's if it hasn't already hit. Like, I can't tell.
First priority is getting the Spartosaur off the board.
Yeah. But the Brachus right now is actually, I think, more dangerous because
Yes.
it's gonna forge keys.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice studio we got in here. I'm not gonna lie. So like, a little bit of tweaking, but most of the things that have been wrong have been operator error. I'm not gonna lie. Like I messed up some things trying to learn it, but I think I'm good now. Should be good the rest of the way. Arlie here actually stepped out of a second Ember event to come do this stream, so thank him.
Yeah, did not have a good time this morning. The deck is a lot better than I am today, so. But I'm here, glad happy to be here.
Yeah. We won't keep him. We'll let him get back to winning those tickets. Get some of those Rochester Vault Tour decks. So in the second Ember, in case you guys didn't know, they are actually giving out prizes. So like if you win your second Ember, you get a pack of the Rochester or Vault decks, the Vault Tour decks. So that's kind of cool way to get like secondary people to still be able to get some trinkets of their time here. So very excited for that. That's actually a really cool thing. But one of these people might see you in the next second Ember.
Unless they join you here.
They could. I definitely pull a quick draw in here. I don't know if Red Blade is a talker, but maybe yes, maybe no. I would love to have me some sloppy lab work teammates. I got my team weekend in now. Like I got to get some more other teams in.
I'm sure he'd happy to be commenting here 3, 4, 5, maybe even 7 times.
Maybe we'll see. Gotta rotate. If I can find more people, then I can get myself out of here, and I don't have to do as much. See, I could just do the actual boarding stuff.
Yeah, that glare is a killer on the right side of the board.
Nothing I can do about it. We tried earlier. It has to be like it looks exactly like the window door that's like over by the side. So the sun has got to be coming in right at that angle. Because it wasn't that bad before. Because see, if I go up, it doesn't change nothing in the angle is changing the lighting sequence at all. If I get close. Yeah, see, it's still just as bright, maybe even brighter.
All right.
So, no luck.
Looks like 2 kelp minders and maybe
Something else?
the netcaster.
Yeah. I just told you guys that he was from the team weekend. Floxum coming out. Arlie's from the weekend Key Warriors. And they're like, oh, I just told you that, Jay Phil. It's like, show that shirt. Show the shirt. They go, ah.
There we go. We'll play.
I mean, he only does a podcast. you just have to go listen to it?
Currently on hiatus, but should be back at some point.
But I mean, go listen to the old ones. I'm on hiatus too. Like I haven't done anything streaming wise in a long time. All right, we're seeing more Mars action. It looks like this could become interesting quick. More blorbs. Blorbs will make keys. Gotta watch out for blorbs. They're dangerous.
Wait, is the Spartosaur still on the board?
Yes. He's the one hanging out by the blorb.
All right, because if he destroyed something that wasn't a dinosaur, then all the non-dinosaurs should have been destroyed.
Did he destroy? What did he destroy?
I thought it was one of the unfathomable.
No, there's still 3, 4, 5. I think he used whatever the artifact is there.
Oh, I see. The
nylon outpost, which actually puts it at the bottom of the deck to make 2 blorbs.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, and then he cloned home. Don't get me scared like that, because then I have to run out of the room and go tell him to stop.
I didn't exactly what happened.
Yeah. Are they trying to give me a... I'm old. You're trying to kill me. That's not nice. Jay Phil says that it's time for you to launch a new episode so he doesn't have to make these kind of questions.
There.
All right, so now we got the KeyForge. That's definitely the KeyForge. And there's a Winds of Death going on right now too. So we got some shenanigans going on right now. Now we get to see what Quick Draw's really trying to do, I think. But he did deal with the Spartosaur finally, but all those blorbs dead too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, I know that's basically your
He's
whole
got a
deck,
little
so-
bit of time to figure out his strategy with the KeyForge in play. That's nice. He still doesn't have his near future lenses in play, does he?
No.
That's kind of odd because he has 2 of them in his deck. So that's kind of an interesting,
There were a couple
like,
times, that's true. Yeah,
unfortunate run for Quick Draw.
you were right.
Because that just produces a ton of value. Yeah, the Archon tournament has actually been super high energy. Lots of cool decks. Different people playing different things. Earlier we had Chimera on stream, and he was playing his Witch Queen with the. He puts Way of the Porcupine on his opponent, and then fights his Choda and his Haunting Witch and stuff into the hazard, and kills him off that way. So he makes a ton of amber,
That's
and they all come
beautiful.
back. Yeah, it's crazy. Very crazy. And it doesn't even matter where they are in the line because the hazardous will kill them anyway. So it's like, wow. He literally spiked like 17 amber and made 2 keys in one turn. That goes nuts. I don't know if it was actually 17 amber, but it was a lot of amber. Enough to make 2 keys. Going on the cost of the Choda, it was at least 14. But there's the minx, so here comes more of that lockdown, like starting to make value.
Yeah. We got 11, so
Quick Draw doing a quick peek at the discard. I like these decks like this where it's like when you initially look at the list, there's like really doesn't seem like there's a hard win con, so like they have to pilot to the win. And both of these decks have 1 key cheat each, but both of the key cheats are kind of like they're not over bad. Like they both get exalted. There's 1 out, so it's
You
not
have to
too
work
bad.
for him.
Yeah, you have to work pretty hard for them. So,
I never thought about that.
but I do want to see a blorb key. I'm not gonna lie, a blorb key would be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, some good way to use the porcupine. Yeah, I never seen that. Never even thought about it. I was looking at his deck going, oh, he's got the Grim Reminder with 2 BR Geist combo. Like that's good. Like I like that. But I never even thought about the way of the porcupine. So when he played Witch of the Eye to go get the porcupine, I'm like, why is he getting that? Like weird. Like and then he put it on the other creature. I went, ah. And then 1-star Peeps was like, oh, this is what he's doing. And I went, oh, I got learned. That's why you go watch Voltors and come to Voltors. You get to learn. There we go. Now we're starting to see some value, and there's a lot of stall value that is going to be coming down here. So now I think what Quick Draw does now is that he's going to populate the board in such a way that like there's like a ton of advantage, and then just slowly start to grind that amber that he's made into keys and like try to get there, right? So he has to wait till the KeyForge pops off, but next turn he'll be able to make a key when it dies. So very timely KeyForge to some degree because he looks like he's sitting on 10 amber over there maybe. Hard to see with the glare, but I know there's at least 6 there, and I think there's 4 maybe 3 or 4 on the last key as well.
Yeah, it's important to know that the KeyForge, when it loses its last counter, it happens at the start of your turn before you forge, so
Yep.
you get the first chance of forging.
Yeah, it's definitely a card that can flip a coin, right? Like it can flip a game over. I like these four. Probably my second favorite Star Alliance artifact.
Earthbirth device?
That's a good one. That is my favorite. That is my favorite. Near Future Lens is pretty good, but like it's everywhere, so I don't even know what to think of it. But the device is the card.
It's a fun one.
It's a really good card. But I also like Transporter Platform. That's my style, though, not power, but like I play a lot of Transporter Platform in my decks. I think all of my favorite decks have 2. I know Harlan has 2. My Harlan deck does. Oh, there goes the rogue operation. Said no. My Abyssal site says no for you. Stop taking my amber. It's very interesting that the most crooked thing that most key players do is steal amber. We have such a good community, like it's like, but we steal from each other every game. Space forward as we wait. KeyForge has brought the game to a grinding halt, but not anymore. So is there a way for him to recur the KeyForge? Like, is there a loop? That'd be interesting. Garcia, Lee. So there's no like wall or anything like that. And KeyForge doesn't like go away, does it? It just dies. Star KeyForge destroyed if there are no time counters on it. Yeah, so it's just destroyed. So you can like recoup KeyForge like on a flip. So that's kind of interesting with the 16 creature count. I wonder if like so you have 16 creatures and 4 artifacts. So you have a chance of hitting like 20. What is that? It's gonna be 19 cards that like you get out of the way so that you can loop back to the KeyForge faster to some degree. So that's actually an interesting thing. And you have the future is past to flip the deck.
That might be the way to do it.
Yeah, so I wonder if that's the game. I wonder if that's the game plan here that I missed, because I was like, And then you still have the key that you can make off of the Revenant, right? Off of the Zahora. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but hopefully.
Yes, I don't believe GG has come out with a pronunciation guide for these Equidon names.
You gotta say it like a bug. Like it's like what we're saying is the best human equivalent, but it's really like like something crazy. Some guttural like buggy sound. That would make Harlan scream. So we see quick draw pondering. So let's see where this game's going. Feels like a boa constrictor right now. Like he's slowly starting to tighten it up. Can he stop the next key? What are we playing here? We got the Dark Lamp. Is that a Dark Lamp, I'm guessing? No, it's Webster's. Yeah, there's a Dark Lamp too. And the Boiler. So Webster, Dark Lamp, Boiler, and... What's that last one there? Is that the Tribute Collector? That's what that is. I bet. Oh no, that's a dinosaur. Oh no, that's
Mars.
That's Minx. That's
Minx
Minx.
Terminated.
Okay, so he's taxing it out. I love this overhead camera thing. I wonder if they actually hear it move. If I freak them out when they do that.
Yeah, I believe it'd be our guys to get the mix. And then put it behind the Webster.
Yeah, that would be good. I really just want to see a blorb key. It is a very complex deck. You are correct not to, Knight. That's why I said when I looked at it, I was like, I know Quick Draw's onto something in here, but I don't really know what it is because it's not something I would play. But like, I trust Quick Draw's prowess in playing something real. So, and like I said, I see a lot of stall and stuff, but I was like, how do you get to a win? And is it through cycling KeyForge? Teammate, let me know. Like in the comments, help us out. Just consistent control, like a lot of powerful control. I do not know. I cannot hear them. So your guess is as good as mine. The C and R. The C and R is going to steal the game. What is the C and R? Oh, catch and release. Maybe. It could be a huge card. See what happens. Yeah, we have a couple of people trying to be prophets. Let's see if they can do it with good vision.
So he's put out the Witch of the Eye and
Murmook. It's a Murmook. Waste not. It's got to be a Webster, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Good amount of draw there. We're gonna flip the deck.
I was
Nope,
about
not
to
yet.
say that Webster was an ideal kind of target for that. At least
Yeah.
not.
Yeah. Both players are haunted. Spooky, spooky. I feel that Winds of Death is in his thought. It's another thing too, right? You can thin out all your creatures with Winds of Death into the archive if you don't need to pick them up, and you get back to your KeyForge that much faster. And then you just play raw Amber Pips off of the cards and like steal with the rogues and stuff. Like probably a loop there somewhere. Very interesting. It's been sitting on Amber for like a really long time. Is it just the keys maybe that are like wanky and there's no Amber there and we're just being fooled?
I thought there was at least 6 Amber on that second key.
Yeah, and it looks like there's some Amber on the other key too, right? Like, the Murmook does tax it by 2, but
Mixed with another 1, so it's key cost 9.
9. So there must be like
Must be
8.
an 8.
Or we'll find out soon. Because here comes the quick draw is quickly gaining. Kind of goes with his name. Yeah, I'm a dad. That's what happens. You get dad puns all day long. Yeah, Murmook is good if he can get to haunted. And I think he is haunted actually, and maybe not anymore. Like he's about to flip it. The haunt is there, but and we see Jay Philippeg saying that Catch and Release is one of the absolute best cards in the game. Control the Weak says that.
Oh, sorry. Never mind. All right, go ahead.
Befuddle says that. No, I'm just kidding. Control and Weak is Capture and Release. Catch and Release is pretty strong.
Especially against these decks that like to build up these huge archives and then have a large hand left over after you play your Winds of Death.
And it only gains value when you have Woe and you're playing Woe against a non-Woe deck and you get to bring back all the cards back to your hand. So you can kind of give yourself like a little like faux library access action going. Game has been very interesting. Oh, here we go. We finally get a key. He was stalling that key for a while though, so there isn't still Amber on that other key too. So like interesting. So the race is on right now. Oh, there's the catch and release. Is that the game? Is that the game? The game shift? What is he gonna hit? Ooh! Probably people that are like me and loved playing. What was the gambling card they used to have?
Gambling Den?
Gambling Den. Gambling Den. Yeah, I'm old. I forgot. I used to play a lot of decks with Gambling Den just because it's fun. Oh man, look at that. Only 6 of those cards get to stick off of the wins. Oh no!
Not tonight. Once beat me with a Gambling Den.
Oh, not tonight. He's saying that you beat him up with a Gambling Den. Do you remember this? I bet you do. She doesn't forget anything. She's an assassin. Oh, there's the KeyForge. You hit the KeyForge. And the 2 Garcias. Oh my god, that was a good hit. And the key sheet. Whoa. Did he hit a Winds of Death though? Because that changes it. It all comes back. See if he can get himself to check. This is huge. I think there's a window for him to win if he can. No Blorb Hive like goodies, but the Blorb Hive might win. Stay alive. Pull the John Travolta. She says she does not remember, but she likes Gambling Den. She's one of my favorite people. I sent her a fuzzy Druin for placing 9th in one of my tournaments because she was like the first out, and I was like, I felt bad, so I sent her a fuzzy Druin. Fact.
I don't remember what tournament it was. I just remember I checked with the key 3 and she had 4
Yeah.
amber and did the Dan, hit it.
Oh, that's the best way to play. Oh, you got the KeyForge.
Archons in the tournaments. You have less than 10 minutes for
He still has the capture mechanics that are here in the. Yep, there's the dark lamp. Yeah. He's not going easy. Quick Draw will not go easy into the night. Not with these Geist toys on the board. More bad jokes. So he was kind of fortunate that his hand stayed loaded in Geist toy. Like he didn't get like a 2-2-2 kind of split where nothing was of value. Did he draw the KeyForge? What is that red card? Is that untamed? It's an untamed card. I need to bring binoculars. Oh, there's the minx. Putting some tax on that. Beer Geist is not out now. Ooh, interesting. What kind of blorbing are we doing here? Blorby blorbs. I'll get a chance to see what cards those were we missed.
It looks like he's getting to the end of his deck, so he has to be careful about when and how much often he blorbs right now.
Unless he wants to blow through it to get a reshuffle. And he should be bottom stacking the deck too. Like that's what the outposts are really good for, so that you now go, okay, I know what I'm drawing through. One of the big things I do with my puzzling trinket deck that has 2 outposts, I can Equidon one, so I get to draw 3 and put a card on the bottom. Like I cycle a lot of Equidon at the end of my deck. It's really sweet. I'm an outpost fan. I was pretty happy with almost all the outposts. Puzzling Trinket and Buyer's Arc are my favorite cards. What are your favorite cards?
Depends on what's set. Like overall, I've always loved Eureka.
It's a high quality card. I used to talk about a lot of that one back in the day when Library Access was a thing. And Genka, like when the Genka first came out, I had a deck that had Eureka with the Genka, and it was like just having the speed and archiving was really good. Ancestral Recall, basically, like if you play the other game that we don't talk about.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, been around for a little bit. A lot of the games seem like they've finished up because we hear a ruckus outside. The energy, again, has been super good, right? Like the people are so excited to be playing KeyForge. It's awesome. Like I said, we had pretty good numbers, right? 55 in Archon, 10 in Alliance.
It's been a great weekend so far. I had a ton of fun yesterday playing the Sealed Alliance event. I had a lot of crazy decks made from those pods. Fun to watch, fun to play against.
Yeah. I'm with J-Phil on the thought that this would be awesome if it ended with a Blorb key, even though I love Quick Draw. Like, the Blorb key would be...
Yeah.
It'd be caught forever on stream. Like, that's all you want. A Blorb key on stream. I don't think it happens, but I think he actually forges a key before he ever gets a chance to Blorb it, but we'll see what happens. He needs 10, right? Like, that's what the number is for that?
Yes, 10 blorbs.
10 Blorbs. Not 1, not 2, but 10. Ha ha ha. I hang around Harlan a lot. So Sesame Street is definitely in the wall. Oh, here we go. He's thinking. He's scared of the Blorb. He also has a Timothy, which is a nice stall card in the Unfathomable suite here for Ace, for Red Blade. That's kind of an interesting like one turn stall, kind of like that KeyForge kind of stall. Ooh.
Yeah, again, Fathomable is good but not crazy, but it does have important cards you want to see.
Yeah, there's some like it's got like a lot of like small values, and timely values. Like there's some timely values, but there's really not a lot of ways to play Timothy. You get to Timothy, it gives you the one blorb before it for playing it, but then you have to protect your blorbs from going away because there's not really a lot of other ways to make tokens in Unfathomable. So like Timothy is really just a like stall a turn to get me back to another house that I can do something with. Not Tonight says that when she was playing against a blorb deck, she had to reclaim one to stop it from winning. How could you take away that glory? You could have just lost to it and been like, look, a blorb key. Man, Not Tonight playing hater. Again, if you guys are out there just like listening to the stream and tuning in to be a part of it, make sure you say something every once in a while. Let's see some interaction here. Doing our best to be live and fun and entertaining to you guys while we watch some KeyForge together.
Round 3 action.
Yeah. This is round 3. We got about, I think they said 4 more rounds maybe? Like 3, maybe 4.
Maybe a buy-in, or maybe a play-in.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm here all day with you guys. Let's go. Lord. Hey. Not Tonight. Reclaiming the Blorb Hive is savage. The good news for you guys is there is no reclaiming in this deck, so like he cannot reclaim the Blorb Hive.
Neither deck has any artifact control.
Yeah, they're both at 0. Yesterday, poor Morbius was winging this, like, and so when I was watching the stream, I was like, you know what, I'm bringing 2 iPads so I can see deck lists, because it's just so much easier.
Yeah.
So much easier. Harlan's not as happy because it's one less iPad for him to play with, but I think he'll get over it. I want to know why my wife's iPad is actually only is like way more percentage than mine, because they were both 100%. I'm gonna switch them out and not let her know. Nobody tell her.
Looks like yours is not on Wi-Fi.
Is it not? It should be. Maybe not. It isn't on Wi-Fi. Interesting. I didn't know I actually had a single to my iPad. That's kind of cool. She doesn't have one though. Hers is not set up to have a single. Mine has a single, but hers doesn't. So yeah, that's interesting. Good catch. I'm gonna have to put myself on Wi-Fi. It's so saving some battery power. I don't want to lose battery right before the real stuff gets there. This game feels like it's gonna have a draggy ending. Like it might go to time. Because both guys.
He's rushing to check on key 3.
Yeah. He did get rid of Mix, so that's a plus. That could be a game.
He got rid of Mix, he got rid of Hema.
Yeah, that could be a game. What other amber control cards could he hit right here? I think those are like the 2 main big ones, right? I think my signal is better than the Wi-Fi here. Faster than this doesn't seem to react very well to my touch. There we go. So Minx, he has a Timothy still to stall a turn, right?
Mix Timothy.
Covetous is gone. Resonator's still around, right? We haven't seen him in a while. Looks like he has a couple Mars cards in hand there. I don't know if they're the right cards. I know there's Brain Dart. You can get one off with a Brain Dart. Oh, we're going Mars, so we're going to see.
There's not a lot of direct damage in the deck, but if he can get one more creature with damage on it, or use Amber would pull it off.
You can attack with a Blorb too, right?
Yes.
Well, actually, the Boiler has 4 armor, so it would do nothing there. And then I think he has to attack into the Websters, but the Websters don't have armor though, right? They're 0 armor.
Yeah, I believe they're just 8. 8 power, no armor.
Yeah, 8 power, no armor.
And that is it. have it. Nice game. Oh,
How much
Couldn't
time is
stop
left? We don't have.
No, that was it.
Oh, they just.
He got the seven. He got the seven
I was
lords,
off
but he
by
couldn't stop the
one.
forge.
If I had an Iron X Rel in my hand, I could have done it.
So like good game.
That is good game.
Right, yeah.
Did they shake?
Yes, they did shake.
Awesome.
True, I could have made one.
Archons gets time in the round.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been that way.
Archons
So,
gets time
thought
in
they
the
just shot.
round.
no, that was so
There was
close.
just time in the round.
No, I realized I made the mistake I made. Oh, we're done. We're done. Yep, no.
Awesome. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go out. I'm gonna try to grab maybe Quick Draw, come in, talk about his deck a little bit. See if we can get some of that in before we get into the next round. I'll try not to leave you guys on hold screen for too long, but thank you for coming in, Arlie.
It was great. Glad to be here.
Maybe we'll get you in again later this weekend, maybe tomorrow. Like if I don't come back, they probably need some streamers. So like we'll see what happens. But everybody say thank you to Arlie. Thank you, Arlie. I heard them all. Look, even from Poland.
There was one card.
Not tonight.
I don't even know where he
The mistress. The awesome. Not tonight. Yeah, my favorite person. One of my favorite people. Jay Philippeg's one of my favorite too. He's Portuguese, so we gotta stick together. We're coming and going.
I
So
haven't played him too much, but I don't think I've ever beaten him.
not many people have beaten him. Like he's pretty good. All right, but with all that said, we will be back shortly. I'll see if I can bring Quick Draw in for a quick word. But it looks like we might be heading into the next round pretty quickly. So one way or the other, you'll get something soon. So just stand by, and we'll be right back as soon as possible. Thank you for the entertainment. Hopefully, we're being funny and fun. But we'll see you soon.
See you soon.
right, so I did find me a quick draw McGraw here, and he's going to come and tell us a little bit about this crazy Javord. I don't even know how you would say it. Deck.
Javard. Actually,
Javard.
ask Christian, because Christian had a very good pronunciation whenever I checked in. So
He might have something to do with naming decks.
he might, yeah.
All right, so explain to us what happened in your game. How did you feel? Like, for a while, we were kind of scared. We thought the catch and release
yeah.
might be game over, and
Yeah.
you got fortunate a little bit.
I did get fortunate, but I was struggling really hard to find anything in the draws that I needed. I drew no Near Future Lens and no Winds of Death, which is what I just needed. I just kept digging for it. And we were talking after the match. He said he realized as soon as he flipped his deck what he had done, because he knew that the Winds of Death was coming. And I thought it was almost too late, but I was actually in a decent spot with the KeyForge.
Yeah.
And able to Winds of Death and then try to combo off with the KeyForge. But then the Illusion's turn, where he played the Abyssal Sight, got rid of my Rogue Operation, really I had to count, and I could not get into Haunted with Star Alliance to do that combo. And so I had to go Untamed to do something and try to catch up. And obviously that enabled the catch and release, which I think it was a risk I had to take, and I got lucky to survive, but he did hit everything he needed to hit.
Yeah, he did. I
catch
saw
and release.
that in the catch and release. We saw the KeyForge go and everything else, and we were kind of worried. Like, a lot of people were thinking that maybe the catch and release would be the turning point for the game, but like I said, I think you got somewhat lucky because he left you with a handful of Geistoid.
Yeah. Well,
So-
you know what? It's good to be the last person to get lucky.
Yes.
That's what I needed today.
Yeah, it was a really fun game to watch, and like I said, we thought it was very well played, and both sides were I would say that you're both a very tempo-y kind of thing, where you're trying to control the game while move the game forward at the same time. And so it was kind of interesting to see how they were going back and forth, and we're sitting there thinking, and the early Spartasaur, right? That was a pain in the butt for you, right?
It was, yeah, because Winds of Death is pretty much the only thing that I could do to take care of it, and that was the second to last card in my deck.
And who'd have thought a Blorb would be great with the Spartasaur?
That's pretty cool.
It's cool, right?
No, the Blorbs are really cool, and I was doing the math in the very last turn, and I said to him, if you have it, you have it. Because I could have fought twice to kill a Blorb and make sure that he could not use the Hive, but he needed another Mars creature and the Propaganda, and then I think he could have had it, but he didn't have it. I thought it was more important for me to go to check for key 3.
Yep. So we have Dataforge, Not Tonight, Follix all saying, "Great, good job." Not Tonight going, "Oh, proud teammate."
Thanks, friends. Feels good to still be alive.
Yeah, she said that you've had some rough draws in the past, so she's sending you her love and best wishes, right?
Thank you. Not tonight.
She didn't say that exactly, but I'm saying it for you.
All right, now she has to say it to make it look like there's proof
Yeah,
that she said
that's
it.
fine. I mean, who doesn't love Not Tonight?
Right.
All right. So with all that said, I think what we're gonna do is I put us on the table. Did I do that? No, I didn't do that. I'm still, again, if there's any errors, no, I didn't. Okay. So I'm still trying to get used to their layout. It's really more complex than something I would ever play with. So,
Yeah.
but we'll be back shortly. I know this is a short time in between rounds. You were one of the last games, right at time, right?
Was right. As soon as time was called, the game ended, so we didn't have to go to time rules.
So you shouldn't have to wait long to see my ugly mug. I will be back. I'll see if I can bring somebody else in. If I can't, I won't. It'll just be me, but we'll have fun either way. So this is Jupiter. Thank you, Quick Draw, for your time,
Thanks,
and
Jupiter.
good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you, man.
Your X1 still living.
Still alive. Thanks.
All right, I'm back, and we are actually getting very close to getting into the next round. I will be by myself for this round, but I do get to bring you a small treat this round where we're going to be able to watch Delphin on Krimniak, Spawn of Crancook versus Mike Funai. I'm probably mispronouncing it again, but on Bandola, Archmage of the Spine Plateau. Bandola is a boogeyman right now, so you guys get to see a little bit of fun with Bandola. It's definitely, if you're going to a Vault tour, it's a deck that you probably need to prepare for. It's very good. This is one of Mike's pools, I know, so it'll be interesting to see. This is the deck that won at Roseville. So with that saying, we'll see what happens as I bring up the deck lists here in a second. Krimniak, the Spawn of Crancook. Looks like a fun deck. Has some artifact control, a couple befuddles. Looks like we have ways to destroy things. We have the Rebels, replay pods. Okay. Corner of the Market. That's a big card. That's a good one to have on a timely basis against the Bandola push. But Bandola has a little bit of everything. If you guys haven't seen Bandola yet, Bandola definitely has Bario's Arc. It has Witch Queen combo. It has just a little bit of like everything you would ever want. in a deck. And we might get to see a crazy combo line here off it. Archmage Spine Plateau. So, yeah, Bryozark has Winds of Death combo, Grim Reaper with the Ecto Charge booing. Like, you're gonna see a lot of quick plays to get things over and see how it how it goes. So, we have Mike on top, Delphin on the bottom. Here we go. We do see that the fish are starting to populate the game early. And looks like Mike is off to be a stray start in Geistoid with a Soul Vial. Soul Vial is pretty good. Gives you some of that extra reach later on when you have creatures on the board and you need them to come back. As long as they have armor, they get archived, so they add to the numbers again that come to his hand. He's basically looking to get his Witch Queen on the board so that he can start his combo, which is a massive combo, and it'll take control of a lot of the game if it happens. So you will see. We will talk about it as it goes. All right. So we see is that a Reaper? The Reaver, Albia Stray fighting into the fish to get damage. So Albia goes to the graveyard and pass back. Looks like both players are off to somewhat of a slow start. They look like they're about even in speed as far as how much amber they can generate in one push through the group. So we will see how it goes with the gameplay here. Definitely be an interesting call. Welcome to the stream, B Quell. I didn't catch you when I was on here with Quick Draw. I'll make sure to say hi to him for you. Everybody else that's out there just kind of lurking, make sure you talk up once in a while. I'll give you a shout out. Say hello. As we start to see what these board states are going to bring us. There's the Abyssal Sight. That's actually a wonderful card to hit against. Mike hands him the cards. There's the Waste Knot, the Witch of the Dawn, the Haunting Witch, the Kangafant. So he's getting close already with the cards that you see in his hand to getting to that place where he can grab some value on his combo. The Kangafant is big because it lets him reap and kill creatures and bring them back with the Witch Queen to get extra value. So Kangafant is definitely one of the cogs of that engine. So it'll be interesting to see which card he feels is the value card here for him. So he's going to take the Waste Knot. Try to slow down the card draw, saying that you don't have enough in your hand to bother me, so I'm not sure. Here comes the Crushing Deep. Looks like he has about 7 or 8, so he's not even haunted yet, so he doesn't get the Haunting Witch value yet either. I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these hit the graveyard as he moves towards a Winds of Death turn at some point. It is Mike's deck to rifle shuffle all he wants. Trust me, he's not beating it up. So we see Mike as he's thinking through his turn. There's the Jervy being discarded to bring back the Waste Knot. So he's scrapping the Jervy, and the Jervy scrap says archive a card from your discard pile. So he chose to do the Waste Knot from that. Comes the Haunting Witch, the Kangafant, and moving forward. I mean, Krimniak is a really solid deck too. It has a lot of cool tricks to it. We do have the destroy them all. There's like taking out the, key pieces and stuff will be interesting. Kangafant probably needs to go sooner than later. It's very dangerous. Haunting Witch isn't a problem until you get to where you're haunted, so you might have a little bit of a time window before it becomes overly annoying, but at the same time you can't play with it too much. But there will come that turn where he probably could even just reap all his creatures to kill them with the, including the Kangafan, or put the Kangafan aside and then like be able to play the Winds of Death the next turn to get value. But we're seeing a closed door negotiation. Ooh, getting extra cards into Vandola's hand. That's a scary thought. But it does put him up to check, so he's doing what he wants to do as far as putting pressure on Vandola and making him have an answer. So we'll see where that leads. That looked like, here's Super Glare, but it looked like it was the Belligerent Guard, which gives him another card to draw. I don't know if I'm comfortable giving that much firepower up. There is absolutely zero way to hide from this Untamed. You are correct. The only way that you hide from this Untamed is if you get a discard of a Witch Queen and somehow purge the Witch Queen before it gets played. That's how you. That's the only way you really can slow down the Untamed suite. But then you still have to worry about Bryozark and like the Unfathomable, and then the Geistoid still has Echo Charge as well. Like, there's a lot of problems in Vandola, and you have to know how to address them and have the cards to address them, which makes it a tall task. The Trawler, it happens too. Just so many things that Vandola can do, it gets kind of silly. All right, here we go. We're gonna boo-boo. So even though he was locked down, he archived the cards he discarded. So he just discarded a bunch of Geistoid stuff into the archive. Lets him draw more cards, gets some value, plus he gets to use the Geistoid that he has on board. Snippy bites the dust. Looks like there was, he reaped with it and thought it died, but the Kangafant is gone, so it did not die. Oh, it's to be a skirmish, okay. Looks like he's thinking about his archive. You know, that there was a pretty loaded up Geistoid into the archive, so. Seeing this Value Town Equidon going to work here. There's only 13 total creatures in Krimniak, the Krimniak deck, so that's kind of interesting because in comparison to Bandola having 22 creatures, the Winds of Death play is just ginormous for Mike versus like what it would be for Delphin. Could argue some of the quality of creatures and whatnot, but like I think that ultimately I believe that Krimniak is trying to weed most of the creatures out of the way to get to the spells and try to get some kind of value off of befuddle locking and crushing deeps and stuff like that, and just like circling that amber push. That's what I kind of see with the houses, and that or like get the Crystal Hive in play to where he can use the Crystal Hive to really like manipulate the amber put out of the 2 Ionics Rebels, and just try to have a big turn, like spiky amber turn that way. Meanwhile, Mike is building for combos. I think I saw Witch Queen. I believe I see the Witch Queen. Was that the Witch Queen? Maybe not. Oh no, that has Pip on it. Can't be Witch Queen. Not yet. Not yet. Hit Haunted. Yeah, if there's a major player, I can run out there and try to stop it. But for smaller players, I won't have time to slow it down and like run out there and stop them. So. Thank you for keeping eyes on the sky with me. But like smaller things, like I was told not to, like we wouldn't have time to fix them quickly. So there's not a. By the time we get there, reversing it would be almost impossible. We are a little bit a ways from the play area. That's why it's nice and quiet, and you don't hear a lot of background noise and stuff. It's a really nice setup, but it is pretty far from the table. So much time. This is about as low as I've seen Bandola go since I've seen it. So showing you that there is sometimes kinks. Get some kinks in that armor. Both of these players are 2-0, so nobody's going home after this game, so there's a good chance you see this again later. Delphi making high value plays with the Mars. Playing a propaganda. And he's now, I think he's playing Destroy Them All.
If it's at the same time, does it archive? I don't know. Yeah, I don't either.
I think the shiny card is a Destroy Them All.
Well, I'm gonna ask if I can't, if it's how it works, and then I'll.
I have this out.
Yes.
For Amber, he's doing that. Since they're destroyed at the same time.
They're debating whether or not the card gets archived or not because of the Amber being on it with the Soul Vial. So they might be asking for a judge call.
Right, so everything gets marked for destruction at the exact same time, including the artifact. And then
Let's see, what does the wording on destroy them all read?
because it will not have
Destroy them all states. Destroy an artifact, a creature, and an upgrade, period. So comma, comma, and period. So I would assume that all three would die at the same time.
So, are you doing trawler or are you
I'm gonna do Snippy and my
I believe Flotsam is correct. I believe that the card should get archived because they're all at the same time dying, and they would check for each other's triggers, and because it's a destroyed effect, he would be able to sequence the destroyed effects, but the destroyed effects would still resolve before the cards were off the table. So it looks like it might be what they decided, and they decided not to kill the trawler.
I am now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yeah, 4-0 is what I meant. Sorry, Wook. Yeah, the stream delay is the big thing. That's why we don't try to fix small things, because if I don't catch it like right away, like it's really hard to get to it. But welcome to the stream, Wookie. Thank you for checking in. And welcome back, 1-star peeps.
discard?
Looks like we got some witchy action going on here. He's still looking for the Witch Queen, like he hasn't found her. She might be at the bottom of the deck doing nothing.
Archons in all 3 tournaments. There are 25.
That's your best case scenario against Bandola, is that he doesn't find the Witch Queen.
5 minutes remaining in your round.
Make sure on the post game that if we can get them in for an interview, we can ask them about the ruling on the destroy them all, and make sure we're clear about what the ruling was. But I believe it was simultaneous, so that's what it looked like. Reaping for 2 with the fishies. I think we're just waiting to find that big Geistoy turn.
Now my tokens can't ready. I'll play a crushing deep for an amber. Play a befuddle.
So we see the first of his befuddles. He has 2 in his deck. So he's buying time right now. Again, trying to keep Mike away from starting his combo train. Ooh, he plays both befuddles.
Dice droids, so now you won't be able to play any cards this turn.
So he's trying to get it to his second key. That's what he's getting to here.
But you can't play cards in the other houses, so it covers all the houses. But you can get the ruling on it if you want.
Double befuddle. Choose a house on your opponent's identity card. During their next turn, they cannot play cards of other houses. So by picking 2 befuddles in a row, we technically get a time walk.
You can use cards.
Unfathomable, discard this one.
So he's discarding 3 cards. Fang Trawler into and his hand is deep. He's deep into his deck. 2 keys forged on the on Delphin's side. Those witches and Kangafants. And that witch queen has not showed up yet. Kind of scary. Kind of scary. Let's see what happens.
Archons, there are less than 20 minutes remaining in your round. Less than 20 minutes remain in your
There's about
round.
20 minutes left in the round, but I don't think it's going to go to time. Don't believe it will. Pulling the archives. It's going to be a Mars turn. Nope, Equidon. Equidon turn, so I'm guessing that we're going to be seeing some cornering of the market here probably. Closed door negotiation. Stealing Amber, letting him draw cards. Trying to get the check here so he can close market. Like I'm guessing that's what's happening here. Or he's trying to corner the market. Sorry, not close it. Shopping spree. So now he's digging. I guess to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards to try to find the lockdown. Will he draw what he needs? We'll find out. Here we go. See, an Equidon card. Is it the right card? I don't know. Belligerent guard, giving Mike another card, but getting to put himself on 6. So that's dangerous. But if he has the queen, he can combo all that amber off the board. Get rid of the board too as well. So we'll see what happens. Here comes the hand. Well, time to count. Here we go. Feels the heat, so he's going to do his best to get rid of this this cycle. Doesn't have a Kangafan though, so that's going to be tricky. Till the earth. Is that what that is? No, that's the circle of life. Okay. Reclaimed by nature. Oh, discard first, then draw. I have to bring that to their attention. They might not have known. Again, way too late to fix it. I'll get a ruling on that as well. Yeah, 'cause it says discard your hand, period. Draw cards for each card discarded this way. So yes, you are absolutely correct, I think.
Archons, less than 15 minutes remaining in the round. Less than 15 minutes remaining in the round.
Combo. Here we go. He gets to draw more cards with the waist knot. Killing the derby again.
Are you haunted? No, you're not. Shit, I'm not haunted. Those coming right now. Which is, it was haunted earlier when you said.
Haunting Witch. Gaining value here as the combo starts to roll. Goes the waist knot into the Witch of the Eye because we got value there. Drawing 3 more cards. Or 2 more cards because it's a power 3. Getting more amber with the reap. Which
You don't have Kangafan out. Oh, yeah. I was like, this is a Kangafan deck. I forgot
drawing cards all day long. He does not take one for Amber for Haunting Witch because he's not haunted. There's only one card in his discard pile. After you play a creature, if you are haunted, gain 1. To the dawn.
Not 6 times, but I can't get it back.
And this is an interesting place because the Kremniak has
Fight, break, Pixie, elusive, fight and kill.
closed door negotiations and a couple of things that could become very interesting to a surplus of amber. Two closed door negotiations, and then just Hema, Trading Frenzy, and Crushing Deep. So he's living to get rid of that amber pileup that Mike is building. Delphine is going to have to be able to hit a closed door negotiation and get to his third key before Mike gets his third turn. Actually, maybe 2 turns because the Ecto Charge is in play too now. So you might be running out of time here as far as being able to answer this in a way that gets him to a win. Bandola doing Bandola things. That's what this is. Yeah, it's just the first key for Bandola. But next turn, like the Ecto Charge will put them even, and then the amount of amber that Bandola will have will be enough to forge a key if they go to time, which they won't. But I guess if he has the closed door negotiation to get like enough of a pile of amber, but problem is that when Bandola starts to recycle the Jervy will just keep capturing onto the witch if he doesn't deal with the witch. So it gets kind of crazy. It's a very close game still, but there's really not a lot of ways for. There's a lot of disruption in Krimnik's deck, though. So if Krimnik could get to a befuddle, like he has enough amber where he can get to a befuddle, he might be able to end the game. Because the only amber control that Bandola is rocking. fingers do not want to use, like, the touchscreen does not want to use my fingers today. He has Trawler, which will bring back a turn, so that's good. And then like really just a lot of spotty kind of grabby stuff with the Jervy and stuff like that. So it's interesting. It's basically who has the right cards at this point. And whoever has the right card is going to win. Yeah, the Jervy can capture 6, and that's about it. But if he befuddles into Geistoid, I think that's game over as well. I don't think Geistoid has enough ways. Well, actually, I take that back. They have Hollow E Festival. I believe that's off the top of your deck, right? Yeah, top 5 cards off your deck. And there's really not much of a deck because most of the Geistoid he knows is in hand, so I don't think it's enough. But we'll see. But the Untamed is 6 amber. Like, Jervy can take 6 amber and push the amber pile insane, so I think going into Geistoid was the right choice. Because Trawler just takes it all back in one lump anyway. But it would buy you more time too. Like if you went into Unfathomable and he went to Unfathomable to Trawler, but I think he already has enough amber to be forging keys like for a while. Hard to see, but he definitely has over 10 amber. So there's 2 Geistoids. 2 Geistoids. Only 2. Whoa! He's still at 6. There's a second one.
Remaining in the tournaments. 5 minutes remaining in the tournament round. Thank you.
There's still an Albia Stray, and there's still a. There's the Boo. The Boo with the capture. So all the cards are gone. Discard top 2. So this is the Ecto Charge turn. Yeah, so he used the Ecto Charge, I believe, just now to get a key up. So now he's just threatening check for win. There's no key cheat on Krimniak's side, so there's a lot of amber that he's going to have to contend with to get rid of. This might be game over. There's the Winds of Death. So now, what does that? That's not the Winds. I was gonna say playing Winds of Death is suicide. You can't do that. So here he comes. Critical turn. It looks like Mars is mostly in his hand, and for Mars, there's really not a lot of ways to stop this. I don't think Mars does it. Closed door negotiation doesn't do it. Like I don't believe that there's a way for him to get him off check by looking at the deck list. I guess if he had 2 Crushing Deeps, that might do it. I don't know because I don't know what the amber count is, but 2 Crushing Deeps maybe. 2 Crushing Deeps would give him plus 12. Yeah, I think the Befuddle into Untamed would have been the best, because then he can only capture 1 with the Jervy if he had a way to regurgitate the Jervy. But killing the Hunting Witch doesn't stop the Hunting Witch because of the the Witch of the Eye and the Witch of the Damned, like they do work too. So, but it looks like it's a handshake, and I'll go see if I can get Mike to come in and talk a little bit about Bandola. But we will see what he thinks about it all when we come right back to the stream, and we will be more than glad to see what that brings us. So let me go see if I can hunt him down and bring him in, and if not, I will be back for the next round depending how much time is left. I'll come back and give you an update on anything. But thanks again for watching. We'll be back shortly. So thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out with me. Make sure you keep that stream going. I have the chat open, so even when I'm walking around, I can see you guys talking. So let me know if there's something you want to hear or see, or send best wishes to somebody. I'll be more than glad to take messages to people. But thanks again. We'll be right back. Booyah. All right, so we're back. I have with me the infamous Mike.
What?
Funai.
Fooney.
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 I never
Mike
get
Fooney.
It. Never get
It's
it right.
all good.
It's because it's
It's only been a few years, Jupiter. It's all good.
I just call you Mike. That's all I call you. On the stream, I just said Mike.
That works.
I will report that Mike is qualified for the top 4 now, along with Chimera, who we saw earlier playing another Witch Queen deck, right? And then there is Drazcor qualified for top 4 already, and Luke R, who is playing a very interesting deck as well. He's one of the Tavern Brawlers, so that makes me excited. So we have 4 of our top 4 set, and then we have a round that they're getting ready to kick off right now, and I'm going to go get information here in a sec. But we thought we'd give Mike a chance to talk a little bit about his game. A lot of people are saying that they think that you would have lost the game if he had befuddled you into Untamed, and I know you have a take on this.
Absolutely would have lost if they went Untamed. I don't think I would have been able to. I can only capture 3 with Jervy,
Right.
and it would have been down to 6. And at the time, if you had said Untamed, I might not have seen the Witch to pull back. It would have the Witch of the Eye. Actually, Witch of the Eye wasn't even out there, so I was just done.
Yeah, I
there's
think it was a Witch of the Dawn, Witch Queen. If he off-centers your Witch Queen by killing it, he gets a little bit more amber, too.
Yeah, he killed the Queen.
Did he? Oh, okay.
And then I just had Jervy with no deck,
Jervy, yeah.
Haunting Witch, Witch of the Dawn, and the one power.
Yeah, the one power.
I was
Dust
done
Pixie.
if he said Untamed.
Right.
And then I was planning to go Geistoid anyway on that turn. I was flip-flopping. Do I boo first? Or do I use my Hallowed Eve Festival? I decided on Hallowed Eve Festival and got it by 1 amber.
Yeah, that's what I was like. When I saw the second one, I knew you were happy because I knew
Yeah.
the boo was coming.
I don't know if you could hear us out there. I said, I said it out loud. I need 2 on this one.
Yeah, and we can't hear you, so we
Okay.
didn't know that. So the drama. But I was like,
Yeah.
when I saw you flip the Hallowed Eve, and I saw 2, I was like, that's a good number because he has another Hallowed Eve if he has it. If he doesn't,
Yeah.
he has the boo with the capture pip.
Yep.
So I was I mean, skin of your teeth, but you're still there.
Yeah, it was unbelievable game. And I told him that was actually the first game where my deck didn't just go off.
You had to think.
I really had to think. I made one mistake. If you watch the whole game, where I was waste nodding the Witch of the Eye.
Yep.
Instead of on that 6th use of the eye, I should have done Jervy. And then I played Jervy one more time and get whatever card from my deck. I don't remember what was in the deck at the time.
Yeah.
But that would have been a much better play because I could have, set up a Brio lockout or whatever. I just don't remember all the cards in my hand or in the deck at the time.
Yeah, all right. So I hate to cut this one short, people, but great playing. Congratulations
Thank
on the
you.
top 4. I'm
Thank you.
going to go get the next game set up. They're getting ready to go, and then we're going to have a dinner break, I think, after this round.
Yes, sir.
So we will be back very shortly, so it won't be too long. But thanks again for your taking your time
No
for
problem.
the interview. I appreciate it
Thank
because I
you.
know you're a quiet guy.
Oh, yeah, I don't love this. Do not love this at all.
But and you
But
also did get a very nice live chat where they were like, "Look at him rifle shuffling Bandola like he don't care." And I told him, I guarantee you, he knows how to rifle shuffle and he's not hurting
Yeah,
her.
I was doing it sideways, not the full bend.
All right, guys.
All right.
So we will
Thank
be
you.
back very shortly. Thank you again. All right, we're back, and the next round is already starting off. It's getting ready to get kicked off, so we're moving into round, I believe it's round 5 now. And we are going to have a matchup to show you between Speed Paced and Meat Apps. So let's get to the table where we can get to the action right away and start calling it up while I finish getting the game set. Sorry about the capitalizing typing fonts. I was trying to get caught up because I figured it was more important to get you guys on stream. What's up, my friend? So we have to fix the capitalization here. But the stream is live. We are here and we are talking to people. I am getting ready to get them updated on these deck lists. I was a little bit behind starting off, so I didn't want them to miss the action while I finished up. You want to pop in? No? All right. We are moving on in Steadfast Stone Violet. Is a deck that Meat Apps is playing through, and it looks like it has Logos Mars Shadows, just good efficiency, good coda stuff with Brainstem Antenna value, a library access, phase shift, Scramble Storms, Dysonia. So it looks like it's a call into the meta kind of burn. And then the other deck we are playing against is Kingville. Deck I'm having a hard time finding. I hope I spelled it right.
Exhaust an enemy creature.
Having a bit of a problem pulling that one up, but we'll see what's going on. We'll just play it by ear, I guess. But it's a Grim Reminders deck that looks like it's playing like a bunch of value off of the Saurian plays and the Geistoid plays. Not Saurian, but the Geistoid plays. So we see a pretty quick Amber Burst going here into where he is playing pure values. Good board presence here. So this is going to be interesting to see if Coda can catch up to it. I know that it has explosive explosive Mars burst and all, but there is no key cheat in Steadfast Stone Violet, so it'll be interesting to see how it's going to come back and catch up, especially since this doesn't look like right now it doesn't look like a Winds of Exchange deck that's actually trying to catch up by using archive tricks. So but I can't say for fact because I don't know. As Canuville, I think I'm trying to remember. Okay, so it's probably why I'm typing it in wrong. I can't find it. Can't read my own penmanship. Canuville. The Sanctum Triangle. There we go. All right, so now I have that up. While you guys pay attention, I'm gonna go update this real quick for this one-man show. It's a little bit different. All right, now that we have that all set up, I corrected that so you guys can find the decks a little bit easier. Let's take a look at this deck, see what's going on. Game's still going on, so I didn't miss too much at least. It looks like Canuville is a very high quality Amber Control, Grim Reminders kind of deck that isn't playing the key chase shenanigans, but it does have the Ionics Rebel, like Xyla Frexen combo. So there's going to be like a bursty Mars turn at some point that it's going to come down. Has grabber jammers for like a good tempo pullbacks and stuff. Does not have a lot of board control, which I don't think is going to be too big an issue, as there's not a ton of things that are going into the board state for meat apps over here. It does have 17 creatures, but the creatures aren't not as important, except for when he combo is off with the brainstem antenna. Using his John Smith and stuff to get extra value off of these plays, and using grabber jammers to slow them down, etc. So both these decks are kind of playing a similar play line of trying to basically push the game with just like a pure tempo back and forth kind of pool, where it's like they're both using Amber Control to kind of keep a tempo with a good amount of amber production through the deck, and then hoping to have enough time to get to the pushes, like the runs that they have in each of their decks, to get an amber burst that gets them to the keys first. So we'll see what happens with that. The mic volume has been good all day, so I'm not sure if it's on you or if it's on me, but I did pull it down a little bit to get closer so that you guys could hear more. But sorry if you can't hear me, but I guess I could try to like raise it up, but we are getting ready to go into our dinner break, and then when we get back, I think there's only one more round, maybe two, like a play-in game, and then the day will be done for the day. So we're moving at a pretty good pace. The tournament is kicking along, doing well. Round 5 of potentially 7. We definitely will have an hour-long dinner break though coming up after this round. All right, so seeing some value plays here. Mars doing Mars things. Stacking up quickly over on the Kenneville side. Says haven't played in a while. Is the Archon format chained at all for bigger events like this anymore? No, there are no chains. There's no like elevations or anything else like that. It's basically bring your deck, play the game. Best of one, Archon, go. Keeps the tournament moving. There is debate about different ideas for how decks should be phased out, quote unquote phased out, but it's all hearsay stuff that you always have people that want to do different things and do different times. So here we see that he's pushing up into his Geistoids, and again just keeping that pure tempo. I don't know if I think he's probably recognized that Medaps doesn't have a quick way to come back, so if he can keep the amber pressure high, Medaps will fall in line to that. So we'll see what happens. It looks like Medaps just played as John Smith with a brainstem antenna. Brainstem antenna now readying up the John Smith, and now we're going to see some shenanigans as the John Smith is going to reap. Readying up the Yixlick Destroyer. Gonna run it into one of the taunt creatures there. Which one was that? Was it Tribute Collector? Yeah, Tribute Collectors. Seeing John Smith ready up again. Continuing to capture. Speed pace. Making sure to keep count of those John Smith and what they're doing. I see another Tribute Collector down. Yes, we are.
We're still alive.
Gonna ready up. A 7 Amber Key. Interesting game plan. Could have readied up the Grabber Jammer to capture one more and keep him off of a key, but it looks like there might be another line in play here. Yeah, there's no Ascension to the Premier event anymore. They took that away. There are people who argue that maybe they would like to see, like, if a deck wins a Vault Tour in a season, that deck can no longer be used at any other Vault Tours to qualify. That way there would be less of people just passing on the decks to other people to play the same deck at different events. But as of right now, that's not what happens. So I think that's a pretty fair way to do it. But at the same time, I mean, it's KeyForge. Everybody here has been very up-spirited, very up-tempoed playing KeyForge, doing good things. And there's tons of side events going on. There's Keymander being played. There's all kinds of fun events happening right now. And quite honestly, like Vault Tour-wise, this feels really good. Like it feels really nice. KeyForge is bumping. We're in Millennium Games in Rochester, New York again. Great hosts, outstanding stream setup. A little bit over my head at first, but I'm catching up. And there's huge gaming room. Like there's pictures up in some of the Discords and stuff of it. But we had like what was it? I think I said 10 Alliance players. We had 55. I think Archon players, so for a total of 65 people. Yesterday we had 61 people for sealed, so feels good. Like feels good, especially because I know this area. This is the area I'm from, so like there's a lot of people that I know that couldn't make it because of other things they had that wanted to make it. So like whether it was charity gamings or other things and stuff that people would normally be here going to see Mamma Mia. But you know, those kinds of things. So those people didn't get to make it, so we could have had more. No, the total was about 65 total. The seal of the deck was yesterday. Yeah, the 61 was on Friday for sealed. So. Again, good board control. 2 keys pushing, trying to keep the advantage here. It's going to be a pretty tough uphill for meetups here, I think, with looking at the deck lists. I don't know of. We'll see. The library access turn has to happen with some kind of power, like a good burst to it. If not, then we might be in trouble. Speaking of which, here comes the library access. Dun dun dun. Time to play some games. Here we go. Scrambler Storm. Good start. Scrambler Storm stops any cards from being played next turn that are actions, which is could be a good thing. But most of the takeaway stuff that is in Canoville is creature based, so I'm not even sure that the Scrambler Storm is doing what Meetups is hoping for. But then that looks like a time traveler. Drew 2 cards, plays the phase shift to get some values into different houses. So where will that come next? Dun, dun, dun. We're going to see a Twin Bolt Emission. I'm guessing that will be the end of the disintegrator at least. Yep. And then what is the second target? Oh, he targets the time traveler, so we know that there's a help from future self coming up soon. I would have to imagine. If he builds Amber and tries to push, there's the help from future self to bring the time traveler back after he draws a card. Draws a card for the library access. Looks like he's trying to figure out the. Probably a bit confused on the draw 3 total because of the. Now the reshuffle and the help from future self will go to the group. Yes, he's probably definitely. They're asking the judge at this point. Yeah, because it says for the remainder of the turn, after you play another card, draw a card, purge library access. So. Now he's going to draw his card. No, it's not a judge. The judge came to the table. The hand you saw from the right was Marcus, and Marcus was probably explaining to Speed Paste how that works, because I'm assuming Speed Paste didn't know. Newer players probably don't have to deal with those kind of interactions anymore. Very rare to see it. So here comes a Dr. Escatera. Gets 2 amber because of the 2 forged keys. So there's value on that. Draws a card for the library access. Wild Wormhole just got picked up. It's a big one. It's a twofer. Oh, he's using the phase shift to play a orbital bombardment, it looks like, for a lot of Mars. It's a lot of Mars. 2 damage each. Boom, 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 boom. We're about to see some battle fleet type disintegrations happening here. Library access turn is turning into a play that might get meetups back in the game. We'll see. If it might be a little bit too late, but we'll see. It's a good play for his key getting his keys back to 6 and getting an amber back, so that's a good 2. He's putting 2 more on the trawler because the trawler is holding a couple amber, but the trawler should not die, right? Trawler's 4, so he has 2 damage on him. That's it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That's 2 amber, not 2 damage.
So there's 4 damage, kills those 2, but the trawler lives at 2 damage. It looks correct. Meetap's trying to explain to his opponent. The orbital bombardment is a real card. Sweet. Sweet file. Alright. Then he gets to draw a card from the playing the orbital bombardment. If he hasn't already, I think he has not, so.
We're still going.
Maybe he has. There's the wild wormhole, so he'll draw a card off the wild wormhole before or after. We'll see what he can do. He's gonna wormhole it. Wormhole first. So this comes into play, and he draws a card off of that, and then he'll draw a card off of the wormhole. Combo crazy. Meetup's out of gas. Pretty good LA turn though, so it's kind of what he needed to get back on his toes. So we'll see if it's enough to get him back in this game. So he's definitely fighting an uphill battle. Now we see. Now we'll see if we see the Mars response with the rebels and the Dr. Xylos of FRX. I did see some Mars cards peeking in, so maybe we see a Mars turn. I see some unfathomable. I see at least 2 or 3 unfathomable too. So yeah, there's only 2 Mars cards in his hand. Speed paste. Will the Scrambler Storm even be remembered? It's a good question. Not tonight. I'm sure that it will be. Not, I will run out and say something. All right, let me go see if I can catch them early enough. All right, back. Saved. Foresight. So, good remembrance. Good job, stream team. But that was one that we caught. We were able to kind of look into and kind of get a head start on. So that was one we could actually fix. Back up.
Do you want to just like undo that? What do you? It's like kind of like playing for so just leave it as is. Like if you had not if you had asked like scramblers are acting like before you read. I'll scrap Skull Master.
All right. So you basically got time walk there, I think. Unfortunate. Not tonight. Level 3 judge. Thank you. Thank you. It was mostly not tonight, bringing it up ahead of time so that as soon as it was seen, I was able to chase it. It's hard with the lag and stuff, and usually like I wouldn't get there in time to back it up. But that one was one that was like because I was able to anticipate it. I was able to run out there, and Marcus was right by the table when I said stop it. This glare. Don't believe I can fix it. No, I'm not gonna do it. Shiny sleeve tops. At a bigger event, I'm guessing that they could have like a comm system to where there's like a light or something. You could hit the light and be like, boop, freeze the game. But this isn't that big of a, it's a vault tour and stuff, but like this is still relatively, it's not worlds or anything. So, but I do my best to try to keep it fair if I can see the cards and see what's happening. It is the downfall of playing on stream in an important game. Sometimes is like you miss something, but you don't want it to be wrong, right? You don't want to win that way or lose that way. So this game is back to kind of even keel now. Like there's definitely a tempo type swing here happening. So we'll see if the Xerox copy comes through at some point. All right, now we're seeing a Geistoid turn, populating Geistoids. He hasn't found his haunted house yet. That's kind of odd. Unfortunate. Soul Vial has done a little bit of work though. It's been pretty solid. Yeah, there's low C on both sides of this board, so like a little bit more for Steadfast, but at this point, you're right. Like Canola has to find a way to generate amber. I think we have to see Cannaville like have his big Mars turn like sooner than later now, where he can get the Ionics Rebels moving with the grabber jammers and the dock, and try to swing this game a little bit. He has a Mars first as well. The Disintegrator I think has already gone down. His jammer pack is like, I don't know how much of it has already been wasted into the graveyard, but like I know that this is the kind of turn that he's going to need to kind of turn this tempo back, as Meetups has a very superior board control at this point, and like he's going to be able to reap out things and like just get value. The +3 power token for the Zizix. The Zizix. Force people to play without sleeves on stream. That would be fun. Maybe they should just make a sleeve that doesn't have a gloss on the plastic side of the card. Very feasible. I think they actually have ones that have like cutouts, like where it's like you slide it in, but there's like a window pane of plastic that's cut out, so the card is exposed on the front but not on the back. I don't know if that actually saves your cards though. It kind of goes counterintuitive to the point of playing them. There's got to be a way to make a no glaze like plastic that would be good under streams. That board starting to show itself. Continuing to collect amber. Ready up. This would be a pretty solid comeback. That library access might have been it. Like might have got him on the right road. But let's see what happens. Oh, here comes the Mars turn. This is the turn he needed. This is where I think we're going to start to see a little bit of a different game here. We'll see what happens. How much he gets out of it. Some capture there. Capture on the dock. That's the only creature he has that has capture here. But most importantly, let's see if the rebels come. It's going to take 2 rebels to get this thing really pumping. Mars first. Gonna ready up the dock. The dock's going to bring back a rebel, I think. Oh, I think I saw a rebel in hand as well. I saw the backpack. Pretty sure that's what it looks like. Let me look. Yep, there's definitely a rebel in hand. So he's getting a second rebel. So now we're going to see a little bit of a burst here. This is what he needed to get back into a position of power. So it's exactly what he needed. Now they're marking it so they know how many of what is doing what. Remember, every play counts and then every use counts as well, so it kind of starts to tick up pretty fast. I think here what he needs to do is he just needs to reap with the 2 that are not rebels, get the 1 rebel to run into something and die so that the dock can bring it back. So that's a use, so that should flip the dice to 2. Yep, keeping track with the dice is an important gig. Use, bring back that rebel, and the thing is there's still another rebel in hand, so that's fun. The rebel is readied. Gonna fight into the guy again and die. We're gonna see 2 more reaps. I would think. So this puts, like, by the end of this turn, this puts Meetups in a place where he's gonna have to stop that amount of amber. So what are his outs? Let's take a look. Everessence Principle, I don't think I've seen that yet. So that he still has Principle. He has a bait and switch. But the Everessence Principle, I think, is his one card that has a chance, but it also sets him back. So I don't know how much it actually gets him ahead by playing it, especially if he doesn't really have any cards on the table. I guess no, Brainstem wouldn't help either, so that wouldn't be good enough. So yeah, it has to be the Everessence Principle, and the Principle is actually going to hurt him as much as it helps him. So I think meetups might be behind at this point. Yeah. I announced the people that made top 4 earlier. It was Drazcor, Luke R, Mike Funny. It's not funny. It's Funi, Mike Funi, and Chimera. That was the other one. Chimera. Long day. Sorry, took me a second to remember. Yep, Chimera, Mike Funny, Luke R, and Drazcor are locks for top 4, and right now we're playing to see who the other 4 people will be. This is round 5, so we'll have a break after this for dinner, and then we will have a round 6 and round 7.
Appreciate it. I'm letting you know that I touched your cards. That's okay. I appreciate it. You're the judge. You're allowed to do such things. Okay, and then I'll just have you lose 3 there. That'll end my turn. Alrighty, go. Check with 10.
So there's a spike of amber to 10 amber, and like I said, he can knock it to 5 though, so he has the Essence Principle will stop it. But the question is, how much farther can he go after that? Like, is he just buying a turn, or is this game over? We'll find out.
His capture this turn. Glad he's playing the time. Wasn't he capture?
Only when friendly dice go.
Dice damage, sorry. Yep.
We don't need mythical status for decks. That's silly. I do feel like if a deck is like a top, like qualified candidate for Worlds, it should no longer be available to qualify for that same Worlds. I think that's as far as I would take it. I don't think we need mythicals or ascensions or anything else. People want to play their deck, and it's fine, but they should only be able to, only one person should be able to play the deck and get qualified for Worlds with that one deck. You know, we don't want to see everybody qualify for Worlds with one deck, and then like Worlds becomes a hodgepodge of randomness. I think that's the fairest solution for KeyForge. So we're looking at another turn. The Everessence Principle was played, but now we have to see how is Meetups going to actually survive this next turn, which I don't believe there's a way to do that, because I think he's going to spike his amber count again, tax the keys, collect keys on the amber, and then at the end of it all, there's just going to be an insane amount of amber that Meetups will not have an answer to, because he doesn't have a scaling amber control card, which means that as this happens, there will be no chance for him to clean up this game. So it pretty much looks like it's going to be end game scenario right here for Meetups. Go. Amber's counting. We're up to 8. Nine, 10. Reaps the 13, it looks like. A total of 13. I don't think there's an answer to that, unfortunately, for Meetups. What do we got there? 6-13. Yep, good game. So there we go. We got the end of the game. Boom, boom shakalaka. Grab the mic. I will go and try to grab speed pace before he goes to dinner, but I will let you know one way or the other the plans here as we come back from, like, before I cut out for dinner. I'll make sure I give you guys one last heads up so that we can talk about what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? Where is my transition piece? Dum dum dum. There we go. All right, so let me go see if I can get Speed Pace to come in and give us a scenario of what was going on in his head. But he did get to his Mars, and that was a game over for Meetups. Meetups almost made a comeback. It was pretty cool, but let me give him a grab, and we'll be right back. Stick in there as we say peace from Rochester. All right, so here we are, Jupiter back, and this is Speed Paced, who just won a very tight game. Yeah, we were looking at the game, and you came out like blaring, like you were way ahead, and we were like, "Oh, this looks bad for meetups." And I was like, I made a comment saying, "Library access turn has to be great," and he hit a great library access turn.
I was sweating bullets after that. I was like,
Yep. And then I was like, and then on the stream, I was like, I was saying like, I think the only out you had was to actually hit your Mars hard. And it came right in a timely, like one turn later, you probably lose, right? Like pretty close.
pretty much, yeah. So in the beginning, I came out swinging because he shuffled it too. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. I just want to make sure they can hear you.
He shuffled the deck, and it just like, I was like, oh, I shuffled well. Wait, you shuffled well, because all the Geistoid came out early. So that's, luckily I got ahead there. But man, I thought I was sunk after the library access. I was just hunting for the doctor. Like the one doctor in the deck makes it sing. Other than that, I'm really just looking for the doctor. So
okay. Well, Data Forge I think knows you because he's saying congrats for the win, and he was able to correct your deck name because I had a G instead of an O, and I was having a hard time finding.
God. Because that name is so.
Kennelville is like very interesting, but yeah.
Sure.
So I noticed that you guys' decks were very similar, so I thought that it was going to be a who got to it a better advantage early.
We're both just
but then you guys still,
sprinting,
but then you guys had a back and forth that was actually very interesting to watch. Like I said, how do you feel? Are you feeling good going into the next? Yeah, what? 2 more rounds? One, maybe 2.
I guess 1. I lost round 1. So
it doesn't matter. You have to lose twice.
No, I know, but that means I'm fighting for my life every round, right?
Is it stressful?
Yeah, it's a little.
Yeah, just a little bit.
But I'm still alive.
But you're still here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people, they lose in round 1 and they just quit to go play side events because they can win one Rochester like vault deck if they win a side event.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but why do you come to a vault tour?
No, yeah, come on.
You come to compete, right?
You got to play to win.
Yeah. So with that said, I wish you luck the rest of the way. Maybe we'll see you on stream again.
Thank you.
I believe after dinner we're gonna take a break for 1 hour or so, and then after dinner we're gonna have the Alliance Finals game. So move this up out of my head now, but we're gonna have the Alliance Finals game. So thank you again, Speed Pace, for playing.
Happy to do it.
And make sure that you keep trucking, right? Like keep it moving along. So we'll be back in about an hour, folks. I will keep you posted in the chats as we're coming back and stuff. So thank you again for tuning in. Thank you for being here. A lot of you guys all day. We still have Not Too Night from Poland watching.
Really?
Yeah, and you know how late it probably is for her? Amazing, but she's the best, so that just happens. Anyway, so everybody will be back. So we'll see you very soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to round 3457 of the Rochester Vault. No, just kidding. Wait, quick draw. What round are we in?
5, 6. It's 6.
It's
I got
6?
confirmation from the producer. Jupiter, the producer, telling us this is round 6.
Yeah, for folks who don't know, we have a little joke about 6s and 3457s, so I'm really glad that we got round number 6. Quick
Yeah,
draw.
the elusive 6.
Yeah.
So we're here because we both lost.
So sloppy.
Very sloppy. But we had fun, and we are very happy to be streaming this last round game of Archon, speed-paced versus second act, and we got a Grim Reminders doozy here.
Reminders doozy indeed. Yeah, playing around for both, and then major congrats to Southerly Elf for making it in. I think that was recently determined, but these two competitors looking to make their playoff berth as well. So I actually just lost to second act playing this very same deck last round, so I know it well. We'll see what happens here.
A little too well.
A little too well. And yeah, second act on the bottom of the stream, speed pace on the top. Very good.
All right, so we saw a Beam of Forgetting from second act on turn 1. I did not see what he discarded.
I missed it there. And then it looks like 3 cards being shown. What are we doing here?
He's going to just play some Geistoid creatures.
Okay. S. Canoeville. How do you say that, quick draw?
I would say that's a Canoeville.
Do you have canoes in Canoeville?
They have a lot of canoes in Canoeville.
They don't have a whole lot of C either. Look at this, 3.0 C. I was like,
Yeah.
is that the artifact
Is this
control?
a Worlds Collide deck they're playing?
Oh man, where are the World Collide decks today? So yeah, a whopping 12.1 C between the two decks. Though I know Plimpton very much is a combo deck, so it's just looking to go nuts with its combos. We'll
First
see.
time you played against Plimpton, you're probably like, there's no combos here, right?
Definitely not. Its Mars is fine, but yeah, the Geistoid is definitely the backbone of the deck. But we do see Mars come out in force here. What was that? Don't believe your eyes for no value. I want to say no amber yet anywhere? No, there must have been some amber.
He has one, but I think it may have been captured.
Okay.
But he's not haunted, so the Don't Believe Your Eyes will not really give any value. So Plimpton is, you said, a combo deck. It really runs by the Geistoid. It has an Island of Misfit Toys, a Well of Memory, a Spectral Ruth, an Ecto Charge, a Boo, Beergeist, pretty much every good Geistoid card you can imagine.
Oh yeah.
And the rest of the deck is, I don't want to insult the rest of the deck, but it's this deck is playing for the Geistoid, right?
Geistoid's a backbone. Geistoid backbone for sure. It is very capable of going deck in hand early on, and not even needing to forge at the start of the turn. It can make a bunch of amber with pips in Geistoid, mill itself with the In Here Somewhere is the Boo. There's an Holiday Festival 2, I believe, Jungle Restoration, and then just kind of go looping around with Well of Memory, Island of Misfit Toys, In Here Somewhere, and Jungle Restorations. Yeah, it can go nuts.
Yeah, we are familiar with Plimpton, not as much with Canoeville, and so speed pace there, just discarding. That was a Squallmaster, I believe, to exhaust the target, so it can't archive itself. Came out with the Tangy Mangy, but what are we looking at with Canoeville? Because it's also got Geistoid, Mars Unfathomable, Mirror Match with the houses. but there appear to be very different decks.
Very different decks. No key cheat in Canoeville. And the Geistoid looks a little bit less bursty in terms of how well it can mill itself. Got in here somewhere, got Junk Restoration. We've got, that's really the most there. Haunted House is going to do some work slowly. But look at that Mars, though. Triple Ironix Rebel and Dr. Xyloxylfrex. So yeah, we may see some Mars Reaps. Mars Rule of Sixes happening
Some
here.
Rule of Sixes for sure. It has almost no creature control. The 3 creature control I'm looking at this probably comes from like Call of the Voids, Echoing Death Knell, Plague Wind, and that might be about it. That and some fights probably, right?
Yeah, and we're early in the game here. The Catch and Release is a big defensive card for second act, and we're seeing it played early on. So hopefully, hopefully for him, he can come back on his feet and hit some of those problematic Mars cards that he was getting off the board. So let's see what's getting discarded here.
Mangy Mangy.
Ironix Rebel, okay.
A couple Geistoids.
Okay. And yeah, we can see just the top of their grip there. There's another Rebel. I can't tell if there's a Xyloxylfrex, but a bunch of Unfathomable look like. And then John just playing a Covetous Hema, a sloppy Covetous Hema, as it were.
John being second act.
John being second act.
Yeah, he's going to try to deck craft for a while until he can set up the Geistoid. And so if he mills his deck enough and he gets the right pieces, get him back with Junk Restoration in here somewhere, he's going to be able to play the Ecto Charge to forge a key, and then Spectral Ruth at the same turn and archive basically his entire deck. And that will set up the Island of Misfit Toys in the Well of Memory to just, not rule of 6, but he will use pretty much every Geistoid card 3 times in a turn. So that's what he's going for. It's going to look like his deck's not doing very much early on, but he's doing a lot of very crafty crafting to get to that board state.
Yeah, and let's see, the artifact control in Canoeville is what we have, the Spontaneous Awakening. So, left alone with those artifacts, those problematic artifacts in Plimpton, right, we've got Island of Misfit Toys and Well of Memory that can really do a lot of work. The Island of Misfit Toys, you can't just play that out and look for value later on, so you've got to be a little bit careful there. You really don't want to get that spontaneously awakened, as it were.
So Spontaneous Awakening, if your opponent's haunted, destroy an enemy artifact. If you do, play that card as if it were in your hand, attach Spontaneous Awakening to it as an upgrade with attacks and card bonus like Geistoid. They actually both have this.
They do indeed.
So
hilarious.
If Second Act does want to play it,
he can hold his own.
And he can get it spontaneously awakened. It will come into play exhausted for speed paste, giving Second Act the chance to steal it back if he holds that Spontaneous Awakening.
So let me see. Spontaneous Awakening, are you going to... So you destroy it. The upgrades that were on it before fall off.
Yeah, it seems correct.
Okay, so the prior Spontaneous Awakening falls off. You have a chance to find it back again. A very quick, brief turn.
Aldia Stray is going to reap and nothing to capture.
Some seemingly quiet turns while they're both kind of setting up, positioning for their combos. Yeah, very different matchup than I just had with Second Act. I was on a very speedy, heavy steel Winds of Exchange deck and trying to race out underneath the combo coming together. And here we have sort of this quiet setup game while they're trying to get things lined up.
He's got the Brash Grabber, but it is enraged, so he's not haunted yet. They don't have any haunted indicators, but target comes out. I did not see what it archived. He's got a Jammer Pack on the Covetous Hema, which is now elusive.
Covetous Hema with buddies on either side, very nice. Although, yeah, this Albia could fight in for sure. Okay, thing from Canoeville. Looking over the list.
Second Act's going to pass the turn. Second Act has, he told us he never leaves home without artifact control. He's got a Glimmer Spore and a Spontaneous Awakening in here, so he's got his own answers.
Yeah, artifacts on the other side. What do we got?
We've got a Loyalty Implants, which is interesting to steal. A Haunted House and a Soul Vial. So Canoeville has the Soul Vial Trawler combo. So Glimmer Sporing the Soul Vial actually might be the way to go long term.
That's interesting. Yeah, I think I could see the Soul Vial Trawler being good for one round. I suspect John will just leave it out there, and we'll let it don't believe your eyes, Amber, pile up on it and just kind of turn its back on it. We'll see. Once Plimpton gets going and it keeps looping its own veil of ectoplasm, it's really hard to keep up, and you may just not want to play any games with Soul Vial and Trawler.
So it looks like he did fight the target, and John's going to do. He's going to boo himself.
So we see in here somewhere get milled, notably Mars First, Island of Misfit Toys, VR Geist.
So a lot of Geistoid cards in there. I did not see an Ecto or Spectral Ruth.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what those three were flashed up there. Oh, breaking news. I think these are the folks who are confirmed in the top cut so far.
That's right, for Archon, yeah.
Awesome. So we've got Chimera, Southerly Elf, Drazcor, double top 8s for Drazcor. Very nice. Luker, and Mike Fooney.
All right.
Funny? Did you say Fooney or funny?
Fooney, I think.
That's nice.
I hope yeah, Mike Fooney, I believe, is playing Vandala, which is the deck that won the Roseville Ball Tour about a month ago.
Which is the deck that won?
Which is the one.
Which is the one, yeah.
So he's got, John's second act has got the VR Geist, so he must have gotten it back with an in here somewhere, perhaps.
Okay, and we're resolving Junk Frustration. Glare is a little rough, but I definitely see a Veil of Ectoplasm and Ectocharge.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if he is, let's see, I don't know if he can get the 6 right here.
6 may be tough. Sitting at 2, looks like a healthy discard pile, and he passes the turn. Oh no, taking a look at the opposing discard pile. Interesting, so may have a Well of Memory in hand, maybe looking to bring back that BR Geist for another round.
So the Well of Memory here, he can play it, how did he get the BR Geist back? Maybe he
Does he have multiple?
No, he only has one.
Maybe it was a Well of Memory activation. No, I don't see that there. Oh, there is a Well of Memory.
Okay,
Bottom
so,
left there, hiding out.
So
Got it.
We're catching up. He played the Well of Memory, purged a bunch of stuff, and took back things like the BR Geist, probably a Boo. He probably has enough pips now to get to 6. Ectocharge and Spectral Ruth.
Spectral Ruth. Yeah, let's see if it happens.
I'm guessing he's got the fuel here to do it.
Yeah. Having a think, getting ready to sequence things out. Ectocharge comes down for an Amber. In here somewhere gets played.
He's going to archive the Ecto, I bet.
Ecto, and we go for the next card. Healthy Archives growing over there for John too. Looks like 5 or 6 at least. Let's see if we'll see what that second card is. I saw a flash of Geistoid, but that's all I got.
All right. Good eye.
Ready's up. Okay. And sends it on over. Mike Fooney, or not Mike Fooney, Speed Paste. Mike Fooney's the one who made it there. Looking at a Grip of Mars. Plays the Loyalty Implants. And yeah, we're going to see a whole bunch of Mars coming out.
Shenanigans right there. He's got a Grabber Jammer, 2 Rebels.
Eyeing a Grabber Jammer.
Okay.
Grabber Jammer number 1. Oh, and a Scoop Up. Might be good.
So the Rebel's just going to ready 1 creature. He must not have a second non-Rebel in hand. He's going to reap and capture with the Grabber Jammer.
Mm-hmm. This is interesting. Still kind of very much in positioning mode for both these, though John's definitely building. No Xylo here is tough.
Yeah, that would have been a big one, I think. Is he going to play the Plague Wind, or is he going to discard it?
Plague Wind's hovering in the do I discard zone. Looks like it's getting played.
It's got Sloppy Pip on it.
Sloppy Plagues. Oof.
So,
those are the worst.
It's going to kill the Covetous Hema. Kill one of his own. His Albia Stray, which had enough damage on it. He's got a Jammer Pack as well.
Jammer Pack down on, is that Vlad? Looks like Vlad.
Varad?
Varad. Yes.
Varad the Indulgent. All right, there's the second Rebel. He's going to capture another one regardless. He's probably, I don't know if he's going to reap or fight here.
Mm-hmm.
But the taxing from the Grabber Jammer is probably not going to be a factor for the Ectocharge, because the Ectocharge now with the min 6, he's probably going to be well below that. over 26 in discard.
Mhm.
So just not really worried about the tax, even with the jammer pack, I'm guessing.
Yeah, empty deck. Although he's got to help the archives. If he pulls the archives and plays out his Geistoid, I think that's right.
Yeah.
+2 is probably not going to have a big impact.
So he's just gonna reap twice. Looks like. Maybe he might fight the target.
Looks like a double reap.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And ready's up.
Speed Pace got the loyalty implants now, which can allow him to get a few extra reaps next turn if they all survive. We're gonna see probably Geistoid here. Took his second act took his archive.
Took the archives?
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
So this is where the math begins. Brash Grabber is just gonna
Omni, yeah, Omni away that Amber.
Omni to take it back even though it's enraged. Cool trick.
Very cool trick.
That
On
trick.
off-house turn, you can use those Omnis even for enraged creatures.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're not able to fight, you can essentially ignore those enraged tokens, enraged counters. Yeah. All right, first up, looks like a Junk Restoration, a very shiny Junk Restoration on an empty deck. Yeah, exactly.
Probably below 26 right now. Or actually, he only needs to be at like 23, I think.
23 in deck. Yeah.
In discard.
Yes.
Is that right?
23 to even out the Grabber Jammer and the Jammer pack.
And Forge for 6.
And Forge for 6, yeah. So he's got
6. Even if he Forge for 7, it's not really a big deal then.
Nope, and we've seen his hand. He's got Island of Misfit Toys in hand. Looks like another Amber Pip, maybe BR Geist. Yeah, BR Geist meaning even the Ruth can be in discard pile while this happens.
Yep, and he can get the Well of Memory to discard for an extra one if needed.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Well of Memory can action itself. I'll be curious to see if he plays Island of Misfit Toys at all. Yep, there goes the Well of Memory into discard pile.
I would play.
You play that into the Spontaneous Awakening.
Yeah, because you have your own Spontaneous Awakening. Just hold on to your own.
And bring it back.
Bring it back if you need to.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I like it. I think Canoeville's Speed Pace Geistoid turns aren't that worrisome relative to the Mars turns?
Yeah.
Like if you're going into Geistoid to take to steal the well.
No Winds of Death in this game.
No Winds of Death here. Both relatively low C overall, and very in different combos than we see. Well, I didn't actually see that many Rebel Xylo combo decks today. There was a decent amount of
I
Winds
just
of Death.
played against one.
Did you?
It was
Oh,
maybe-
yeah. That may have been the only one I've seen. Definitely did not base
Two
any.
then. Yeah, because the one I just played against had 2 Doctors, 2 Rebels. This one's got 3 Rebels, 1 Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
So the other thing is that John, second act, cannot handle the board this turn with Geistoid. He can do pretty much everything else you can possibly imagine,
Mm-hmm.
but no out-of-hand C, except for I guess he could play the Spontaneous Awakening to destroy a robot if he wanted.
Yep. He could take the loyalty implants, use his Mars creature to fight in. All right, so there's the Ruth that comes down. It's a sloppy Ruth, I do believe. Yep, the Ecto Charge was purged for a key. John's going to flip his discard pile over into his archives. Yeah, the brutal thing with this deck is you don't even need to forge at the start of your turn, so it's really tough to manage both the key cheat and Ruth in the same house.
Yeah. I wonder, did second act make a little mistake here? I don't know if he had. He must not have had the Veil of Ectoplasm in his hand.
Play that before.
Played it before. He probably could have taken him off check, but he must not have had it. It may have been one of the ones milled earlier.
Could be.
So he is going to let Speed Pace Forge for 6 here.
So for Amber board control, we've got the tough to tell on the screen over here. You got the magic touch.
You got to hold it, I think, on the iPad. Plague Wind, Echoing Death Knell, 2 Call of the Voids, and Spontaneous Awakening is the only C in Canoeville.
Wow, Spontaneous Awakening, generous C. Although, wait a minute. Spectral Ruth? Is Spectral Ruth robot? Does that get awakened?
That would be very interesting.
Speed Ace gonna
Spectral Ruth is
a
just
specter.
not
Okay,
a
not a
robot.
robot.
So,
That would be hilarious.
Spontaneous Awakening does not work on specters. Cyborgs, robots, artifacts. That would be a treat if that worked.
I did get to talent scout the Spectral Ruth at one point today with a very small discard pile, but on a turn that I had forged, and it was pretty funny.
So what is that? That's the Spontaneous Awakening, isn't it?
There's the Spontaneous Awakening. Yep.
He's just getting it for value. He's playing it for a bit.
Just for Pip, yeah. I think that's fine.
Actually, Brash Grabber. Brash Grabber might have been a robot.
Brash Grabber is a
Martian.
scientist Martian.
Sure looks like a robot.
It does.
Maybe it's a Martian operating a robot.
No, could be.
Would you have held the Spontaneous Awakening?
I don't think so.
No?
No. If I'm going Geistoid here, I'd feel really bad about holding Spontaneous Awakening. If I'd kind of want to have a big turn because it's really just a speed bump. It's a very, very, very brief speed bump.
Alright, so he did use the loyalty and plans. So he's going to reap 3 times. He reaped twice and fought once. He fought off the Spectral Roof with the Grabber Jammer, and he's going to reap a couple times with the Geistoid. Going to check again. He's got 8 amber and a key. Second act has 0 amber and a key.
Echoing Death Knell gets played or discarded? Discarded, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Could you imagine playing a 3C deck and then discarding the 1 card that actually gives you some C?
Echoing Death Knell, oof. Though interesting, could have played the Echoing Death Knell before Ruth was off board.
Would have wiped his own Mars.
Have his own Mars too. Yeah, you would have lost your rebels just to get Target and Brash Grabber off board. Yeah, it
Would
seems.
have been an interesting play. We would have actually cleared the board.
Would it? Oh, because Farad is a 4.
And Brash Grabber
And
is 3.
and then we have Reaver and then
Jammer's
5.
essentially at 5.
Yep. Yeah.
So didn't want to clear the board.
Makes sense. And John's playing some Geistoid cards for Pips. Second Axe playing Geistoid cards for Pips. BR Geist comes down. We're going to have a look at Speed Pace discard pile. Eyeing that trawler.
I don't think he. I don't think he wants to.
Well, he's not haunted, so I don't think we're gonna see that. Yeah.
The trawler's in there, but I don't know if I would take the trawler because you want to. I think if you could take him off check here, which you can with the Veil of Ectoplasm, set yourself up again for another turn. And then the Mars is when you can really steal a lot, essentially, with the Don't Believe Your Eyes.
Cash in, yeah. Yeah, he does take the trawler, but not haunted. No captures happening. He's going to play Spontaneous Awakening here. I think we do have some robots. Is that a Reaver? Vrod might be a robot. I'm not sure.
I think they both are, yeah. So he's going to get rid of that Jammer pack.
Cool. So it does get destroyed. The other upgrades fall off, like we were saying. Gets replayed here. I forget if Vrod has a capture on play.
If you're paying close attention there, most people use Spontaneous Awakening for artifacts.
Yeah.
And so Second Act took that creature and immediately put it in his artifact line.
Yes, yeah.
Before realizing, wait a minute, I'm taking your creature actually.
Yeah, it doesn't happen all the time. A lot of robots though in the set. Okay. Dark Lamp and the ability there to grant elusive to creatures with amber on them. Pretty relevant here. We're going to see amber get spread around an awful lot, and there's not going to be a ton of ways for Speed Base to reach around the taunt. I think Rod has taunt. Is that right?
Rod does not have taunt. Rod captures 1 each time
Okay.
the Geistoid creature fights.
Well, shows what I know.
So he does have the Veil of Ectoplasm. He's going to capture 1, 2, 3. Looks like just 3, 4 maybe. 4. Yeah. So they're all elusive except for the target.
Yeah.
And this is why I think I probably would have held the Echoing Death.
Oh, hold the Echoing Death Knell for after the Geistoid comes down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if you have a healthy ramp of 2s and 3s. Yeah. So Well of Memory purges 2 unfathomable creatures, the Lucolia and the Kokori.
Freaky Terminator.
Freaky Terminator.
Yeah.
Very nice. 2 cards coming back. 3 cards going? 4. No. We're purging more. We're purging lots of things.
I mean, if your second act, how many unfathomable would you purge here? You can make yourself like a 2-house deck, basically.
Basically. I mean, you care about your own C as well. Though at this point, you're kind of pulling ahead, and maybe you don't quite so much. So I'd probably be a little bit greedy here. The cards that I would consider keeping, gosh.
Yeah, if you're gonna keep the unfathomable, you want to keep the C and you want to keep the caps.
Yeah, catch and release if you're reluctant to go.
Yeah, he did purge. I think it was all creatures from unfathomable, which aren't going to get him any value. He only wants to go into that house once. When it's necessary.
Yeah, another BR Geist coming out.
So Well of Memory took back the VR Geist.
Ooh, stealing the Xylo.
Alright, so no Rebel for John. That Doctor is almost definitely going to survive.
Yeah.
I guess Speed Pace could go to Mars here and fight it twice.
Mm-hmm. And the Xylo with a capture pip on it too, notably. Okay, all but one. Why is it? Yeah, this is so. This threw me off because it is getting pushed up as though it has taunt.
It does not have taunt. Yeah, Speed Pace got it. John did not capture on the target, so he did not make it elusive. He's kind of asking for it to be fought, which is interesting. I mean, I might have. Should you give him back an amber when you?
I think there is an amber on it. It's hard. It's hard to see from the glare, but I think there is.
Yeah, you're right. It mixes in with the glare. So everything on second X side of the board is elusive.
And it looks like we're going to be in an unfathomable turn. Or no, is this a sloppy pip being resolved? A discard happened of some sort. Maybe just checking out the discard pile. But we see a full grip again of Mars for Speed Paste. Looks like another.
He's got the disintegrator.
Disintegrator comes down.
No way to use it.
We have both rebels accounted for. It looks like a draw pip. Yep.
He's shuffling his deck, so it's no longer haunted.
Yep. I think there was at least another grabber jammer in hand. Can't remember what else we saw. Having a bit of a think or chat.
I might have tried to shuffle those rebels back in. He's going to be doing any fighting. I wonder if he's just going to leap out here, though.
So you would say double fight, get one rebel back in the shuffle, draw a card with the.
It's probably what I would have done.
Yeah, you can get one fight, or one of your rebels destroyed and back in the shuffle. Not a bad idea.
So it's worth noting that second act still has his deck in hand except for a few Geistoid and discard, all of which can be taken back into hand next turn with the Island of Misfit Toys.
Yep.
Including the Well of Memory.
Including the Well of Memory, yeah. So you can sacrifice or destroy the Well of Memory and then that be one of the cards you bring back with Island of Misfit Toys. Yep. Brutal. The artifacts in this deck are really impressive. There's double rares and Geistoid from Pumpton. Yeah, looks like another grabber jammer. We'll see what else.
So he discards the Skullmaster somehow.
There may be a sloppy pip as well on the.
Good call on the disintegrator.
Yep,
The
draw and
Skullmaster's
sloppy.
going to exhaust somebody.
Can we go for the Xylo?
I don't know if there's any Mars creatures in the discard that you're really worried about. He did the Trawler.
Interesting.
He's gonna.
Oh, is there a Call of the Void?
There is, but he's in Mars, so he can't Call of the Void it. He must expect him to go into Unfathomable.
Maybe.
I don't think he's going to Unfathomable. Probably not ever again. I think he's going back to Geistoid. So we saw a few fights on the Grabber Jammer, killing off the Doctor. Takes some damage and captures. Second act still has 7 amber and key cost of 7. There's another Grabber Jammer in hand, so Speed Pace is going to keep second act off a key again.
Yep. Yep, we got to figure out how to deal with that. I guess Unfathomable, you may worry about Unfathomable as John's own Echoing Death Knell would tear through Speed Pace board. Same with Strange Torpedo. Strange Torpedo would take out the disintegrator, stun the other Martians. Maybe.
He got his third rebel, so he did use the disintegrator.
Yep.
Ready, the wrong one.
May have been a fight there, forgetting about elusive. Okay, Trawler. Yep, Trawler does not get to ready.
He did erase most of second act amber with the disintegrator.
Yep, 3 or 4 gone there. Yeah, so you think we're going to see another Geistoid turn?
Did he play the rebel there? He only had 2 on the board.
Yeah, I think it may have been a Mars first on the disintegrator.
Ah, okay, Mars first. There we go. Thank you.
Yep. Mars first disintegrator makes John lose 4.
So since he didn't forge, I think he's going to go Mars here. because I think he wants to go so high right now and next turn forge and then play the special Ruth again. So I think we're going to see try to burst. Actually, I don't know if we can because Don't Believe Your Eyes, I don't believe Speed Paste is haunted right now.
So John needs to be haunted for Don't Believe Your Eyes, right?
That was your opponent. So Don't Believe Your Eyes says, if you are haunted, a creature captures 2 from its own side.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a creature captures 1. So John is not haunted.
Okay, so Glimmers.
He might be. What's he going to here?
If he can get there, he can stack up a bunch of amber on the Disintegrator and then use the damage pip on Jammer Pack to finish it off, which would be really nice.
He is going to just discard some Mars cards to get himself haunted. Looks like that's the direction he's going here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he has the option to fight some of his Martians as well. Could see a double fight into one of the Grabber Jammers, maybe, or just, I mean, still reaping the target is awfully nice.
He discards the Overclock Shot Caller, and I think that gets him haunted now.
Yeah, having a double count, just to make sure. Okay. Don't Believe Your Eyes comes down for full value on the Disintegrator. Yep, I think we're going to see the other one, which has a capture pip as well. That's going to be the last 3 amber. Yep.
Probably going to capture on Barad. It's on the Dark Land.
Yep. 1 there, 2 on the Disintegrator, and then Jammer Pack goes on. Barad seems pretty good. This is the one that gets bigger, right?
It gets bigger for each amber on it. It's why I thought he would have captured on Barad says +1 for each amber on it.
Yep.
So he does take the Jammer back. And he's going to kill off the Disintegrator to give second act 4 more amber. So it's 9.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a check. We'll see what we do with the rest of these reaps or fights.
He could. Let's see here.
You know, interesting. Varad is going to get big.
Yeah. There's no way to kill it.
There's just the other Spontaneous Awakening, and you get back around.
True. Or you could exhaust it with a Skullmaster and then call it void.
Yeah, double call the void.
Double call the void works too.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a ton of efficiency in Canoe, and so he's going to take like pretty average turns, I feel, to get to a point where he can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so second act fought the Grabber Jammer twice to kill it.
Double fight there.
Reduce attacks, take back 2 amber.
I think there's a couple Mars first coming. Yep, there's number 1. Got a pip. We're going to ready and reap.
I imagine reap. Yeah.
I mean, there's an argument. No, there's not a great argument for double fighting. But yeah, here's the second Mars first. Reaps again. Captures again. Very strong. All right, let's see. Ready's up.
Yeah. There is a decent amount of amber control in Canoe. I don't know if there's enough to take him off check here. It looks like he's got, what is that, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, probably about 12. Gotta hold on the tile. There you go. KT Russell, first time seeing an iPad.
Just so. Gotta touch it just so. Let's see. Tangy Mangies, multiple Tangy Mangies, multiple Grabber Jammers. We've seen one dealt with.
So there's a Wacolia Sloppy Pit. Tangy Mangy might help him out a lot here. I don't know if it'll be enough still. Alright, so he's going to discard, is that a Reaver?
Looks like a Reaver.
Does not have a scrap.
Nope. Yeah, and Tangy Mangy is also one of those that cares about your opponent being haunted. So John's keys would get taxed. Mm-hmm.
Alright, so he's going to discard the Skullmaster to exhaust the Trawler.
Yep.
And he's going with the line, call the Void on the Trawler to try to get his Trawler back and try to claw back into this game with the Trawler sold wild, probably.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Trawler goes to the bin, and Ready's up.
Alright, so Grabber Jammer out, attacks for 1. Second act pace, looks like 7 there.
7 for key, 5 remaining. Looking at his hand. Here I do think we see Geist do it again, reaching for the archives.
Gonna just get that roof back.
He did forge this turn. Yep.
He did forge, yes. He's gonna I want to Misfit Toys first to take back those guys to it.
Mm-hmm. Play through them all. Yep.
Not haunted, but I don't think it really matters in Geistoid.
No. Becoming unhaunted turns off the opposing Spontaneous Awakening, though, which may or may not become relevant. He's going to check, though, to see whether or not he's haunted for in here somewhere. which would just archive. There's no deck to mill.
And worth noting, Canoeville has 7.8 recursion, but none of it will get back the trawler this turn. Soul Vial, Dr. X, and in here somewhere. So he's not going to be able to get that trawler back that I can see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like a boo just for some pips. You see a bunch of pips and Geistoid get played out, then get played out again, then get played out again. BR Geist, I think.
I was going to take something from Speed Paste.
Yeah. Trawler for the lulz? No.
Yeah, he did it. He took the trawler. Oh, man.
Okay. Trawler goes right back.
Yeah. I think this is academic at this point.
At this point, I think it's gonna be very tough for Speed Pace to get back in. I mean, what would you play for? What would the outs be if you were Speed Pace that you'd angle for at this point?
I mean, we never saw the Soul Vial. His deck has 7 efficiency technically. It's not a very efficient deck though. It doesn't have a lot of ways to get through the deck. It does have a junk restoration in here somewhere, but it did not fall through. Okay, yeah, he just extends the hand. So second act will advance to the top 8, I believe, with this win.
I believe so. Yeah, I think this was a win-in round for
We
both.
had 5 players that we named earlier that are in: Chimera, Subtly Elf, Draskor, Luker, and Mike Fooney. We believe second act is going to be joining them, and there are 2 other games happening out there.
2 other games happening. Could be done at this point, but yeah, we're up before.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we've been familiar with Plimpton. Very good deck. It's probably 1 in 10 games prone to a bad draw where it can't get things going, but it's a really strong Grim Riders. And we're going to probably see that again in the top cut, doing some shenanigans with Geistoid.
I hope so. Yeah, we're sharing an Airbnb with Second Deck. We're de facto rooting for him now.
He's going to make sure that we are up all night testing matchups.
Yeah, it represents the strength of our house combined.
Yeah. So.
Excellent. Well, a good game. Yeah, once Plimpton gets going, it's really tough to disrupt unless you have some very specific tools. Had Canoeville, had a catch and release, something along those lines.
Yeah.
At the turn after the archives get pulled, maybe there's a window for you to claw back in. But yeah, really
props
tough
to
to-
Speed Pace for getting this far with a deck that
Absolutely.
that's a very brave deck to play with 3C.
3C.
I feel like we're in a different meta now, right? Like with Grim Reminders, you don't need the C as much as you might have needed it against Winds of Exchange.
Yeah.
So perhaps that was part of the reason they were confident with that choice.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine this time last year bringing decks with 3C to
No,
right?
would not have done that. Oddly though, today I played 5 games, I think, and 4 of them were against Winds of Exchange.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that means that there's more in the field, but my experience was a lot more Winds of Exchange than I expected.
I played against exactly 2 Grim Reminders decks today. Yourself and Second Deck.
Yeah, wow. And the rest was Winds of Exchange?
And the rest was, no, I played against Mass Mutation and, no, sorry, I lied. I'm prone to it. One other Grim Reminders. Stay sloppy.
Yeah, there were a few Coda decks floating around.
There were Coda decks floating around,
And I heard a rumor of Dark Tidings.
May have been Second Deck.
It may have been Second Deck. All right. Keep the hope alive. Maybe it was real. Maybe it was Archons.
There were at least 3 or 4 people saying that they had Dark Tidings decks they were considering. Does it count?
Yeah, I think I would say that. I mean, I actually wasn't even considering the Dark Tidings.
Oh my goodness. I hope Murph's not in the chat.
I hope Murph's not here watching. I hope he is watching. Yeah. So, I don't know for the top cut what everyone else is playing.
So Mike Fooney, I believe, is playing the same Witch's deck Pandora, right?
Which is Grim Reminders. Chimera's playing.
Wait, the Porcupine Witch.
Okay.
Oh, multiple Witch Queen decks.
I like
Awesome.
that. All right.
If I were playing Grim Reminders today, it would have been a Witch Queen deck.
All All right, so the Witch Queen with Way the Porcupine. I didn't see that deck, but that's a very cool way to get your witches to die.
That's fun. So you put the Wave of the Porcupine on an opposing creature, and then you can fight into them. And if you have a Haunting Witch and a Chota.
And the Way the Porcupine is hazardous 3, it gives them?
Hazardous 3,
Or
which
2.
is a great number.
3 is the perfect number.
3 is the perfect number.
So that's a very cool one.
That's cool. I want to say that. Ooh, I don't know. I think Southerly Elf is also
Southerly
on.
Elf's playing Constantino, which is a Winds of Exchange bot deck that plays
Awesome.
heavy artifacts with Equidon Outposts, Puzzling Trinket, double Transporter Platform, and just values by drawing tons of cards.
Awesome. So we're getting word that
bot
there's
deck.
there's a yeah.
It's a bot
I've
deck.
faced this
Jupiter's
deck.
bot deck.
Jupiter giving us the lowdown on some of these decks. Yeah, I feel like I've played against you with this deck before. It draws a ton of cards with Puzzling Trinket and lots of pips.
And then it also has the Talent Scout pull up stakes.
Mhm.
So
Great
when
combo.
you capture to the talent, throw it over, then pick it back up and do it again.
Excellent.
done.
So
Love it.
there's at least one Winds of Exchange deck in the top cut.
There's two. Luke is one as well.
Two
It's
t-
called Pippa.
Oh, I know
It's
Pippa.
a scholar deck with
Mhm.
lots and lots of value. Yeah.
Okay, so
Cool.
two
All right,
Winds of
couple
Exchange.
Winds of
decks.
Exchange.
Winds of Exchange, calling back some.
And Drascore is playing
Dark Tidings, right?
no Grim Reminder. It's a Grim Reminder deck.
I tried everybody.
Yeah, so and I'll go see if the other games are done. I know Sunday's game is over, so I could probably get an update.
That was Sunday and Asobi
Sunday
versus Asobi. Yeah,
Yeah, so
that was another winning in. So
yeah, so I think Asobi won.
Asobi one. So we think Asobi made the top cut too. We will confirm.
I will
Yeah.
confirm right now.
All right.
Asobi just eliminated me last round. He's
Mhm.
playing a Grim Reminders deck with 2 Rebels, 2 Dr. X, Spooky Charge, Reclaimed, and some Geistoid Winds of Death stuff.
Yeah.
So,
That was a
also
tight
very
game.
good deck. Very tight game.
Came down to time rules.
We did go to time, and I was digging for my Cease Forge.
Mhm.
I had two near future lenses to try to play it, and so I have lots of ways to shuffle my deck, draw a couple cards at a time, and I ended up not finding it in the 1 in 4 chance. Otherwise, the Cease Forge would have got me the win on time, but that happens.
That happens.
Yeah,
It was a good run.
it was fun. It was a lot of fun today.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun.
Maybe because I played against all Winds of Exchange. I don't know. The Grim Reminder stuff, like second act, what we just saw, like that deck, it plays by itself for a while, as we saw. Like if he gets the engine going like he did, he's got the Island of Misfit Toys, he's got the Well of Memory to kind of take things back. He can play like all the cards 3 times. So I haven't seen too many decks like that here. I think Bandola's one that we saw last Vol Tour that can take pretty long turns, rule of 6 a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure the rest of the field if there was anything else like that, but I had fun games today. I had a lot of fun games.
I had great games today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We played each other.
I had this one jerk in round 1 that I faced.
That was the least fun game, truthfully.
Well, you had some consolation. You got to win and not have fun.
It's we got paired up first round. Couldn't believe it. We got paired up yesterday and sealed in the second round.
In the second round.
And couldn't believe it. So yesterday was like a 1 in 30 chance of being paired at that time. Today was a 1 in 60 some chance of being paired at that time.
Rigged.
Rigged. So yeah.
Quick draw. I have only lost this weekend to people that we are rooming with.
Wow. I don't know if that's impressive or sad.
Yes.
Yes. So they are going to play the sealed top 4 tonight.
They're going to play the Seal Top 4 tonight, probably in an hour or so, a little less.
All right, we got 8.
Got 8.
We got 8.
Oh, boy.
Hold that thought, though. You're going to play in the top 4.
Yes.
For sealed.
For sealed.
So, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Your weekend is not over.
Nope.
I have all fun games the rest of the way.
Mm-hmm. They're all fun games.
And you're going to have some sweaty games in a bit.
I hope so. Hope sweaty games, plural.
All right. Jupiter has our top 8 for Archon. He's writing the rest of the names down for us, I think.
Giving you deck lists.
Giving us deck lists.
Oh, deck lists too.
As far as like the set that they played that I know. I don't know Asobi in second act, but I assume.
Okay. They're both GR.
Yep, both GR.
All right.
Okay, so we've got, what's this name here?
P-Fan.
P-Fan something.
All right.
Just call him P-Fan.
We are really apologize for butchering your name. P-Fan Kuchan?
Sure.
Sure. It's playing Mass Mutation.
Yeah, so we got a Mass Mutation in there.
Oh, awesome. I can't wait to check out that deck.
Top to bottom, we've got Chimera playing Grim Reminders.
Yep.
Southerly Elf playing Winds of Exchange. Drascore playing Grim Reminders. Luke R. playing Winds of Exchange, Mike Fooney playing Grim Reminders, Isobi playing Grim Reminders, Second Act playing Grim Reminders, and PFan playing Mass Mutation. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Grim Reminders, 2 Woe, 1 Mass Mutation.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
Pretty good split.
Pretty good split. Pretty good split. I would say overall too, there was more non-Grim Reminders in the field today than I was expecting.
Yeah.
And maybe that's because I spent most of my day in the X1 bracket side of the draw, but
I had a similar. Well, you said you did not see as much Grim Reminders, but
yeah.
I was in. I won my first. I think I lost my second. So,
okay.
But I still saw like Winds of Exchange almost the whole time.
Almost the whole time.
Yeah.
Winds of Exchange the whole time, pretty much.
Until the last game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Until Sobi. So.
Okay. Very cool.
All right, so we have our top 8. I don't know if Jupiter knows what's next for the evening.
I believe we're wrapping.
Okay.
Dinner break, I think is what's happening next.
Yeah. We might come back for something, but I know
we'll probably come back for the sealed, right?
Alliance was moved to sealed finals.
Sealed
right?
top 4. I imagine we'll be on here.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You're all that's left for the evening.
Okay.
We are. I'm gonna be here all night.
We have
sealed. Like the sealed event is the last.
Oh, I thought you said I was stuck here the rest of the evening.
Oh, you can be.
I might be. JT's playing in the top 4 for sealed.
Yeah.
Hopefully we have that covered here, and then you said Alliance is going to be tomorrow morning as well.
Alliance is tomorrow morning because it's best of 3.
Best of 3 for the final 2.
For the final 2, it's Cat Morrow and June.
Okay, Catmaro in June.
Catmaro in June.
We have
excellent
a near future or near the lens deck with that does a lockdown using Uberic device to befuddle and lock you with the befuddle and then just win. Versus I pitch my multi-warp dimension or multi-dimensional warp. I pitch off of my Myers so I can infinitely loop my deck.
Rule of 6, a bunch of cards.
Miles
There's no
MDR.
rule of 6 thing.
You rule of 6 every other card.
Well, the cards that you're playing, you are. But
yeah.
So if
every other card.
The scraps don't count for the rule of 6. So the multi-dimensional rescue and the missile officer Myers combo that we kind of like picked out earlier.
Early
like,
on.
This is a pretty good one.
Yeah,
Something to watch. Everybody did.
Yeah.
It's pretty big.
No.
So yeah.
But she has a deck that really abuses it. It's a Devon deck too, like a repow deck.
Nice.
Very cool.
They put work into it. They like to bust things.
All right. So to recap, we've got sealed top 4 tonight.
Yep.
Featuring JT Russell.
Oh boy.
We've got Alliance finals best of 3 in the morning, and we've got top 8 for Archon tomorrow as well.
Top 8 for Archon.
Yeah, JDG making a great run in the Alliance side too. I think he lost twice to June.
He did. Yeah. His only losses were to June.
Only losses to June.
So.
And he's looking to see whether or not he'll be 3rd or 4th as a final finish, based on kind of how strength the schedule settles out.
Okay. Yeah.
Cool.
Very cool.
They're about to announce all that stuff out there, so if you guys want to stream out,
all right.
Yeah.
Good night.
Got any words for the folks?
Thanks for watching, everybody, and stay sloppy out there.
Yeah.
Look who's back. Back again. All right, guys. Hopefully you guys had a good break for dinner. I know that it's probably getting late for some people at least and whatnot. But we are here and back to do a sealed event. And we have basically the semifinals of the sealed event going on as we speak. They're getting ready to shuffle up and start. And so we are going to feature the likenesses of the level 14 and S-Jess in this quarter or this semifinal matchup for the sealed format. I was not here for sealed yesterday, so I'm just as excited as you guys are to see what we're gonna find out. So let's see what happens here as we get to witness some fun sealed action.
Oh, is it? I'm asking. I don't know yet. I don't think
So it looks like
I'll go check with Jupiter.
what we got over here. It looks like we have a Geistoid Equidon Untamed Pod named Osplosion Wimvy's Criminal versus overlap. We're live, yes. What do you need? And we have the Pristine Cheat, Untamed, Unfathomable, and Equidon. So there we go. As we get ready to rumble in the jungle with SV versus the level 14. So let's see what these guys can bring to the table here.
Oh yeah, no, that's my phone.
Fun times in the sun.
Yep.
Let's do it.
What do you mean? Ghost Galaxy YouTube?
If you're out there in chat world and you want to drop a line. It's a little bit delayed, but I will see it and I will try to get some shout outs and some hellos to everybody as we go. So
Figure that one out.
I believe Drazcore is in one of the other finalists. I'm not exactly sure who that other finalist is, but we'll find out for you if we'll know next turn no matter what. So this is still a best of one in the semifinals, and then the finals will be a best of three, and we'll see where things end up. It looks like our night is gonna go decently quick. We'll see. It's the LV14. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. Just looks like level 14.
Oh, yeah, you let me go. I got this. Yeah, you wait until I go. Okay. That's fine. Gotta go first. I see how it is. See what I gotta be?
Sounds like we got one person for team LV14 then out in chat with Kevin. Bring this in so we can actually see some of the cards. Get ourselves a try to get ourselves a view.
Oh, I know. We got to do it every time. Otherwise, we'll get called out.
You don't have to. Like you got to present it.
Oh, I see. Oh, and then we'll just have to.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that from this point. Yep.
It looks like S-Jess is the one that won the dice roll to go first, and looking like a mulligan off the start. Oh, JT versus Dravishcore. There you go. I should have known JT. I just talked to him like not too long ago. That's gonna be a pretty sweet matchup. I see everybody was asking about who the top 8 was, and it was Draz, Mike, Chimera, not Chimera, Luke R, Second Act, P-Fan, Southerly Elf, and Asobi is the 8th person that you guys didn't name. So there was one. There's one Mass Mutation deck, that's Asobi, and then 2 Winds of Exchange decks, that's Luke R and Southerly Elf, and then the rest are Grim Reminders, I believe. So over half the field, Grim Reminders again. Yeah, the sleeves are interesting, right? All right, so it looks like a haunted house off to get, and that's going to help him start to push things into his archive and eventually create Amber. So now we see a Murmook coming out. Start the early Untamed Barrage with a, is that a, it's a big body. What is that? Oh, that's the Giant Sloth. Makes an appearance. All right. Go ahead, Giant Sloth. Action gain 3. It's pretty sweet. There's a Haunting Witch a little bit early to the show. Not quite going to drive a lot of value, but looks like he's trying to get through his hand as he dropped a Nepenthe Seed on the backside as well. Haunted House did push something into the pit. Oh, there comes our shiny glare again. Hard to see what that might have been. And then we see a Germinator. Germinator is flying around, and another glary card. Can't see. It looks like they're actions that are being played. Don't have deck lists for these. So there goes a, looks like a Thought Catcher.
So I'm going to Junk Restore.
Looks like a pretty Geistoidy turn coming with the Junk Restoration. So he has the option to put one of these into his hand or to not. I'm guessing he takes Albia Stray here to give him some more Geistoid backup. Another Haunted House in hand. That's pretty sweet. And a BR Geist as well. He's not quite to the point of being able to really be overly effective with it, I think. I don't think anybody has 10 cards yet. But he did get an Amber Pip out of it. Playing with his hand awful low is kind of scary.
Then I'm going to do another Haunted House that has a discard on it.
Good for streaming.
3, 6. And I'm going to discard the Synopterin. And then I am going to play...
Southerly is rocking the bot deck. That is true.
I'm not ready. Not haunted. It's not haunted.
Very good deck.
Not haunted. That's my goal, and I drop my...
I'm going to play Geistoid. I'm going to start with the Halloween Festival.
Okay.
And
How
I'm
many
gonna
we
do-
capture?
Hold on. I'm going to discard the Ice Fin to exhaust your Defense Seed. Yep. And then I discard the top 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's all you had. Okay. Terminator Sloth. Boo. Boo on myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then
Looks like they're cycling through decks. He's playing a lot of the cards into the glare. It's pretty hard to see when he plays them over there, but I think we're stuck with that because that seems to be the area he likes to play them. But again, he's now haunted, so we'll see how that turns and ends.
I'm going to call... So what? Am I not haunted? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So both haunted houses, 9, 10. I am haunted.
2 cards get turns him on to haunted.
1, 2.
So Cursed Tomb too. That's a pretty fun card to have in.
I'm going to destroy each creature, so you get to put 3
See some
on the
Equidon coming down.
archive the top 3 card.
De-escalation, it looks like.
You're haunted?
Yeah.
Okay, I am playing Trade Secrets and discarding 2 Equidon cards to steal 2.
More discarding.
That puts me in check.
Does.
And I am done and drawing 4.
I'm going to play
3, 4.
Untamed. I'm going to pick up.
Doesn't ready up any of the artifacts.
I'm going to play
There we go.
my own.
Not sure why Nepenthe Seed was not readied up.
I'm going to play the Comet Coal. I'm going to play a Grave Pixie. I'm going to play a Mamook. Take it out of check. And then I'm going
We
to
see a
play
fairy, a dust fairy, or dust fairy, amber storm coming into play now. Not sure how much amber is actually in his pool. Let's see if we can zoom out and find it. There it is. See if that's something on it.
Okay. I'm gonna call Geist.
Okay.
Yep.
We're gonna do a couple things. So, I'm still haunted. I'm gonna make 2 more amber.
Yes.
Siri's trying to talk to me.
I'm going to break my Nepenthe
Yep.
to grab BR Geist.
Okay.
I'm going to play BR Geist. Get an amber. Thank you. I'm going to discard Lernian Hydra.
Looks like we have a bit of a
For many haunted, so I'm gonna take a look at yours first.
rush here.
Let's see anything I like. I'm gonna do mine.
That's what I like to hear.
See this? Oh, there's a removed. There's a snippy. Ooh.
I'm haunted.
Is it a Grim Reaper?
And I could hold on. Have another creature in my hand. Well, I guess purging the Grim Reaper is fun in and of itself.
Purging my card.
Yeah.
My card.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna bring the Grim Reaper back.
I think the Grim Reaper has been settled.
And this goes there. The Grim Reaper enters ready because I am haunted.
Sure does.
So I'm going to wait on the Grim Reaper. I got some other stuff to do. I'm going to jump. Oh, I'm gonna play the island.
That's pretty powerful because by taking his Grim Reaper, he has a chance to like get a 2-for-1 on the exile front. So that's pretty that's pretty sweet.
1, 2, 3. I'm gonna grab the Dark Lamp. So play the Dark Lamp. He captures 1.
I see a Dark Lamp come in, grabbing an amber.
Everybody is elusive who has a different.
Nice.
Yes.
I'm gonna play Hallowed Eve Festival. We're gonna do a dip. I'm gonna do
All Hallowed Eve.
1, 2,
So we're looking for Geistoid cards to
3, 4, 5.
nothing. Hits 0 on that one.
I have enough to draw 1, 2, 3, 4. I do. Okay, great.
4 cards left.
Oh, these are not done yet.
For S-Jess.
Done. So I will reap the Grim Reaper for another one, and we're gonna purge him and then remove him. And that's my go. I'm gonna draw my
Producing
4
a
cards, put
check.
my entire discard in my.
Super sloppy. All over the place.
Oh no.
No, it's not. I mean, it's not.
Oh, okay. I was like, what do you have planned? Artifact controls in your graveyard.
Yeah, I know, but
Oh yeah, you can.
Looks like crucial. I think he turned, so maybe he has a way to stop the amber flow that's over on S-Jess's side. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 or 9 amber over there. Hard to see with the blue.
and I'm breaking that to go get
Nepenthe Seed.
nature.
Popping for the Reclaimed by Nature.
No, I'm gonna do
Very
that,
interesting.
and then archive that. And purge.
Shoots the pixie to put it in archive, then uses it to reclaim.
And oh, that was stupid. Oh well. Your turn.
See, that's pretty nice. That's a good value reclaim.
6. I'm still in check.
Jess, I think you got this.
So I am haunted. I am going to double haunted house.
Yeah.
2 ambers off these haunted houses. These things are rocking and socking. As long as you're haunted, those things are just pure value. Every turn, Omni get to do fun stuff. Is he going for another BR Geist?
Where's your deck? You don't have no deck?
No.
Oh, so I can't do. Can
Yeah,
I
I
Dark
know.
Discovery none? Can I Dark Discovery none for you or not? Does that not work?
I mean, you could name cards, but it wouldn't be them.
Oh, that would be very helpful, actually. If I had to discard 2. Okay, I'll do that. Order matters. Okay, so sorry. So order matters. Just leave that card poked out for a little bit, just so I
dredge mechanics in effect. Look, everybody's looking through graveyards.
Came back wrong. Probably I'll do the Haunting Witch. Coming back weird. Came back wrong.
You get an amber for the hunting.
Oh, because I am haunted.
Yeah, it says play. So
Yeah. I'm gonna get a Synopteran and another amber.
Come back wrong, huh?
Okay, then I'm going to play Pester Grove.
On the
Everything else that's coming up.
on the taunt Equidon, that if it dies on the other person's turn, they lose 2.
Yeah, I guess I have to do Mimicry, your.
Oh, the mimicry too. Okay,
So get a dip.
doing a mimic
I discard my 2 cards. Then I'm going to.
into.
And I'm gonna archive a Mimicry. I know it's in here somewhere because this is my entire deck of Spooky Trick. And so these are going in my archive. I am done. I'm untapping everything. I'm in check, and I'm gonna shuffle and draw my deck.
Hard to see card names.
you have 12 there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's actually it. I'm gonna play it out, but I
Yeah.
like I actually think that's it.
Okay.
I'm gonna play Geistoid.
Okay.
I'm going to first double check something. Close. Very close.
This game is going at a pretty moderate pace. Both sides trucking along, waiting to see the big play here. Okay, here's a in here somewhere. The card is fantastic. It looks like grabbing is it a Kira? A Sybil maybe? Oh, Dark Discovery. So key cheat, looking to make a key cheat happen. Very, very interesting.
Then I'm going to play Return to Rubble.
Okay.
Shuffle the top 10 cards.
Return to Rubble. So now there's going to be some.
5, 6, 7, 10.
And I destroy all the creatures?
Yep.
Okay, so you get this back, and these guys all go into this card.
And then this is my deck now. Then I'm going to play BR Geist.
BR Geist.
You're not haunted.
Yeah.
BR Geists. Got a lot of BR Geists. Card is really good. It's an enabler and a disruptor at the same time. As long as somebody's haunted, they're in danger of being putting a key tax on his opponent.
And that's me. Check 8.
Mermuk is bridge.
Yes.
I'm going
I
to
got it.
forge for 8.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 5, 6,
Drawing
7,
through.
8. I am not going to pick up
Chad's
my
getting quiet.
archive.
Is everybody else like running out of energy? It's not the drive home.
Oh, sorry. Before my turn starts, I'm not haunted, so both of my haunted houses discard 2. I'm going to play that I have to play those to get the dips, so it's not going to matter. I'm not going to let you do that. Okay, so I discard this. Play that, and then okay, so I'm playing Fortune Reverser on the Mermuk, don't worry about it.
Okay.
I am pulling up stakes.
Oh, yeah.
So
I shuffle in.
No, he just goes to your hand.
My effect.
Yeah.
Playing things to get some amber rolling.
Discarding a Garoku Sapper.
Equidon tricks happening.
Is my goal. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Cards being discarded.
Ah,
You get to play.
I do, but you have. You're
Much easier to do this when you have deck lists.
and you're haunted now.
So you can get a little bit closer so you can read some of these cards better. Here we go. Looks like S-Jess is sitting on an odd-looking hand. Unfathomable on LV14 side.
Okay. I'm going to
Is that a
play
cop?
Unfathomable.
Okay.
I'm going to take my archive.
Yeah.
You're not playing any creatures, really.
Tell if that's a cop or not.
That's the problem?
Yeah, it's a problem. I'm going to do Crushing Deep.
Crushing Deep.
Cost +6.
Okay.
In your next turn,
Okay.
Here we go. We got one key forged on one side.
I'm going to play Cope.
Okay. That's annoying too.
One key forged on the other side.
Play
So
draw
one
down.
on
and
one.
Look at the top 3 cards of your deck.
Here comes cop and here comes the
You don't get to
Oh, I
play
don't get to see, sorry.
dive down.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. I'm going to, I got a discard, 1 on the bottom, 1 on the top. So discarding that,
Discarding the Penti Seed.
that's going on the bottom, and that's going on the top.
Trying to set up the bottom of the
Gonna
deck for
just
a
discard the top card of your deck.
This is enriched.
Oh
deep.
yeah.
Larnium Hydra.
What?
Gotta
How?
dive deep. Does he have two of it? Does he have a double discover dark discovery deck?
It's like a real heart of the card
That would be wicked.
thing.
Yeah.
So
Oh, the Sapper has a scrap. Okay, gotcha.
I just have to do it. That's the thing. That's my only
Cop
chance.
and play is
So
interesting.
playing Dark Discovery.
There's dark discovery.
Card 1, Ghost Tree. Card 2, though.
Does he hit?
You have in here somewhere. There's no way. There's no way.
Unreal. Unreal.
Key is flipped.
Did I give myself
Hits the
Amber
dark
for that card?
discovery.
For which card? For the Dark Discovery.
Sweet play.
I don't remember. Chat.
Nightmare
Did I
Inducing,
give myself-
maybe.
You're on camera. The camera knows.
I know. I don't. Let me ask. I did. Okay.
Okay.
Works for me.
Sorry.
No, I
Is this still my
appreciate it.
second key or did I force my
See
second
a Pestagram up at the top there.
You did.
key? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, second one through real quick.
Second
Yeah,
key
you're at 12
flipped.
when you had one key. That's why I asked.
So,
Alright, whatever,
a
move
bunch
on.
of amber.
Okay, so
Still
I'm
sitting
haunted.
in the pool up
I'm
top
going
for
to
S-Jess.
double Haunted House. Do you want to wait or?
I'm fine. Just
Okay. Double Haunted House, 1, 2.
Two
So I need
amber.
to get to 6.
Like just making amber off of those haunted.
Let me do some
Like the
math.
cop is really not slowing anything down. That's just it's
you
got
need to
so
get
much
3
value off of the
Do you have any double amber dips?
no.
off the houses.
No, no sandworm in this one. But remember, you can only play one each action.
I have stuff for that.
All right. Well, fine. I don't even care how this goes. That's one of the dumbest things that's ever happened.
So annoying. That is so deeply annoying. Okay, I haven't called my house yet. I should probably use it. Well, I can't map it. So I'm going to play. What the? That's not helpful. I can only do one of each thing. I probably should get rid of that.
I'm well aware. That is legitimate. That's
pull a full key out of your ass, like a full key just straight out of your palm.
Language.
Whatever.
There's a 4-year-old watching, presumably.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Do I have a? Yes, please. Keep it PG. Ass is PG, is it not?
Here we go looking again. A lot of card flipping.
Bomb bomb.
Oh yeah, that's better.
All right, I'm gonna do
Around the house saying,
BR Geist.
Here's the BR Geist. What kind of value is the BR Geist going to get again? We've seen a lot of Geists this game so far. Like both of these players are using their summoning powers to bring many things back from the dead.
Because it comes in a rage.
Yeah.
Be a stray. Ready to fight. Fought.
I'll need this because I'm putting a thought catcher. And then. That's my armature.
Pestergrove putting everything into a enraged state.
Okay.
So, Untamed.
Yeah.
Murmook.
Nepenthe Seed. Pixie. Reclaimed by Nature. Shooting Pixie to put back in to draw one. You're going to take out the Pestergrove.
And then
Common Cold deals 1 to everything. Or is he discarding it? He should be playing it. Game over. Who?
That was my only chance.
Was there a key cheat? Or did he just lose? I don't even know what just happened there.
Thank you. I'm never going to do anything better. I'm never going to do anything better than that in my life.
All right, well, let me get an official on that, 'cause I don't, or official what happened there at the end.
Just like staring you down.
I
like,
believe,
I was like, no way.
I don't think I saw a key cheat, so I think S just wins.
Why would he pick that and not
I'll get back to you on that. I do not really know.
I forgot you only had one. I thought you had two.
Have to go inspect the deck. So, with that said, I will be right back, and I will give you a fill-in, and I'll bring in the winner to maybe have a discussion about it. Thanks. See you real soon.
There was no key cheat.
But it was just you flooded Amber. So walk
Yes.
us through your deck. It's an interesting.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's pretty much like both the Geist and the Untamed are very much just like play a bunch of cards, fish out what I need, get haunted, and I can get whatever I want out of my discard. Like, you know, I have the
You geisted quite a bit.
yes. Well, and the nice thing about the Untamed, it has that mimicry as well. So if my opponent is Geisting, there's some useful cards there. You know, I'm gonna in here somewhere. I'm gonna take the Reaper, you know, purge that, get out of here. I'm going to mimicry and in here somewhere so I can get my own stuff back in. Like it's
It was quite the, it was quite the cycle, and then you were able. It has a lot of amber, natural amber pip.
Yeah, on card amber, yeah, quite a bit,
like,
yeah.
You spiked up. It's really hard to see because you have light blue.
Oh.
And so like it was like I was like. A lot of amber up there
Yes.
and just flipping keys, so it was,
Yeah.
like, it was very interesting. How did you feel about the matchup? Did you feel in control the whole game?
I mean, I was feeling okay until
the dark
Luke.
discovery?
Yeah, Luke pulled a full key right out of nowhere on a guess, which was very fun.
Was it a guess? Did he not know?
Yeah, no, he only knew one of them,
Oh.
and so he had put the one under, and because normally what he does is gets creatures, puts one, like, you know, if there's a creature, he can discard the top card. If it matches, you put that creature on the bottom.
Right.
I'm never playing any creatures because I got other stuff I'm doing. I don't care about creatures. I don't care about board state. So he didn't have any creatures out to put on the bottom like he normally would to get the full key. So he has one there that he's put on the bottom, and then it's a complete guess for the second one. And I'm like, there's no way he got it. There's no way. And then he just like...
How many cards were left in your deck?
Pretty full deck. So it was like quite a few, and he even picked, like, so I only have one in here somewhere, but I have two of like the graveyard, you know, the discard 3 cards ones. So I was like, you know, he's not going to pick in here somewhere. I only have one of them in my deck. What are the chances? And then he pulls it out. So that was really funny.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Like, hard to see because we don't hear the table or anything here. So, like, it's like just watching and trying to keep up.
Oh, I see.
Very hard with sealed.
Yes.
'Cause,
Well,
like,
yeah.
We don't know the deck lists.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
The other ones I pull up the deck list is a little bit easier to guess.
Right.
But, awesome game. Very fun. I'm glad you're
Yes.
into the finals now.
Yes, into the
so
finals.
We'll be seeing you soon either against Drazcor or
We'll see.
JT Russell, right?
Yeah. Well, what's fun is Luke and I in Semifinals, we came together. We're both from Canada, so it's like it was a very familiar game for us, which is comfortable. So now the big stuff happens. Yeah.
So this is like it looks like sealed. New York didn't hold sealed down then because it's gonna be a Canadian and either. Well, no, I think Russell is from New York.
Yeah, so it's 2 Americans, I think.
Well, it's not just American; it's New York.
Oh, New York. Oh, it's very
hometown,
specific.
Hometown.
Oh, very specific. Okay.
But yeah, for Alliance, we had 2 Albany players.
Okay.
And so I was like, I hope the home team does well.
Right.
And so far we're doing okay. Like I have 2 teammates that are from Rochester that are in the top 8.
Right.
So it's pretty exciting. So.
Okay.
But yeah, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for taking the time. He was nervous to come on.
They.
Oh, they. Sorry.
Yeah.
But they were nervous to come on, and brave did not to come say hello. So awesome job, great job, and I appreciate your time.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. We'll be back soon with the finals.
right, and we're back. Hello, everyone. Hi, I am not Jupiter. Welcome back to the sealed tournament finals of the Vault Tour here in Rochester, New York. I am, again, as I mentioned, not Jupiter, but Jupiter has stepped out of the building and left things in definitely not my capable hands. But we have for your viewing pleasure this evening, this morning, whatever time it is, wherever you're at, we have the sealed finals between Drazcor and SJS. Wahoo! Indeed. You'll have to let me know if anything needs adjusting on the stream. Just going to try and get things situated here. So we, of course, have Drazcor piloting the deck that we saw quite a few times on stream yesterday. Geistoid, Star Alliance, and Untamed, the double Haunted House, the Cauldron. We got Ectocharge, as I recall. We've got Spooky, all sorts of nasty things going on. Now, I am going to be honest, I don't know anything about SJS's deck. The Choke Show himself. But we are heading right into this. Looks like Drazcor taking a Geistoid turn. We have, looks like a Nepenthe Seed out for SJS. SJS playing Untamed, Geistoid, and Equidon. So we'll just have to see how this all comes together. We are off to the races with Drazcor. I do have to mention Drazcor and JT Russell just had an absolute like brain-bending game. I think it effectively went to time, but oh my goodness, it was... I don't understand half the things that were happening in that game, but both those gentlemen were absolutely solidly in the think tank. They were solidly in the think tank. Q the whatever says, SJS is my partner. Have no idea what they're doing, but I'm supportive nonetheless. Excellent. Well, congratulations. It's very exciting to have these two players here in the finals of this tournament. I guess a reminder or knowledge for those who don't know. This is the sealed finals, sealed in this Ghost Galaxy reality we have here is unified sealed. I think it's just called sealed. But you get 3 decks, and of course, each deck has 3 house pods or 3 faction pods. And you get to smash 3 of those house pods together. Of course, you have to continue to have 3 different houses in your deck. And so you can kind of pseudo-construct a deck out of those 3 that best suits your whimsy. And that's what these players have done here. Of course, we've seen Drazcor's deck several times on stream here. And there is a whole lot of glare on SJS's side, so I have no idea what the cards are where they're going. That looks like it was a Lost in the Wild. There's a lot of cards going down.
That's unfortunate. That is my go.
I wonder. I don't know if there's a way I can adjust that. I'm not sure I want to risk goofing something up. An Irish Shutter Gain. What does this do? Okay, that maybe helps a little bit. It's like less bright. Man, there's really not a whole lot of in between there, but I feel like I can maybe see the cards a little better. We're gonna keep it down there. Sorry if that is not what you're looking for, but I can at least see the discard a little bit. Looks like Drazcor picking up with a Star Alliance turn. We see, of course, the double drop hit Pyro coming down again. Triangulator, Newsom, Triangulator. I would say it does seem like it's a bit of a slower start for Draz, having no haunted houses on the board yet. And it seemed like with that, I think it was maybe a Boo earlier. We didn't see. I don't know if we saw any haunted houses in there. So perhaps they are to come, forthcoming.
Oh, so you can have it survive. Okay.
Looks like we have the pass over to SJS. Also, to clarify on this, I think I reflected this in the overlay, but this is a best of 3. So there'd be a total of 3 games in this match, potentially, I should say. So whichever player can get 2 wins first will be crowned the victor of the sealed tournament.
Okay, so I'm going to play Fortune Reverser, so that destroys all other upgrades on the creatures and the text box is blank. I'm going to play a De-Escalation. So
Looking forward to see what kind of shenanigans SJS is going to be up to. Taking care to clear the board a little bit. A little breathing room on the board, having fallen behind just a little bit there.
Trade Secrets. I'm going to discard a Grogu Sapper to steal 1. And
Looks like we're going to get some stealing. I think that's what, is that Trade Secrets or something?
that's it, just the 1. And I'm going to play Semifinals. That's my go. I'm going to drop my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess
I do have at least the Archon names for these 3 decks. I'll have to see if if that's something that's been scanned in. That'll help this poor guy out with all these fancy new cards. Man, can we talk about just for a second SJS's sleeves? Because those are absolutely on point. If I'm declaring a winner, I'm going with SJS based exclusively on sleeve selection. So we're back over to Draz. Looks like we have a Haunted House coming down, discarding a card there. So first Haunted House hitting the board. Playing out, I guess, Webster. I think that's a Grim Reaper that's also out there. And Draz selecting a creature to also purge. So Grim Reaper coming into play ready when the player is haunted, and having the Reap ability to purge a friendly creature and a non-friendly creature. Readies up and passes back over to SJS.
I guess we're gonna do Geist. All the graphics. Let's get out of the way. So we're gonna do a Curse Tomb. So creatures with no dips on them when they die get purged. And then I'm going to play an Elder Stray.
Looks like we have a follow-up Geistoid turn from SJS.
That is my turn.
While this is going on in the background, I'm going to see if I can't pull up some of these decks. Doesn't look like any of these are loaded in, so that's totally fine. We'll just continue in the dark. Regardless, makes things easier for us, I guess, not have to worry about it. Let's catch up with how things are looking. Draz continuing on. We have the Cauldron hitting the board, along with some other untamed creatures. Looks like a Warfaline, shuffling in the top 5 cards of the discard pile. Warfaline able to target both, not both, but either player. So you can target your own discard pile or your opponent's discard pile. I feel like there's some really interesting utility to that card that I'm not smart enough to have worked out yet, but like there are obviously some situations where you can help mill through stuff for yourself. Or I'm sorry, not mill through stuff. Help prevent your opponent from being haunted, or I suppose prevent yourself from being haunted, or alternatively, if you're getting low in your deck, then you can also use that to prevent yourself from flipping your deck over if you have a reason that you want to stay haunted. So it looks like we have a haunted house hitting the board for SJS as well. I think that might be a dark lamp. Capturing an ember. I think must have another capture pip on it. Because it looked like one went on the dark lamp and one went on that other creature. Floxum says Warfaline is a very interesting card for sure. Yeah, it's in my experience, my albeit limited experience, it can kind of help recur some things. Also, yeah, it's just like a very interestingly designed card, and I think it's pretty cool, especially in this set. We do see the second haunted house hitting the board, so looks like Drazcor is really starting to get all the pieces assembled. Getting all the pieces assembled to, I guess, to his engine, if you will. Draz moving up to check, using the Grim Reaper to reap, purge, Amberfly, some small fiddly untamed creature, and one of SJS's creature with looked like 2 ember on it. So Drazcor up to 7 ember, and it has the Well of Memory also out. I should have a look. I think SJS's other one is that Cursed Tomb. Not purged if it had ember on it. Well, so it was purged because because of Grim Reaper. Yeah, so let's see. That one looks like it's Cursed Tomb. Each creature with no ember on it gains destroyed, purge this creature. No worries. Welcome, Egad. Glad to have you here. That's definitely one of those, I think, easy things to mistake, and you know, sort of a testament to some of the board states that you can get, especially in Grim Reminders, where that like a persistent effect like that can often go forgotten. But in this case, in this one case at least, I do believe that was to be expected. That was the correct ruling. And Martin, the head judge, the only judge here this weekend, is sitting right at the table. I think you can technically see his phone sitting over to the side. So he's watching with a hawk eye, making sure everything stays on the up and up. I don't recall if I said that, but I did verify it. That is Cursed Tomb, the second artifact that SJS has, which says each creature with no ember on it gains destroyed, purge this creature. And then if there are no creatures in play, you purge Cursed Tomb. That's just dealing with the board. Hey, and look at that! It's just so relevant, and we now know we now knew to expect that the Cursed Tomb would also be removed, would also be purged. I think it is a little difficult to see, but I think SJS has four Ember now, sitting on their Archon card. Oh, looks like we got Sensor Chief and Spooky Charge. Getting that card out of the way.
Oh, that's a big deal.
So pass back over to Drazcor, first key of the game. Is that what's under that cauldron? I didn't notice. Kind of looks like a War Phalanx. Are there two in that deck, maybe? So Draz is back into Geistoid, playing Boo. Boo once more. Getting himself to a haunted state once more, actioning to destroy the Well of Memory. We've got an Ember coming for each of the haunted houses. I think houses is probably how that's meant to be said. Cauldron pulling a Starlines upgrade. Let's see if I can work that out. We're going to go for upgrade in Grim Reminders, Starlights. Let's see what we got. There's only 3 of them. Oh, 4 of them. Nope, never mind. They're just taking a long time to load. That didn't seem right. Anachrometer, maybe? No, I think it's... The art kind of looks like Paradox Shield. Yeah, it kind of looks like Paradox Shield, which says this creature gains destroy, discard cards from the top of your deck equal to this creature's power. If you do, fully heal this creature and destroy Paradox Shield instead.
Okay, so I am going to play Untamed. Haunted House. Or I forget.
Meanwhile, SJS rather, having an untamed turn, getting an ember off of the haunted house.
Sorry.
Making sure everything's exhausted. Welcome in, Daniel Smith. The situation currently is this is game 1 of a potential best of 3. Well, not potential, of a best of 3. And we've got Draskor sitting in a pretty good position here. Looks like 1 key on check for key number 2. Okay, so it looks like actually SJS has, I think, 2 keys. I think that blue key looks like it's forged. So I think that was a mimicry into the spooky charge. Yep, that's what it was. As you can see, SJS is reshuffling. So there's a Haunting Witch, played down a couple creatures. I think one of those might be Witch of the Spore in the Ghost Tree to generate a little bit of Ember. Mimicry to copy the Spooky, which says something to the effect of if you're haunted, forge a key at current cost, then shuffle your discard pile into your deck. Of course, that will make SJS no longer haunted. Draskor are going to have to respond here. Forging, I guess, forging a second key, so we're tied up on keys. Draskor going to get 2 Ember off of that double haunted house. Absolutely lovely. And we got 3 cards coming down off of the Cauldron. So War Phaline is in fact one of them. It looks like there might be an Ember on that War Phaline. War Phaline putting 5 cards back on top of the deck. And then, of course, the reshuffle there. The Blernian Hydra, and then I believe this is the Paradox Shield, if we are to be. Art's pretty cool on the Paradox Shield. That's a snazzy vest. Okay, interesting. So playing that, oh, that's interesting. So playing that, and then we have a, is that Quintrino Warp? Quintrino Warp. Yes, so choose a friendly creature and an enemy creature, destroy those creatures, and each creature that shares a house with either of them, gain 1 chain. So that Paradox Shield will fully heal and restore the Witch of the Spore back to health, but it will also mill, I think it's 4 cards off the top of SJS's deck.
Oh, there? Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, so I wonder if with the War Phaline, if there's something in those 5 cards that got shuffled back in that Draskor really doesn't want to be. Really doesn't want to be milled back out. Of course, these players are so good. I mean, the amount of detail and thought they put into each of their turns, and just the sequencing of those turns is amazing. Mad props, and it's all of these players. Well, both these players have been playing all day effectively. So I mean, not in this particular tournament, but I know, as for example, Drazkor is also in the top cut for the Archon tournament, which ran a good chunk of the day today. Can I do Drazkor's label? Only SJS is showing. Oh dear. What have I done? I think I have them. Which label are you referring to? Because I think we've got. Looks like I've got Drazkor and the houses, and then SJS and SJS's houses. I apologize if I'm just not understanding correctly. They appear to be showing on my end. So it looks like Drazkor finishing their turn, shedding the one chain from the Quintrino Warp.
Okay, I'm gonna call one house trigger. Yeah, on house triggers. I'm haunted. Frenzy was the thing. I'm calling dice. I'm gonna play a thought capture.
So to start off the turn, the Haunted House milling a card off the top of SJS's deck. Must not quite be haunted, doesn't look like it. Plays down to second. So, all right, so both these decks are double Haunted House decks. Very spicy, very nice. Looks like there's about 3, 6, maybe 7 cards in SJS's discard pile. So we get something under the cauldron. Blurnian Hydra comes out. The Mimicry coming down to copy something that has a number on it. Something on a number that doesn't seem to have an effect. Oh, maybe something with a discard pip on it too. Looks like it because it discarded the Well of Memory. To clarify, I think there is a table mic, and y'all might be able to hear some of that table mic. I don't actually have access to that in the studio, or I can't hear that here in the studio, so. I'm going to call it studio. Sounds way fancy, doesn't it? It's just me here in this skull. So it does put Drazkor up to check. Drazkor sitting at check. SJS gonna have to figure out something to do about that.
Okay, so I'm gonna call Geistor. I'm going to. Oh no, that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Oh, I have to call that. Okay, hold on. I'm not calling Geistoid. I am going to call. That doesn't help. And
All right, so it looks like a dark lamp coming out of the. I think that came back wrong. Looks like came back wrong. So came back wrong reads play a creature from your discard pile and attach came back wrong to it as an upgrade. With the text, this creature gets -2 power and gains poison. So the creature that was returned was, looks like Dark Lamp. Dark Lamp, which reads each friendly creature with Ember on it gains elusive with the play ability. Importantly, capture 1. So captures 1 to pull Drazcor off check. And then reaps with the Witch of the Spore. I think that's up to 4. I think that's up to 4 Ember there. You got me worried that I've messed something up. We'll try transitioning here. Hopefully the overlay is all right.
Right down to it. Right down to it.
So S just not able to get on check here. So there's definitely an opening for Drazcor to keep moving along. Looks like we can get a Star Alliance turn. Star Alliance notably being the one house in Drazcor's deck that doesn't have a key cheat. Double Pip Pyro. I should say double Draw Pip Pyro. Sensor Chief with a Draw Pip. So is that 4 total Draw Pips so far? Double Sensor Chief coming down as well. So that's pretty big. I mean, that's gonna make it that much more difficult for SGS here. So I know we saw the mimicry into Spooky Charge earlier. Not sure if there are any other key cheat options that SGS has available to them. So Drazcor back on check. I think importantly, that's like whatever he had to do, had to involve also threatening check. So a very nice play to be able to do that. SGS milling 2 cards off the top of the deck from the Haunted Houses at start of turn effect.
Yeah, I mean, I can't stop him from forging. Good. I'm going to just see if I had done the other way, would have stopped. How many do you have in your discard pile? I would be haunted.
All right, so we did see the hand come out.
So I will be haunted because of the discard. But that doesn't change. You're ready. No, unfortunately, that's why I asked, did he concede? Because technically, when you asked, you said, are you haunted? Not haunted at the time, which is the correct response. Right. So when he discards from the 2 haunted houses, he would be haunted. But it doesn't matter. The only reason I asked if he's haunted was for the market fluctuation. Got it. Yeah. Because I want him to discard, which I am. Right. So here, but you have
Seem to be deliberating on something here. Oh, interesting.
I didn't know if that's how that works. Yeah. So I
wonder.
I'm okay to keep going. Okay, then take those.
I'm not quite sure what's going on here. This is where like being able to hear what they're saying would be like pretty useful.
So discard the market fluctuation. Okay. That's why I
So
could
I guess they're still going.
I didn't know that card was there. Okay. I wasn't trying to trick you. Yes. Right. But as the judge, I'm not allowed to tell that. I'm only allowed to say what the game state is at that time.
I can hear what they're saying, but I can't understand any of it. Perfect. So I can't hear anything, so I just assume they're talking about how hungry they are and how like a cheeseburger would be really good right now.
Oh, you have to not be haunted. Or out of turn. Okay, interesting. That changes a lot of different things. Well, I'm haunted now, so I'm gonna double haunted house.
Okay, that's cool. So Darkheart stops Draz from forging. Market fluctuation made it so Drazcore is haunted, making him unable to forge due to the Dark Heart of the Forest.
Do you care about the order? No. Do you? I care. Why don't you order it? For the Warful line. Okay, so that's gonna go on the bottom. You should order it. And that's gonna go second from the bottom. Okay. Thank you. And then there's mine if you'd like to order them. It's your choice. Yeah. I didn't know that. Okay, that's cool. 7 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, and I'm glad that you can hear what they're talking about. I'll just be quiet while the intelligent people figure out what's going on.
I'm going to play an old Tinker, and that is my goal. Cost is 6 to me, right? Yeah.
So it does look like S-Chess is on check. There you go. Okay, so S-Chess on check, passes back to Drazcore. Drazcore does have the spooky charge, able to forge for 6 Ember.
I struck your hand very quickly. I didn't want it to be like. Okay. No, that's cool. So,
Sounds like a good friendly game, which is nice. That's KeyForge. The amount of like good friendly games that have been happening this weekend is awesome. Even in the face of loss, I've heard a lot of really great interactions this weekend.
We're at the end of the game 1. So Draz got game 1.
Oh, did they still have the Curse 2 mount? I don't think it would have. I know it got purged earlier. It had been purged earlier. And I don't think it would have made a difference at this point. I mean, Jurassic Course sitting on the spooky charge with 7 Ember. Of course, for those who are unfamiliar, Dark Heart of the Forest. Let me pull that art up. Dark Heart of the Forest. First of all, absolutely lovely art. Dark Heart of the Forest being the artifact that says each haunted player skips their forge key step. You can, of course, still forge keys outside of your forge key step, assuming you have your requisite key cheat. I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. I love the art on Dark Heart of the Forest. I really think the effect is interesting and cool. And I don't have just a guttural, visceral response when I hear it anymore. When I hear the words "Heart of the Forest," it's no regular Heart of the Forest, but it'll do. Oh, I think I just vomited in my mouth a little bit. All right, so this is a best of 3, as I mentioned earlier. So Drazcore up 1 in the best of 3. So they're going to reset and play another game here. Let me see if I can maybe add that to the. Here, I think maybe I can add that to the overlay real quick. Let me do that.
Grabbed his hand so quickly, and then I was like, as soon as you hesitated, I was like, oh no, he doesn't, and I was like, no, all right, I want this to be
And I appreciate that. Yeah. But at the same time, it's like that's why I was like, I'm not allowed to say he's going to be haunted and not actually forged. Right. But I thought you had the feature anyways.
But you had a chance to hit it.
Did we do it?
Oh, I know.
Have we done it? Oh, just peak streaming perfection. Chef's kiss. Right, while we're waiting for them to reset, aside from Dark Heart of the Forest, what's y'all's favorite Grim Reminders card?
Oh yeah.
And who do I need to talk to reprint Bumblebird?
As just said, pull the key completely out of your mouth.
A bum key. A bum key. I think nobody wants that. Where are you from, by the way? Huh? Where are you from?
I'm actually quite excited that they reprinted Mating Season. That's some of my favorite card art, and it's a funny card. Funny art, funny ability. Pre-nerfed Ectocharge. Yeah. I'm inclined to agree. I'm inclined to agree with you. It's a pretty nice card. In my locals, there's this kid that I basically taught how to play KeyForge, and he last like 3 sealed times I played with him, he's opened these absolutely slamming Geistoid pods, and you'd know it that I definitely got Ecto charged on every time to end the game. So I enjoy the nerf. If only so Ian can stop playing it on me. Oh, bait and switch. So the first game I ever played of KeyForge was this was AOA. Was it AOA? No, it wasn't AOA. It was some Coda. I guess it would have to be Coda. And yeah, we were playing just 2 like completely new people. We just basically learned the rules and we're playing a game. AOA was already out, so this was not at the very beginning. And the person I was playing with, they just forged a key and then they played that card, and I read that card and I was like, "What do you mean? What do you mean? I have 12 Ember. What do you mean you're going to take 6 of my Ember?" And then I think they had like a Relentless Whispers or something, and they took another one. It's honestly a miracle I still play this game. After that, I mean, like I somehow managed to recover from that moment. Wasn't paying that close attention. Looks like Drascore going for a mulligan. And that's why the shuffling's still happening. That's just having a hand to look at. It's the classic like commentator. Yep, SJS has a hand, and they're looking at it. Yep, you've heard it here first, folks. Oh, nice, strong start for SJS. I saw. So it looks like the Haunted House play with the discard pip, and then it looked like there was another Haunted House in hand. Okay, mill from the Haunted House. I would expect SJS going back into Geistoid. Looks like it. So Dark Lamp to capture, and we'll see. Oh my goodness! So we got the Curse Tomb out as well as the second Haunted House. So off to the races for SJS. No such luck for Drascore so far.
I like your sparkly ambers. They're very fancy.
I guess we can take a second to talk about those haunted houses. They seem to be a pretty important part of this matchup. Both these decks' game plans, I should say. Haunted House being a Geistoid artifact, it says at the start of your turn, if you are not haunted, discard the top card of your deck. If you're new to KeyForge or not experienced with this set, the haunted mechanic was introduced in Grim Reminders, and a player is haunted when they have 10 or more cards in their discard pile. As notated on the field, on the table there by those lovely little tree cards. So you'll see Drazkor and SJS each have the same tree card. Those are the unhaunted side. So when they're flipped over, they're a little more dark and spooky, and that's to signify that that player is haunted. Also, Haunted House, in addition to potentially discarding the top card of your deck, if you're not haunted, has the Omni ability, saying if you're haunted, gain 1. Mortivas at the mic. I know, they've really, like, the standards have really fallen. They've truly fallen indeed. The only person left. They locked me in this room. I figured out how to turn the stream on. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, Haunted House has the Omni ability. If you're haunted, gain 1 Ember. Omni. Again, allowing you to activate that action from any house. Looks like SJS, looks like we had an untamed, was it untamed? Untamed turn from Drazkor, an untamed follow-up from SJS, getting Nepenthe Seed out on the board, and a Haunting Witch. So the Haunting Witch, let's see, that one's what, 3 power? After you play a creature, if you are haunted, gain 1, including itself. So it's just not currently haunted, so it doesn't get the extra Ember benefit from that. I'm not gonna lie, I guess we did see the mimicry last time. I was about to say I didn't realize there was a mimicry, but Drazkor running out a bit of Star Alliance. Once again, we see the double drop hit Pyro. They really just let anyone in this room, Tobin. Anyone. It's also really cold in here. It's so cold. Like, I wanted to show off this really cool Team Visible hand shirt that I'm wearing. A bunch of folks from Michigan have, but it's just so cold. Drazkor passes turn over to SJS. Still not haunted. I think SJS did just discard those 2 cards. Yeah. It's great to see so many friendly KeyForge faces or friendly KeyForge usernames in the chat here. Hope you all are doing well. It's a beautiful time to be alive and watching some KeyForge. You know, I have been amazed at just the consistency Drazkor has been able to have in getting getting 1 or both of the haunted houses out and activated. It's just Corsten Geistoid plays out a Dark Lamp. Still not haunted from that, so no Ember from the Haunting Witch. Popping the Nepenthe Seed to pull back something. Whichever one it discards 3 cards and allows you to play 1, or not play 1, allows you to put it in your hand. That Junk Restoration, I sort of get lost. I'm gonna be honest. Between like Junk Restoration and the like hallowed Christmas Eve and this in here somewhere. Like, usually that's the point of the game, that like I'm staring across at my opponent and they're just taking this mega turn and my eyes just start to gloss over because so many things are happening. It's just like information overload.
Boo is great too. It's very simple.
I guess it's not. Yeah, there are some complex interactions that happen with them. I just have I have a hard time differentiating the three of them. I know they all do similar things in that you're discarding cards and then things are happening based on what's discarded. I guess in here somewhere isn't necessarily a discard. It is sometimes. Gasquar's running out some Untamed here, using a mimicry of his own.
Still takes damage though, right? Skirmish. Oh, skirmish. Okay, cool. Ecto charge.
It looks like it's for the in here somewhere. That in here somewhere must have a capture pip, because I think the capture. Oh, is it junk? Was it junk? Because that would have just been 3 cards, right? Discarding the top 3 cards. I thought Draskor was looking through the whole discard pile. I don't know what you're talking about, Tubin. You can't see the sun that is on the board where SJS's discard pile is. It's just like the brightness of the sun. I've even reduced the shutter iris down to the brightness or something. Glare on the right in that spot. I don't think if I do it further down, it's not going to be great. Yeah, I think that's a little too dark. We'll keep it 1 up. Still want to be able to see the other cards on the screen. So that was a discarded spooky charge. Discarded spooky charge. I think Draskor pulled a couple of Geistoid cards out of into the archives. So maybe planning on taking a follow-up Geistoid turn and archiving that. Honestly, this is the first game we've seen with Draskor where, by turn 2, there's not at least one combination of Haunted Houses or Cauldrons out on the board. So this seems like a pretty good opportunity for SJS. Yeah, so there's the setup in here is. I don't know if that's you, Wookie, but if it is, hi, Wookie. If not, then hi, whoever is on the Archons corner thing. But it's like a legit setup in here. Like they've got like a video controller, they've got soundboards, they got like a video switcher and stuff. So I've done about the extent that I want to mess with this. I see there is a white balance button, but I dare not press it. I dare not press it. Like it's functional now. We can see that a game is being played, and we can get most of what's happening in the game. I'm happy to do that. I agree. Lighting tabletop stuff is is very difficult. And they have some cool stuff. Like I can control this stuff. Like I can zoom in and zoom out and whatnot. Look at that. That is fancy. It's all the way in the other room. It's great.
Thank you. All good. All right. No, it was an intentional. So. Okay. That's perfect.
Listen, we could get rid of it. We could just turn all the lights out, play in the dark.
Okay.
There'd be no white balance, no glare.
I'm gonna trade secrets.
Just use night vision. Everyone should wear night vision goggles. Boom, solved it.
Scrap effect. I have to. Goodbye, my lovely haunted house. Just destroy that, right? Okay. So those three will go like those three. No, actually, that the haunted house will go on top of all three of them. Nope. Because all three of those get discarded at the same exact segment. No, it's anal, but we have to.
Oh, perfect. De-escalation. Thank you, Tobin. That's what that card is. I have not seen that one. It says, destroy each creature your opponent archives the top 3 cards of their deck. 6, 7, 8, 9. So clearing out the board a little bit. Also archiving 3 cards for draft score. You know, it's interesting. I wonder if that will kind of muck things up a little bit for draft score in terms of, you know, putting some cards in there that are not Geistoid. Everyone gets a headlamp. Oh man, I'm not gonna lie, Andrew. I've done stuff like that. It's like wax paper. You're just trying everything you can. Cardboard sheep. Oh man, for those who don't know, there's a giant cardboard. I mean, not giant, a life size, I should say. I assume life size cutout of Dr. Sheep from Archons Corner. That's just bumming around in the play area. It's pretty amazing. People are taking pictures next to it. They were actually absolutely blasting it with dart guns earlier today. So, not sure what that says, but it sounded like it was fun. The giant sheep spoiler reveal, yeah. Yeah, honestly, you know what I should have done this whole time is I should have just brought it in here. We should have had Dr. Sheep just sitting right next to me. We would have to refer to him as Your Royal Flatness. My Dr. Sheep, you are looking quite one-dimensional today. Two-dimensional. Oh dear. Two-dimensional. Best $40 plus shipping we ever spent. I was told that this may not be the only Dr. Sheep cutout that has existed. Oh, interesting. Is that Island of Misfit Toys? I don't think we saw that last game from S-Chess. It seemed like it was ended up being pretty close last game, despite sort of a disparity between, Drascore being able to collect all of his combo pieces. Not combo, all of his engine pieces, and S-Chess being a bit slow to the draw on that. Cardboard sheep isn't at Baltimore. Do I get a full refund on my ticket? I think you should. I was also told that it sounds like Dr. Sheep might be going home with someone different. Perhaps someone, I don't know if that person is going to Baltimore or one of the other vault tours or something. But okay, Drascore. Moving right along, getting those aforementioned haunted houses back out finally.
I couldn't tell the shadows from this angle well along. That is also where this movie can do that, so I can do that without having to see it.
I was talking to someone the other day, and we were standing right in front of the Dr. Sheep cutout, and they kept looking back. The person behind them kept looking back, and eventually they're like, "Oh my gosh, it's just a cutout." They thought it was an actual person standing behind them.
Very bad memory. Big Dumbo brain. Okay, we're going to play. We're gonna play Geist. I'm haunted, so I'm gonna gain a dip. I'm gonna play.
All right, SJS, looks like we're going to see a Geistoid turn, get the Haunted House hit. I think that's BR Geist with the discard pip.
Orphamines are funny, but I don't really need them. Here.
Actually, a Dr. Sheep card would be pretty sweet. But it would have to be like a lamb, like that type of sheep, but also like a doctor. Stranger things have happened on the Crucible. I think that's a Haunting Witch. So Haunting Witch from... Alright, so that was a BR Geist onto SJS. So opting to select something from their own discard pile rather than from Drascore's. And now we see the Island of Misfit toys come into play. That's a couple cards.
Okay. I'm going. Okay, so I'm going to Drunk Restore. Or the dip. I'm in check. 1, 2, 3.
So, all right, so this one's drunk Restoration. I got it because there's only 3 cards. I've got it. Playing Dark Lamp out. Getting an Ember, I believe, from the Haunting Witch.
1, 2, 3. I'm gonna grab the Elvis.
This is looks like a second Junk Restoration.
Play ready because I'm haunted. And I get one. You have none to capture. That's fine.
For another creature, generating an Ember.
I did.
Looks like they're trying to work out what's happening there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then just put your Junk Restoration on top. Okay, thank you.
Maybe S just didn't end up grabbing one for the that first creature. I should probably just be quiet when that's happening because y'all can probably listen and hear what they're saying.
Okay, so keeping that in mind, if I'm drawing, I need to make sure I'm getting everything that's good out of here now. Okay.
What's going on, Wizard Random? Welcome in. Currently on game 2 of the best of 3 for those who are just joining up. Drascore up 1. But off to a slow start for Drascore this one. S-Jess definitely the one with the momentum in the lead. The lead and the momentum. Both those things.
I'm gonna do probably de-escalation and trade secrets. In my archives, there I gained a dip for it. I think. I'm going to.
So I think this is in here somewhere. Just trying to figure out what to archive. Or maybe not. Maybe this is the BR Geist.
Apologies. I'm going to BR Geist with
So the TR Geist to turn. 10 minutes and counting. I won't deny that. I have recently experienced that. I mean, I think that's like a testament to the strength of these players that they can like keep their composure through this. I don't mean like start freaking out, but like me personally, we're about three to 5 minutes into this turn, past the point where like my mind just goes blank, and I'm like I've entered into my mind palace, and I'm cuddling a nice teddy bear.
Did I gain one for the BR Geist? You did get one. Okay. Thank you. Everything else is done. Apologies for the long turn. How many you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right, we'll have to see what Drazkar can do about that. Currently sitting on, if you can imagine it, if you can believe it, 0 keys, 0 ember. 0 keys, 0 ember. Thank you, Kevin. I've been failing in my commentary skills. For all you experienced players and new players alike, this is the game of KeyForge. In fact, in this game of KeyForge, you have to spend Ember to forge keys. Sometimes you have to spend Ember, sometimes you don't, just depending on a bunch of weird situations and cards. But yeah, see, the problem here is... Yeah, see, the problem is Drascore hasn't forged any keys. So, yeah, see, that's an issue. That's like that's definitely a point, like an area where you want to be trying to, if you're like looking at your game plan, you want to be focusing on forging keys. Sometimes you have to spend your self-respect in Hey, Wizard Random, there are a couple ones you can forge for free. We got Epic Quest. We got Might Makes Right. Those are 2 great ones. Blorb Hive, right? Or is Blorb Hive a free key? Is it very educational? Thank you. Thank you. I would like to give credit to Kevin for reminding me that I was failing miserably in my duty to just call it as it is. So Draskor, taking that aforementioned Geistoid turn, archiving a couple cards from the discard pile. Looks like we saw the. I'm sorry, not. Were they archived there? No, they were to hand, right? Those are all archived. Or it was Cursed Tomb. I think it was Cursed Tomb to hand. That's what it was. Purging a couple of cards to return a couple cards to hand. I did see that one of the cards Jurassic Corp pulled was the Dark Heart of the Forest. I wonder if that'll end up being I guess, relevant. Feels like I was gonna say I feel like a key should be forged. I know that Ember has been lost. That's the classic thing that I do all the time. All the time. It's like, yeah, S-Chess did forge. But, I mean, come on. We all do this. Is there one person in chat who has not done that? Who has also played a game of KeyForge? Maybe I should clarify that. Oh, Draz did forge. Yeah, that's a relevant detail. I gotcha, Q. Gotcha. I was thinking of you. No, I do. I do not believe it. Bullocks. No way. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, Wookie. Not for 1 second. All right, so fighting into the is that Weber? Some nondescript Geistoid creature. Looks like up to check as well for S-Chess. And remaining not haunted. So important given the knowledge that the Dark Heart of the Forest is potentially in play. Is not actually in play, but could be in play. Could be in play. You all know what I mean.
Okay. So I am not haunted. No, you're not. Oh yeah, you do. You should have discarded those. That should have been this one. And no, it should have been your two rogue operations. So those two. So then this would be the first of your rogue operations.
So Censor Chief Garcia is going to hold.
Now you're good. Now you draw one back. Are you haunted or not haunted? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So
It's going to hold S-Chess off key.
No, I have not yet. Well, I'm okay. So
I think they're.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So that wasn't. Yeah. Yeah. 2 cards off of the Haunted House. Steal 2 and Garcia's. Oh, that's what it was. The 2 off of Rogue Operation.
Okay. I'm not haunted.
Thank you.
I'm going to discard Ghost Tree,
So
discard the top 5 cards of my deck. I'm going to reap Learning Hydra and play Pester Grove to get 2 Amber, and then Spooky Charge. Okay.
looks like that's going to be the Spooky. So we have a Reap off the Blurnian Hydra. I think Pestra Grove gets played for the Ember Pip. And then that'd be enough to overcome the Censor Chief.
Could you discard any more junk restorations? My lord. Discarded 4 junk restorations.
Y'all are,
like, what the?
y'all are both making it interesting. So
all the way to the end.
Sweet. So let me go update the. So SJS wins round 2 or game 2, I should say, of this best of 3. That is super exciting. So we're gonna see a final round, 1-1. Let me go update the overlay.
To the very end. Luke, I'm gonna die.
So, last year, last year,
You guys gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
last year we didn't have time.
All right. That's for all the marbles. By the way, here we'll while we work through that, they're gonna do some reshuffling. They had these absolutely lovely. Just look at the lovely ugly sweaters. Isn't that just amazing? I think there's a couple more out there, but they like pretty much went like hotcakes. It's great. And I'm really glad that I have mine here with me because it's a little bit chilly. A little chilly in this room.
So it's like every time through the deck, the other deck lost 4 cards. And it lost 4 more cards. And it lost 4 more cards. And it was like death by 1,000
Oh my god.
It was painful to watch.
Where can I find info about Archon and Alliance's top 8?
Oh no.
That information is probably available. I know the GG folks have it. I could go get a rundown of that, perhaps. This would just, I'm gonna die. Just very on brand. It's good. It's good, you know. Staying true to themselves. That's true. They do typically do a post event report. So Alliance is actually already up to the finals. So the finals will take place at some point tomorrow. And it's June versus Cat something. Reporting to you live with the most accurate information. Maybe I'll tell you what. I will Bad Penny Press will have the top 8s in Monday's issue. Woo! Cat Marrow. Yeah. That sounds right. So June versus Cat Marrow for the finals there. Your guy Mordavas was in the top 8 for Alliance. So yeah, yeah, I know you were expecting that. Yeah, I think that sounds right. I think because June's also on Jupiter's team, right? I think they like worked. I don't know. They seem like very teamy together.
I have many people in my life who pronouns other than what they were. So, appreciate it.
Let's do this. What do you say about one more for all the marbles?
I'll wager I'll go all in.
All right.
Oh, June is repo? Okay.
All the marbles. Okay.
Then I don't know.
Okay. Wow. Wait till you see the rare 7-level draw where it's a coin flip or whatever.
The as you know, I don't know anything about those those actual meaningful important teams, but I personally, let's see, I am personally a member of the the team visible hand. Look at that. See? It's visible hand, you know, like the card, but it's also Michigan. Yeah, it's the hand of Michigan. US's big high five.
An Archon went 0-2 and was like, I play one card and it does one thing and that's the end of my turn. Thank you very much.
Getting spicy on stream. They'll never have me back.
Oh yeah, you can go first. That was the only reason I won.
All right, looks like they are back and at it, rolling the world's smallest die to determine who goes first. Looks like it's going to be Drazkor. Certainly Drazkor looking for a better opening, better start than last turn. And as I recall, I think Drazkor did do a mulligan last time, so didn't see what he was looking for in the first hand. I presumably didn't find what he was looking for in the second hand either. It does look like we're going to see another mulligan from Drazkor. I had intentions of just wearing my the t-shirt so I could rep the totally sweet visible hand shirt, but it's really cold in here. This is for all the marbles. The colloquial marbles. Will more of us return to KeyForge on Twitch? Well, I'm here. Hopefully, yeah. My youngest child goes to preschool at the end of the year, so I'm hoping maybe I can dedicate part of a morning each week. Oh, wizard random! Come on. All right, let's get back to this game. This is important. Oh, you all are so smart. SGS opens up with a Geistoid turn, discarding 5 cards. Looks like one was the Cursed Tomb there. It's here somewhere, and also putting out the Island of Misfit Toys. So that's pretty nice. It looks like the turn 1 Webster from Drazkor.
Starting off nice and easy. Okay. We're going to Geistoid, Haunted House,
Okay, all right. So Josh says 2 displays, Invite to Worlds, Vault Warrior Accolades, playmat pin. Josh, if you are in fact watching, would it be possible to get some of the top 8 peoples, like their names or tags or whatever, for the other things? Words. So definitely Drazkor, a bit of another tricky start. Looks like. We're seeing the Island of Misfit Toys out. Looks like Haunted House #1 out for SGS. We also notably didn't see the Cauldron at all last game. Drazkor going into Star Alliance, get the Sensor Chiefs down. I don't think SGS has any artifact control.
We live in a time with many market fluctuations. So I'm haunted. I draw 3.
Although there must have been something somewhere because I think the haunted house got destroyed at some point last game. Oh man, so there goes the Cauldron. We just saw the Cauldron get discarded along with the Mimicry.
I'm going to.
What was that card that was just played? That did the discarding? Apologies as someone who's still learning a lot of these cards.
Okay.
That was that
Pull up stakes.
that hurt.
Pull all of my creatures and go on stakes. You can pick up all your guys.
Market fluctuation. Thank you.
Oh, I forgot to fortune reverse one of them.
All right, let me look at that one. So this is an Equidon card. Each haunted player draws 3 cards. Each player that is not haunted discards 3 random cards from their hand. Oh my goodness, that is.
So I'm going to.
That is so. That's brutal. I mean, like, that card's cool, but like, what just happened to Drascore is brutal.
And then I am done. Oh, I'm checking as well. Oh, can I forge my haunted house, or is it too late?
What? That's just making that haunted house dance?
Seven.
Scratch the haunted house. Waka waka. Waka, waka. Thanks, Tobin, for the explanation. I personally preferred that it was just dancing. So we're seeing some more Star Alliance from Drascore. I feel like these past 2 games, Drascore has just not been able to make the deck do what we've seen in the several games on stream that we've seen past this, or previous to this. So we have Lost in the Wild, While Haunted, which should do both creatures. Lost in the Wild. Yeah, we'll shuffle 2 sets of flank creatures. So shuffle each flank creature and to its owner's deck. If you were haunted, repeat the preceding effect. Really got to make sure you have some like decent sleeves when you're playing Grim Reminders, because you're going to be shuffling all the time.
I am done, and I draw 3. I'm in check plus 3.
Can't see how much Ember there is down on S-Jess's Archon. It looks like a good, I don't know, 6, 8 or 9. I think thus far, in some of the other matches we've seen, like, the opponents haven't had a huge amount of board control. This is against Drascore, of course, but haven't had a huge amount of board control, but he's also been able to, like, just move so quickly that it's sort of, even without board control, his opponents just haven't been able to keep up.
I'm going to play a haunted house and discard a thought catcher. The haunted house, right? Thank you. I'm going to use my other haunted house because I'm haunted.
All right, so looks like we have 1 KeyForged for S-Jess. We got 2 haunted house hits. BR Geist. So won't be able to play something from Drascore's discard pile.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry.
As Drascore is not currently haunted. Oh, the Haunting Witch is back.
Then BR Geist goes in here.
Gets one off the Haunting Witch. Ooh, and we see the Island Misfit toys come out, so we're going to have another BR Geist. Cursed Tomb. At least a junk restoration in there. I do like that. No, don't ready that card. Martin keeping him honest. All right, so junk restoration to grab the mimicry. Didn't see what those other options were.
Oh yes, okay, thank you. Yeah, so second junk restore.
Well, no. Take the junk restore off. Discard the 3 cards.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is another junk restoration. I think it still needs to get a number for that.
Thank you. Dark lamp capture.
So we had a dark lamp with a capture.
Dot catcher. Sorry.
I get, yeah, I was gonna say two ember for those creatures.
We're going to. I'm going to in here somewhere, so I get a dip, capture a dip onto somebody I want to have elusive. Then I'm going to archive 2 cards from my discard pile. I'm going to grab de-escalation, market fluctuation. Then I'm going to hand. Nope, that's my deck. Oh, apologies. I looked at my deck. Sorry. I got confused with what I was playing. I have one more. Okay. Sorry about that. That is archive 2 cards. This is done. Then I'm going to be our Geist. This I'm going to discard the Synopteran, and I'm going to grab. So if I discard the Synopteran, can I then get it? Okay, just in case. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Welcome from Brazil, Luis. Glad to have you here. Nick, yeah, it's definitely looking like I'm going to see a presumably quick close to this game after this turn. I mean, it's tough to come back from something like that.
Okay.
Again, not quite sure how much ember there is there. It looks like, I don't know, taking guesses, 3, 6, 9, maybe 12 or so. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So sitting on a stockpile of ember, and we know the center chiefs are out of the equation right now. So taxing a bunch of that ember isn't likely. I mean, yeah, I'd say probably even if Dark Heart of the Forest hits right now, it'll hold off a key, spook key charge. We'll definitely be able to push through that. I wonder what's in. So we have Mimicry. So there is not a spooky in Drascor's discard pile currently. Because I know it looks like S-Jess is also sitting on the mimicry. I guess we saw that get archived or added to hand. Seems like most of the Ember control Draskar has is in Starlines, right? Got the Rogue Operation, the Sensor Chiefs. Draz does have an Ecto. Looks like we're going to see a Geistoid turn. So I think that was a fight, and then Cursed Tomb to purge. To purge the Haunting Witch. Oh, is it Grim Reaper? Okay. Then the second one. And the second one was a fight in Purge. I was just seeing the future. That's all. No biggie. Welcome in, Zoke. Good to see you. All right, pass his turn. So we get a Forge, and then looks like we just had the Spooky Charge. And there it is, GG's. There you go. Yeah, you hear them clapping out there. Woo! So there you have it. Looks like S-Jess taking down Drazkor in the Sealed Championship here in Rochester, New York. Very good games. Very good games. I think we got to see Drazkor's deck doing what we've seen Drazkor's deck doing several times on stream. And you know, I feel like it was a combination of both things. That first game, obviously, Drazkor's deck doing what it does, and S-Jess's deck. I don't want to say floundering, but maybe just not able to keep up with a fully activated engine that Drazkor can get going. But it looks like when S-Jess can get things moving and situated on the board as they expect, as they're hoping, tough to keep up with, especially when Drazkor wasn't able to kind of have similar success getting activated on the board. But you love to see it, and I feel like it's interesting because you got two slightly different takes on a similar style. You know, both of them have spooky mimicry, but they, you know, I suppose more importantly, the kind of the part that was similar being within the Geistoid pods there. You know, well crafted and well picked, undoubtedly to identify those pods, identify them, you know, amongst the 9 available pods, and assemble them in that way. And I got to say, I mean, like you really only have half an hour to make that decision, and it can be pretty daunting. Like taking a look at 9 different options and figuring out the best way to combine those and just turn it into something that is, you know, functional and like proactive enough that it can win some of these games. And I think that's sort of what we saw with both of these decks. You know, they had they weren't just like they weren't like Swiss Army knife decks, right? They didn't necessarily have everything to react. You know, like Drazcor. Drazcor's deck didn't necessarily have a huge amount of Ember control. Like I said, I think it was mostly in a Star Alliance there. Also didn't have a huge amount of board control, but had, you know, a proactive enough strategy, you know, with the Ember generation and kind of house cheating with the Cauldron, to be able to make things difficult. You know, like if you go fast enough and you can just kind of generate enough card advantage, then that can be tough to come back from. But and then we had a slightly different take on that from SJS with, again, you know, a similarly bursty engine, but also with, you know, the value of having some decent board control in there as well. As this, I feel like we especially saw that in this last game and in the last two games, and I think in some ways that helped to keep game one closer, which is to say that, you know, obviously Drazcor had his engine kind of optimally running and doing its thing, but SJS was able to, you know, sort of keep things close and help to lock down some of the board situation. No, you know, of course, with Drazcor's deck, that's only part of it, right? Just strength is definitely in strategy and lateral thinking. I do not understand how people are like that, but I appreciate that there are people like that. Yeah, so I think tomorrow the stream will be back. I know we have the finals of the Alliance, so between June and Cat. If I roll up, Cat Marrow. So between June and Cat Marrow, I believe. And I don't know what Cat Marrow is running, but I'm told that that June has a pretty bonkers Alliance build. So I guess I'm assuming that will probably end up on stream as the finals for that. And then they have the top 8 of Archon, which will also be happening. I assume that's going to be happening tomorrow, starting in the morning. I know this morning registration was at 10, and the actual rounds started at 11. I just got locked in this room, so I don't know any. I have no knowledge. They just said talk into the mic, and here I am. So I assume it will be picking back up tomorrow morning. But if you, of course, don't already, be sure to follow the Ghost Galaxy YouTube channel here. And I assume you get notified when they're live or something. Blink twice if you need help. This person needs help. Look at that. And like that, I think that was the last commentator. I think that was I don't actually think Jupiter went home. I should be worried. Yeah, there you go, Q. It was the last commentator. I just love that it's just hanging out there, just staring over my shoulder. Man, you know, we thought the Dr. Sheep cutout was a bit much, but we should carry that thing around to Vault Tours. Anyways, I'll tell you what. I will just go. I will go double check with Josh, GG Josh, that is, to verify what time we're starting tomorrow. Just so y'all can set your calendars or whatever. Oh, the door's opening. Maybe he's coming in. Oh, it's Dave. It's Dave. Do you know what time stuff's starting tomorrow?
Yeah, so that's why I was just...
Oh, Dave's coming in.
No. Yeah, registration at 10.
Okay.
And starting at 11.
Starting at 11 with...
Only about 3 rounds of the Archon.
Okay. Is left.
Unchained.
Okay.
And that's all Josh told me about as far as events tomorrow.
Okay, but they also have the finals for the others, right?
Oh, they'll definitely have the finals.
Okay.
I'm assuming 10 o'clock registration.
Okay.
I can verify.
Yeah, no, it'll be fine. I think we'll be all right. 10 o'clock, and then I imagine at 11 they'll start with the other stuff. All right, so you heard it here first, or maybe second or third. But I think the registration for the Menagerie / Unchained stuff is starting at 10. And it's my understanding that at 11 o'clock, those events will start. So I assume if it's the same way it was today, we'll be back live, whether that's doing some of those or maybe stepping into the Alliance Championship or some of the Archon rounds. But yeah, we will be picking up with that and hope to see you all there. And it was great having you along for this real whirl of a time with these players, SJess and Draskor. Again, congrats to SJess for the win, and certainly congrats to Draskor for making it this far and putting up a good fight. You always love to see a best of 3 go to round 3 or go to game 3. At least I love to see that. So, anyways, that will be it for tonight and for today. So we will catch you all, I guess, tomorrow. Hope to see you then. So long.
Thank you.